This is Audible.
All the Light We Cannot See by Anthony Doerr. Narrated by Julie Teal. In August 1944, the historic walled city of Saint-Malo, the brightest jewel of the Emerald Coast of Brittany, France, was almost totally destroyed by fire. Of the 865 buildings within the walls, only 182 remained standing, and all were damaged to some degree. Philip Beck. It would not have been possible for us to take power or to use it in the ways we have without the radio. Joseph Goebbels. 0. 7th of August, 1944. Leaflets. At dusk, they pour from the sky. They blow across the ramparts, turn cartwheels over rooftops, flutter into the ravines between houses. Entire streets swirl with them, flashing white against the cobbles. Urgent message to the inhabitants of this town, they say. Depart immediately to open country. The tide climbs. The moon hangs small and yellow and gibbous. On the rooftops of beachfront hotels to the east, and in the gardens behind them, a half-dozen American artillery units drop incendiary rounds into the mouths of mortars. Bombers. They cross the Channel at midnight. There are 12, and they're named for songs. Stardust and Stormy Weather, and In the Mood, and Pistol-Packing Mama. The sea glides along far below, spattered with the countless chevrons of white caps. Soon enough, the navigators can discern the low moonlit lumps of islands ranged along the horizon. France. Intercoms crackle. Deliberately, almost lazily, the bombers shed altitude. Threads of red light ascend from the anti-air emplacements up and down the coast. Dark ruined ships appear, scuttled or destroyed, one with its bow shorn away, a second flickering as it burns. On an outermost island, panicked sheep run zigzagging between rocks. Inside each airplane, a bombardier peers through an aiming window and counts to 20. 4, 5, 6, 7. To the bombardiers, the walled city on its granite headland, drawing ever closer, looks like an unholy tooth, something black and dangerous. A final abscess to be lanced away. The Girl. In a corner of the city, inside a tall, narrow house, at number 4 Rue Vauberel, on the 6th and highest floor, a sightless 16-year-old, named Marie-Laure Leblanc, kneels over a low table covered entirely with a model. The model is a miniature of the city she kneels within, and contains scale replicas of the hundreds of houses and shops and hotels within its walls. There's the cathedral, with its perforated spire, and the bulky old Château de Saint-Malo, and row after row of seaside mansions studded with chimneys. A slender wooden jetty arcs out from a beach called the Plage de Molles. A delicate, reticulated atrium vaults over the seafood market. Minute benches, the smallest no larger than apple seeds, dot the tiny public squares. Marie-Laure runs her fingertips along the centimetre-wide parapet crowning the ramparts, drawing an uneven star shape around the entire model. She finds the opening atop the walls, where 4 ceremonial cannons point to sea. Bastion de la Hollande, she whispers, and her fingers walk down a little staircase. Rue des Caudières, Rue Jacques-Cartier. In a corner of the room stand 2 galvanized buckets filled to the rim with water. Fill them up, her great-uncle has taught her, whenever you can. The bathtub on the 3rd floor, too. Who knows when the water will go out again? Her fingers travel back to the cathedral spire, south to the gate of Dinan. All evening she's been marching her fingers around the model, waiting for her great-uncle Etienne, who owns this house, who went out the previous night while she slept, and who has not returned. And now it is night again, another revolution of the clock, and the whole block is quiet, and she cannot sleep. She can hear the bombers when they're 3 miles away, a mounting static, the hum inside a seashell. When she opens the bedroom window, the noise of the airplanes becomes louder. Otherwise, the night is dreadfully silent. No engines, no voices, no clatter, no sirens, no footfalls on the cobbles, not even gulls. Just a high tide, 1 block away and 6 stories below, lapping at the base of the city walls. And something else. Something rattling softly, very close. She eases open the left-hand shutter and runs her fingers up the slats of the right. A sheet of paper is lodged there. She holds it to her nose. It smells of fresh ink. Gasoline, maybe. The paper is crisp. It's not been outside long. Marie-Laure hesitates at the window in her stocking feet, her bedroom behind her, seashells arranged along the top of the armoire, pebbles along the baseboards. Her cane stands in the corner. Her big Braille novel waits face down on the bed. The drone of the airplanes grows. The boy. 5 streets to the north, a white-haired 18-year-old German private named Werner Pfennig wakes to a faint staccato hum, little more than a purr. Flies tapping at a far-off window pane. Where is he? The sweet, slightly chemical scent of gun oil. The raw wood of newly constructed shell crates. The mothballed odour of old bedspreads. He's in the hotel. Of course. L'Hôtel des Abeilles. The Hotel of Bees. Still night. Still early. From the direction of the sea come whistles and booms. Flak is going up. An anti-air corporal hurries down the corridor heading for the stairwell. "Get to the cellar," he calls over his shoulder, and Werner switches on his field light, rolls his blanket into his duffel, and starts down the hall. Not so long ago, the Hotel of Bees was a cheerful address, with bright blue shutters on its facade, and oysters on ice in its cafe, and Breton waiters in bow ties polishing glasses behind its bar. It offered 21 guest rooms, commanding sea views, and a lobby fireplace as big as a truck. Parisians on weekend holidays would drink aperitifs here, and before them the occasional emissary from the Republic, ministers and vice-ministers and abbots and admirals, and in the centuries before them, wind-burned corsairs, killers, plunderers, raiders, seamen. Before that, before it was ever a hotel at all, 5 full centuries ago, it was the home of a wealthy privateer who gave up raiding ships to study bees in the pastures outside Saint-Malo, scribbling in notebooks and eating honey straight from combs. The crests above the door lintel still have bumblebees carved into the oak. The ivy-covered fountain in the courtyard is shaped like a hive. Werner's favourites are 5 faded frescoes on the ceilings of the grandest upper rooms, where bees as big as children float against blue backdrops. Big lazy drones and workers with diaphanous wings. Where, above a hexagonal bathtub, a single 9-foot-long queen with multiple eyes and a golden furred abdomen curls across the ceiling. Over the past 4 weeks, the hotel has become something else. A fortress. A detachment of Austrian anti-airmen has boarded up every window, overturned every bed. They've reinforced the entrance, packed the stairwells with crates of artillery shells. The hotel's 4th floor, where garden rooms with French balconies open directly onto the ramparts, has become home to an aging high-velocity anti-air gun called an 88 that can fire 21.5-pound shells 9 miles. Her Majesty, the Austrians call their cannon. And for the past week, these men have tended to it the way worker bees might tend to a queen. They've fed her oils, repainted her barrels, lubricated her wheels. They've arranged sandbags at her feet, like offerings. The royal Acht Acht, a deathly monarch meant to protect them all. Werner's in the stairwell halfway to the ground floor when the 88 fires twice in quick succession. It's the first time he's heard the gun at such close range, and it sounds as if the top half of the hotel is torn off. He stumbles and throws his arms over his ears. The walls reverberate all the way down into the foundation, then back up. Werner can hear the Austrians 2 floors up, scrambling, reloading, and the receding screams of both shells as they hurtle above the ocean, already 2 or 3 miles away. One of the soldiers, he realises, is singing. Or maybe it's more than one. Maybe they're all singing. 8 Luftwaffe men, none of whom will survive the hour, singing a love song to their queen. Werner chases the beam of his field light through the lobby. The big gun detonates a 3rd time, and glass shatters somewhere close by, and torrents of soot rattle down the chimney, and the walls of the hotel toll like a struck bell. Werner worries that the sound will knock the teeth from his gums. He drags open the cellar door and pauses a moment, vision swimming. "This is it?" he asks. "They're really coming?" But who is there to answer? Saint-Malo. Up and down the lanes, the last unevacuated townspeople wake, groan, sigh. Spinsters, prostitutes, men over 60, procrastinators, collaborators, disbelievers, drunks, nuns of every order, the poor, the stubborn, the blind. Some hurry to bomb shelters. Some tell themselves it's merely a drill. Some linger to grab a blanket or a prayer book or a deck of playing cards. D-Day was 2 months ago. Cherbourg has been liberated. Caen liberated. Rennes too. Half of Western France is free. In the east, the Soviets have retaken Minsk. The Polish Home Army is revolting in Warsaw. A few newspapers have become bold enough to suggest that the tide has turned. But not here. Not this last citadel at the edge of the continent, this final German strongpoint on the Breton coast. Here, people whisper, the Germans have renovated 2 kilometres of subterranean corridors under the medieval walls. They've built new defences, new conduits, new escape routes, underground complexes of bewildering intricacy. Beneath the peninsular fort of La Cité, across the river from the old city, there are rooms of bandages, rooms of ammunition, even an underground hospital, or so it's believed. There's air conditioning, a 200,000-litre water tank, a direct line to Berlin. There are flame-throwing booby traps, a net of pillboxes with periscopic sights. They've stockpiled enough ordnance to spray shells into the sea all day, every day for a year. Here, they whisper, are 1,000 Germans ready to die. Or 5,000. Maybe more. Saint-Malo. Water surrounds the city on 4 sides. Its link to the rest of France is tenuous. A causeway, a bridge, a spit of sand. We are Malouins first, say the people of Saint-Malo. Bretons next. French, if there's anything left over. In stormy light, its granite glows blue. At the highest tides, the sea creeps into basements at the very centre of town. At the lowest tides, the barnacled ribs of 1,000 shipwrecks stick out above the sea. For 3,000 years, this little promontory has known sieges, but never like this. A grandmother lifts a fussy toddler to her chest. A drunk, urinating in an alley outside Saint-Savin, a mile away, plucks a sheet of paper from a hedge. "Urgent message to the inhabitants of this town," it says. "Depart immediately to open country." Anti-air batteries flash on the outer islands, and the big German guns inside the old city send another round of shells howling over the sea, and 380 Frenchmen, imprisoned on an island fortress called Nationale, a 1/4 mile off the beach, huddle in a moonlit courtyard peering up. 4 years of occupation, and the roar of oncoming bombers is the roar of what? Deliverance? Extirpation? The clack-clack of small arms fire, the gravelly snare drums of flak. A dozen pigeons roosting on the cathedral spire cataract down its length and wheel out over the sea. Number 4, Rue Vauberel. Marie-Laure Leblanc stands alone in her bedroom, smelling a leaflet she cannot read. Sirens wail. She closes the shutters and relatches the window. Every second the airplanes draw closer. Every second is a second lost. She should be rushing downstairs. She should be making for the corner of the kitchen, where a little trapdoor opens into a cellar full of dust and mouse-chewed rugs and ancient trunks long unopened. Instead, she returns to the table at the foot of the bed and kneels beside the model of the city. Again her fingers find the outer ramparts, the Bastion de la Hollande, the little staircase leading down. In this window, right here, in the real city, a woman beats her rugs every Sunday. From this window here, a boy once yelled, "Watch where you're going! Are you blind?" The window panes rattle in their housings. The anti-air guns unleash another volley. The earth rotates just a bit farther. Beneath her fingertips, the miniature Rue d'Estrée intersects the miniature Rue Vauberel. Her fingers turn right. They skim doorways. 1, 2, 3, 4. How many times has she done this? Number 4. The tall, derelict bird's nest of a house owned by her great-uncle Etienne, where she's lived for 4 years, where she kneels on the 6th floor alone as a dozen American bombers roar towards her. She presses inward on the tiny front door, and a hidden catch releases, and the little house lifts up and out of the model. In her hands, it's about the size of one of her father's cigarette boxes. Now the bombers are so close that the floor starts to throb under her knees. Out in the hall, the crystal pendants of the chandelier suspended above the stairwell chime. Marie-Laure twists the chimney off the miniature house 90 degrees. Then she slides off 3 wooden panels that make up its roof and turns it over. A stone drops into her palm. It's cold, the size of a pigeon's egg, the shape of a teardrop. Marie-Laure clutches the tiny house in one hand and the stone in the other. The room feels flimsy, tenuous. Giant fingertips seem about to punch through its walls. "Papa?" she whispers. Cellar. Beneath the lobby of the Hotel of Bees, a Corsairs cellar has been hacked out of the bedrock. Behind grates and cabinets and pegboards of tools, the walls are bare granite. 3 massive hand-hewn beams hauled here from some ancient Breton forest and craned into place centuries ago by teams of horses hold up the ceiling. A single light bulb casts everything in a wavering shadow. Werner Pfennig sits on a folding chair in front of a workbench, checks his battery level, and puts on headphones. The radio is a steel-cased 2-way transceiver with a 1.6-meter band antenna. It enables him to communicate with a matching transceiver upstairs, with 2 other anti-air batteries inside the walls of the city, and with the underground garrison command across the river mouth. The transceiver hums as it warms. A spotter reads coordinates into the headpiece, and an artilleryman repeats them back. Werner rubs his eyes. Behind him, confiscated treasures are crammed to the ceiling. Rolled tapestries, grandfather clocks, armoires, and giant landscape paintings crazed with cracks. On a shelf opposite Werner sit 8 or 9 plaster heads, the purpose of which he cannot guess. The massive staff sergeant, Frank Volkheimer, comes down the narrow wooden stairs and ducks his head beneath the beams. He smiles gently at Werner, and sits in a tall-backed armchair upholstered in golden silk, with his rifle across his huge thighs, where it looks like little more than a baton. Werner says, "It's starting?" Volkheimer nods. He switches off his field light and blinks his strangely delicate eyelashes in the dimness. "How long will it last?" "Not long. We'll be safe down here." The engineer Bernd comes last. He's a little man with mousy hair and misaligned pupils. He closes the cellar door behind him and bars it and sits halfway down the wooden staircase with a damp look on his face. Fear or grit, it's hard to say. With the door shut, the sound of the sirens softens. Above them, the ceiling bulb flickers. Water, thinks Werner. I forgot water. A second anti-air battery fires from a distant corner of the city, and then the 88 upstairs goes again. Stentorian, deadly. And Werner listens to the shells scream into the sky. Cascades of dust hiss out of the ceiling. Through his headphones, Werner can hear the Austrians upstairs, still singing. Auf de Wulda, da scheint de Sonne also gulda. Volkheimer picks sleepily at a stain on his trousers. Bernd blows into his cupped hands. The transceiver crackles with wind speeds, air pressure, trajectories. Werner thinks of home. Frau Elena bent over his little shoes, double knotting each lace. Stars wheeling past a dormer window. His little sister Jutta, with a quilt around her shoulders and a radio earpiece trailing from her left ear. 4 stories up, the Austrians clap another shell into the smoking breech of the 88 and double-check the traverse and clamp their ears as the gun discharges. But down here, Werner hears only the radio voices of his childhood. The goddess of history looked down to earth. Only through the hottest fires can purification be achieved. He sees a forest of dying sunflowers. He sees a flock of blackbirds explode out of a tree. Bombs away. 17, 18, 19, 20. Now the sea races beneath the aiming windows. Now rooftops. 2 smaller aircraft line the corridor with smoke, and the lead bomber salvos its payload, and 11 others follow suit. The bombs fall diagonally. The bombers rise and scramble. The underside of the sky goes black with flecks. Marie-Laure's great-uncle, locked with several hundred others inside the gates of Fort National, a quarter-mile offshore, squints up and thinks, locusts. And an Old Testament proverb comes back to him from some cobwebbed hour of parish school. The locusts have no king, yet all of them go out in ranks. A demonic horde, upended sacks of beans, 100 broken rosaries. There are 1,000 metaphors, and all of them are inadequate. 40 bombs per aircraft, 480 altogether. 72,000 pounds of explosives. An avalanche descends onto the city, a hurricane. Teacups drift off shelves, paintings slip off nails. In another quarter-second, the sirens are inaudible. Everything is inaudible. The roar becomes loud enough to separate membranes in the middle ear. The anti-air guns let fly their final shells. 12 bombers fold back unharmed into the blue night. On the 6th floor of number 4, Rue Vauberel, Marie-Laure crawls beneath her bed and clamps the stone and the little model house to her chest. In the cellar beneath the Hotel of Bees, the single bulb in the ceiling winks out. 1. 1934. Muséum National d'Histoire Naturelle. Marie-Laure Leblanc is a tall and freckled 6-year-old in Paris with rapidly deteriorating eyesight, when her father sends her on a children's tour of the museum where he works. The guide is a hunchbacked old warder, hardly taller than a child himself. He raps the tip of his cane against the floor for attention, then leads his dozen charges across the gardens to the galleries. The children watch engineers use pulleys to lift a fossilized dinosaur femur. They see a stuffed giraffe in a closet, patches of hide wearing off its back. They peer into taxidermist drawers full of feathers and talons and glass eyeballs. They flip through 200-year-old herbarium sheets bedecked with orchids and daisies and herbs. Eventually they climb 16 steps into the gallery of mineralogy. The guide shows them agate from Brazil and violet amethysts and a meteorite on a pedestal that he claims is as ancient as the solar system itself. Then he leads them single file down 2 twisting staircases and along several corridors, and stops outside an iron door with a single keyhole. "End of tour," he says. A girl says, "But what's through there?" "Behind this door is another locked door, slightly smaller." "And what's behind that?" "A third locked door, smaller yet." "And what's behind that?" "A fourth door, and a fifth, on and on until you reach a 13th, a little locked door, no bigger than a shoe." The children lean forward. "And then?" "Behind the 13th door," the guide flourishes one of his impossibly wrinkled hands, "is the Sea of Flames." Puzzlement, fidgeting. "Come now, you've never heard of the Sea of Flames?" The children shake their heads. Marie-Laure squints up at the naked bulbs strung in 3-yard intervals along the ceiling. Each sets a rainbow-coloured halo rotating in her vision. The guide hangs his cane on his wrist and rubs his hands together. "It's a long story. Do you want to hear a long story?" They nod. He clears his throat. "Centuries ago, in the place we now call Borneo, a prince plucked a blue stone from a dry riverbed because he thought it was pretty. But on the way back to his palace, the prince was attacked by men on horseback and stabbed in the heart." "Stabbed in the heart? Is this true?" A boy says, "Hush." "The thieves stole his rings, his horse, everything, but because the little blue stone was clenched in his fist, they did not discover it. And the dying prince managed to crawl home. Then he fell unconscious for 10 days. On the 10th day, to the amazement of his nurses, he sat up, opened his hand, and there was the stone. The Sultan's doctors said it was a miracle, that the prince never should have survived such a violent wound. The nurses said the stone must have healing powers. The Sultan's jewelers said something else. They said the stone was the largest raw diamond anyone had ever seen. Their most gifted stonecutter spent 80 days faceting it, and when he was done, it was a brilliant blue, the blue of tropical seas. But it had a touch of red at its centre, like flames inside a drop of water. The Sultan had the diamond fitted into a crown for the prince, and it was said that when the young prince sat on his throne and the sun hit him just so, he became so dazzling that visitors could not distinguish his figure from light itself. "Are you sure this is true?" asks a girl. "Hush," says the boy. The stone came to be known as the Sea of Flames. Some believed the prince was a deity, that as long as he kept the stone he could not be killed. But something strange began to happen. The longer the prince wore his crown, the worse his luck became. In a month he lost a brother to drowning and a second brother to snakebite. Within 6 months, his father died of disease. To make matters even worse, the Sultan's scouts announced that a great army was gathering in the east. The prince called together his father's advisers. All said he should prepare for war. All but one, a priest, who said he'd had a dream. In the dream, the goddess of the earth told him she'd made the Sea of Flames as a gift for her lover, the god of the sea, and was sending the jewel to him through the river. But when the river dried up and the prince plucked it out, the goddess became enraged. She cursed the stone and whoever kept it. Every child leans forward, Marie-Laure along with them. The curse was this. The keeper of the stone would live forever, but so long as he kept it, misfortunes would fall on all those he loved, one after another, in unending rain. Live forever? But if the keeper threw the diamond into the sea, thereby delivering it to its rightful recipient, the goddess would lift the curse. So the prince, now sultan, thought for 3 days and 3 nights and finally decided to keep the stone. It had saved his life. He believed it made him indestructible. He had the tongue cut out of the priest's mouth. "Ouch!" says the youngest boy. "Big mistake," says the tallest girl. "The invaders came," says the warder, "and destroyed the palace and killed everyone they found, and the prince was never seen again, and for 200 years no one heard any more about the Sea of Flames. Some said the stone was recut into many smaller stones. Others said the prince still carried the stone, that he was in Japan or Persia, that he was a humble farmer, that he never seemed to grow old. And so the stone fell out of history. Until one day, when a French diamond trader, during a trip to the Golconda mines in India, was shown a massive pear-cut diamond, 133 carats, near perfect clarity, as big as a pigeon's egg, he wrote, and as blue as the sea, but with a flare of red at its core. He made a casting of the stone and sent it to a gem-crazy duke in Lorraine, warning him of the rumours of a curse. But the duke wanted the diamond very badly, so the trader brought it to Europe, and the duke fitted it into the end of a walking stick and carried it everywhere. Uh-oh. Within a month, the Duchess contracted a throat disease. 2 of their favourite servants fell off the roof and broke their necks. Then the Duke's only son died in a riding accident. Though everyone said the Duke himself had never looked better, he became afraid to go out, afraid to accept visitors. Eventually, he was so convinced that his stone was the accursed Sea of Flames that he asked the king to shut it up in his museum on the conditions that it be locked deep inside a specially built vault, and the vault not be opened for 200 years. And 196 years have passed. All the children remain quiet a moment. Several do math on their fingers, then they raise their hands as one. "Can we see it?" "No." "Not even open the first door?" "No." "Have you seen it?" "I have not." "So how do you know it's really there?" "You have to believe the story." "How much is it worth, monsieur? Could it buy the Eiffel Tower?" "A diamond that large and rare could, in all likelihood, buy 5 Eiffel Towers." Gasps. "Are all those doors to keep thieves from getting in?" "Maybe," the guide says, and winks. "They're there to keep the curse from getting out." The children fall quiet. 2 or 3 take a step back. Marie-Laure takes off her eyeglasses. and the world goes shapeless. "Why not," she asks, "just take the diamond and throw it into the sea?" The warder looks at her. The other children look at her. "When is the last time," one of the older boys says, "you saw someone throw 5 Eiffel Towers into the sea?" There's laughter. Marie-Laure frowns. It's just an iron door with a brass keyhole. The tour ends, and the children disperse, and Marie-Laure is reinstalled in the grand gallery with her father. He straightens her glasses on her nose and plucks a leaf from her hair. "Did you have fun, ma chérie?" A little brown house sparrow swoops out of the rafters and lands on the tiles in front of her. Marie-Laure holds out an open palm. The sparrow tilts its head, considering. Then it flaps away. 1 month later, she is blind. Zollverein. Werner Pfennig grows up 300 miles northeast of Paris in a place called Zollverein, a 4,000-acre coal mining complex outside Essen, Germany. It's steel country, anthracite country, a place full of holes. Smokestacks fume, and locomotives trundle back and forth on elevated conduits, and leafless trees stand atop slag heaps, like skeleton hands shoved up from the underworld. Werner and his younger sister Jutta are raised at Children's House, a clinker-brick 2-story orphanage on Victoriastrasse, whose rooms are populated with the coughs of sick children and the crying of newborns, and battered trunks inside which drowse the last possessions of deceased parents, patchwork dresses, tarnished wedding cutlery, faded ambrotypes of fathers swallowed by the mines. Werner's earliest years are the leanest. Men brawl over jobs outside the Zollverein gates, and chicken eggs sell for 2 million Reichsmarks apiece, and rheumatic fever stalks Children's House like a wolf. There's no butter or meat. Fruit is a memory. Some evenings, during the worst months, all the house directress has to feed her dozen wards are cakes made from mustard powder and water. But 7-year-old Werner seems to float. He's undersized and his ears stick out, and he speaks with a high, sweet voice. The whiteness of his hair stops people in their tracks. Snowy, milky, chalky. A colour that is the absence of colour. Every morning he ties his shoes, packs newspaper inside his coat as insulation against the cold, and begins interrogating the world. He captures snowflakes, tadpoles, hibernating frogs. He coaxes bread from bakers with none to sell. He regularly appears in the kitchen with fresh milk for the babies. He makes things too. Paper boxes, crude biplanes, toy boats with working rudders. Every couple of days he'll startle the directress with some unanswerable query. "Why do we get hiccups, Frau Elena?" Or, "If the moon is so big, Frau Elena, how comes it looks so little?" Or, "Frau Elena, does a bee know it's going to die if it stings somebody?" Frau Elena is a Protestant nun from Alsace who's more fond of children than of supervision. She sings French folk songs in a screechy falsetto, harbours a weakness for sherry, and regularly falls asleep standing up. Some nights she lets the children stay up late while she tells them stories in French about her girlhood cosied up against mountains, snow 6 feet deep on rooftops, town criers and creeks smoking in the cold, and frost-dusted vineyards. A Christmas carol world. "Can deaf people hear their heartbeat, Frau Elena?" "Why doesn't glue stick to the inside of the bottle, Frau Elena?" She'll laugh. She'll tousle Werner's hair. She'll whisper, "They'll say you're too little, Werner, that you're from nowhere, that you shouldn't dream big. But I believe in you. I think you'll do something great." Then she'll send him up to the little cot he's claimed for himself in the attic, pressed up beneath the window of a dormer. Sometimes he and Jutta draw. His sister sneaks up to Werner's cot, and together they lie on their stomachs and pass a single pencil back and forth. Jutta, though she's 2 years younger, is the gifted one. She loves most of all to draw Paris, a city she's seen in exactly one photograph, on the back cover of one of Frau Lena's romance novels. Mansard roofs, hazy apartment blocks, the iron lattice of a distant tower. She draws twisting white skyscrapers, complicated bridges, flocks of figures beside a river. Other days, in the hours after lessons, Werner tows his little sister through the mine complex in a wagon he's assembled from cast-off parts. They rattle down the long gravel lanes, past pit cottages and trash barrel fires, past laid-off miners squatting all day on upturned crates, motionless as statues. One wheel regularly clunks off, and Werner crouches patiently beside it, threading back the bolts. All around them, the figures of second-shift workers shuffle into warehouses, while first-shift workers shuffle home, hunched, hungry, blue-nosed, their faces like black skulls beneath their helmets. "Hello," Werner will chirp. "Good afternoon." But the miners usually hobble past without replying, perhaps without even seeing him, their eyes on the muck, the economic collapse of Germany looming over them like the severe geometry of the mills. Werner and Jutta sift through glistening piles of black dust. They clamber up mountains of rusting machines. They tear berries out of brambles and dandelions out of fields. Sometimes they manage to find potato peels or carrot greens in trash bins. Other afternoons they collect paper to draw on, or old toothpaste tubes from which the last dregs can be squeezed out and dried into chalk. Once in a while Werner tows Jutta as far as the entrance to Pit 9, the largest of the mines, wrapped in noise, lit like the pilot at the centre of a gas furnace, a 5-story coal elevator crouched over it, cables swinging, hammers banging, men shouting, an entire mapful of pleated and corrugated industry stretching into the distance on all sides. And they watched the coal cars trundling up from the earth, and the miners spilling out of warehouses with their lunch pails toward the mouth of the elevator, like insects towards a lighted trap. "Down there," Werner whispers to his sister. "That's where Father died." And as night falls, Werner pulls little Jutta wordlessly back through the close-set neighbourhoods of Zollverein, 2 snowy-haired children in a bottomland of soot, bearing their paltry treasures, to Victoriastrasse 3, where Frau Elena stares into the coal stove, singing a French lullaby in a tired voice, one toddler yanking her apron strings, while another howls in her arms. Key pound. Congenital cataracts, bilateral, irreparable. "Can you see this?" ask the doctors. "Can you see this?" Marie-Laure will not see anything for the rest of her life. Spaces she once knew as familiar, the 4-room flat she shares with her father, the little tree-lined square at the end of their street, have become labyrinths, bristling with hazards. Drawers are never where they should be. The toilet's an abyss. A glass of water is too near, too far. Her fingers too big, always too big. What is blindness? Where there should be a wall, her hands find nothing. Where there should be nothing, a table leg gouges her shin. Cars growl in the streets, leaves whisper in the sky. Blood rustles through her inner ears. In the stairwell, in the kitchen, even beside her bed, grown-up voices speak of despair. "Poor child! Poor Monsieur Leblanc! Hasn't had an easy road, you know. His father dead in the war, his wife dead in childbirth, and now this. Like they're cursed. Look at her. Look at him. Ought to send her away." Those are months of bruises and wretchedness. Rooms pitching like sailboats, half-open doors striking Marie-Laure's face. Her only sanctuary is in bed, the hem of her quilt at her chin, while her father smokes another cigarette in the chair beside her, whittling away at one of his tiny models, his little hammer going tap, 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 his little square of sandpaper making a rhythmic, soothing rasp. The despair doesn't last. Marie-Laure is too young, and her father is too patient. There are, he assures her, no such things as curses. There is luck, maybe, bad or good. A slight inclination of each day towards success or failure. But no curses. 6 mornings a week he wakes her before dawn, and she holds her arms in the air while he dresses her. Stockings, dress, sweater. If there's time, he makes her try to knot her shoes herself. Then they drink a cup of coffee together in the kitchen. Hot, strong, as much sugar as she wants. At 6:40 she collects her white cane from the corner, loops a finger through the back of her father's belt, and follows him down 3 flights and up 6 blocks to the museum. He unlocks entrance number 2 at 7 sharp. Inside are the familiar smells: typewriter ribbons, waxed floors, rock dust. There are the familiar echoes of their footfalls crossing the grand gallery. He greets a night guard, then a warder. Always the same 2 words repeated back. Bonjour. Bonjour. 2 lefts, 1 right. Her father's keyring jingles. A lock gives way. A gate swings open. Inside the key pound, inside 6 glass-fronted cabinets, thousands of iron keys hang from pegs. There are blanks and skeletons, barrel stem keys and satin bow keys, elevator keys and cabinet keys, keys as long as Marie-Laure's forearm, and keys shorter than her thumb. Marie-Laure's father is principal locksmith for the National Museum of Natural History. Between the laboratories, warehouses, 4 separate public museums, the menagerie, the greenhouses, the acres of medicinal and decorative gardens in the Jardin des Plantes, and a dozen gates and pavilions, her father estimates there are 12,000 locks in the entire museum complex. No one else knows enough to disagree. All morning he stands at the front of the key pound and distributes keys to employees, zookeepers coming first, office staff arriving in a rush around 8, technicians and librarians and scientific assistants trooping in next, scientists trickling in last. Everything is numbered and colour-coded. Every employee, from custodians to the director, must carry his or her keys at all times. No one is allowed to leave his respective building with keys, and no one is allowed to leave keys on a desk. The museum possesses priceless jade from the 13th century after all, and cavensite from India, and a rhodochrosite from Colorado. Behind a lock her father has designed sits a Florentine dispensary bowl carved from lapis lazuli that specialists travel 1,000 miles every year to examine. Her father quizzes her. Vault key or padlock key, Marie? Cupboard key or deadbolt key? He tests her on the locations of displays, on the contents of cabinets. He's continually placing some unexpected thing into her hands. A light bulb, a fossilized fish, a flamingo feather. For an hour each morning, even Sundays, he makes her sit over a Braille workbook. A is 1 dot in the upper corner. B is 2 dots in a vertical line. Jean goes to the baker. Jean goes to the cheese maker. In the afternoons, he takes her on his rounds. He oils latches, repairs cabinets, polishes escutcheons. He leads her down hallway after hallway into gallery after gallery. Narrow corridors open into immense libraries. Glass doors give way to hothouses overflowing with the smells of hummus, wet newspaper, and lobelia. There are carpenters' shops, taxidermist studios, acres of shelves and specimen drawers, whole museums within the museum. Some afternoons, he leaves Marie-Laure in the laboratory of Dr. Geffard, an aging mollusk expert whose beard smells permanently of damp wool. Dr. Geffard will stop whatever he's doing and open a bottle of Malbec, and tell Marie-Laure in his whispery voice about reefs he visited as a young man. The Seychelles, Belize, Zanzibar. He calls her Lorette, He eats a roasted duck every day at 3 p.m. His mind accommodates a seemingly inexhaustible catalogue of Latin binomial names. On the back wall of Dr. Giffard's lab are cabinets that contain more drawers than she can count, and he lets her open them one after the other and hold seashells in her hands. Whelks, olives, imperial volutes from Thailand, spider conch from Polynesia. The museum possesses more than 10,000 specimens, only half the known species in the world. And Marie-Laure gets to handle most of them. Now, that shell, Laurette, belonged to a violet sea snail, a blind snail that lives its whole life on the surface of the sea. As soon as it is released into the ocean, it agitates the water to make bubbles and binds those bubbles with mucus and builds a raft. Then it blows around, feeding on whatever floating aquatic invertebrates it encounters. But if it ever loses its raft, it will sink and die. A carinaria shell is simultaneously light and heavy, hard and soft, smooth and rough. The murex Dr. Giffard keeps on his desk can entertain her for a half hour. The hollow spines, the rigid whorls, the deep entrance. It's a forest of spikes and caves and textures. It's a kingdom. Her hands move ceaselessly, gathering, probing, testing. The breast feathers of a stuffed and mounted chickadee are impossibly soft, its beak as sharp as a needle. The pollen at the tips of tulip anthers is not so much powder as it is tiny balls of oil. To really touch something, she is learning. The bark of a sycamore tree in the gardens, a pinned stag beetle in the department of etymology, the exquisitely polished interior of a scallop shell in Dr. Giffard's workshop, is to love it. At home in the evenings, her father stows their shoes in the same cubby, hangs their coats on the same hooks. Marie-Laure crosses 6 evenly spaced friction strips on the kitchen tiles to reach the table. She follows a strand of twine he's threaded from the table to the toilet. He serves dinner on a round plate and describes the locations of different foods by the hands of a clock. Potatoes at 6 o'clock, ma chérie. Mushrooms at 3. Then he lights a cigarette and goes to work on his miniatures at a workbench in the corner of the kitchen. He's building a scale model of their entire neighbourhood, the tall windowed houses, the rain gutters, the laverie and boulangerie, and the little place at the end of the street with its 4 benches and 10 trees. On warm nights, Marie-Laure opens her bedroom window and listens to the evening as it settles over the balconies and gables and chimneys, languid and peaceful, until the real neighbourhood and the miniature one get mixed up in her mind. Tuesdays, the museum is closed. Marie-Laure and her father sleep in. They drink coffee thick with sugar. They walk to the Panthéon or to a flower market along the Seine. Every so often they visit the bookshop. He hands her a dictionary, a journal, a magazine full of photographs. How many pages, Marie-Laure? She runs a nail along the edge. 52? 705? 139? He sweeps her hair back from her ears. He swings her above his head. He says she is his aimée véhément. He says he will never leave her. Not in a million years. Radio. Werner is 8 years old and ferreting about in the refuse behind a storage shed when he discovers what looks like a large spool of thread. It consists of a wire-wrapped cylinder sandwiched between 2 discs of pinewood. 3 frayed electrical leads sprout from the top. One has a small earphone dangling from its end. Jutta, 6 years old, with a round face and a mashed cumulus of white hair, crouches beside her brother. What is that? I think, Werner says, feeling as though some cupboard in the sky has just opened. We just found a radio. Until now, he's seen radios only in glimpses. A big cabinet wireless through the lace curtains of an official's house. A portable unit in a miner's dormitory, another in the church refectory. He has never touched one. He and Jutta smuggle the device back to Victoriastrasse 3 and appraise it beneath an electric lamp. They wipe it clean, untangle the snarl of wires, wash mud out of the earphone. It does not work. Other children come and stand over them and marvel, then gradually lose interest and conclude it's hopeless. But Werner carries the receiver up to his attic dormer and studies it for hours. He disconnects everything that will disconnect. He lays its parts out on the floor and holds them one by one to the light. 3 weeks after finding the device on a sun-gilded afternoon when perhaps every other child in Zollverein is outdoors, he notices that its longest wire, a slender filament coiled hundreds of times around the central cylinder, has several small breaks in it. Slowly, meticulously, he unwraps the coil, carries the entire looped mess downstairs, and calls Jutta inside to hold the pieces for him while he splices the breaks. Then he re-wraps it. "Now let's try," he whispers, and presses the earphone against his ear and runs what he has decided must be the tuning pin back and forth along the coil. He hears a fizz of static. Then, from somewhere deep inside the earpiece, a stream of consonants issues forth. Werner's heart pauses. The voice seems to echo in the architecture of his head. The sound fades as quickly as it came. He shifts the pin a quarter inch, more static. Another quarter inch. Nothing. In the kitchen, Frau Elena kneads bread. Boys shout in the alley. Werner guides the tuning pin back and forth. Static. Static. He's about to hand the earphone to Jutta when, clear and unblemished, about halfway down the coil, he hears the quick, drastic strikes of a bow dashing across the strings of a violin. He tries to hold the pin perfectly still. Her second violin joins the first. Jutta drags herself closer. She watches her brother with outsized eyes. A piano chases the violins, then woodwinds. The strings sprint, woodwinds fluttering behind. More instruments join in. Flutes, harps. The song races, seems to loop back over itself. "Werner?" Jutta whispers. He blinks. He has to swallow back tears. The parlour looks the same as it always has. 2 cribs beneath 2 Latin crosses. Dust floating in the open mouth of the stove. A dozen layers of paint peeling off the baseboards. A needlepoint of Frau Elena's snowy Alsatian village above the sink. Yet now there is music. As if, inside Werner's head, an infinitesimal orchestra has stirred to life. The room seems to fall into a slow spin. His sister says his name more urgently, and he presses the earphone to her ear. "Music," she says. He holds the pin as stock still as he can. The signal is weak enough that though the earphone is 6 inches away, he can't hear any trace of the song. But he watches his sister's face, motionless except for her eyelids. And in the kitchen, Frau Elena holds her flour-whitened hands in the air and cocks her head, studying Werner. And 2 older boys rush in and stop, sensing some change in the air. And the little radio, with its 4 terminals and trailing aerial, sits motionless on the floor between them all, like a miracle. Take us home. Usually, Marie-Laure can solve the wooden puzzle boxes her father creates for her birthdays. Often they're shaped like houses and contain some hidden trinket. Opening them involves a cunning series of steps. Find a seam with your fingernails, slide the bottom to the right, detach a side rail, remove a hidden key from inside the rail, unlock the top, and discover a bracelet inside. For her 7th birthday, a tiny wooden chalet stands in the centre of the kitchen table where the sugar bowl ought to be. She slides a hidden drawer out of the base, finds a hidden compartment beneath the drawer, takes out a wooden key, and slots the key inside the chimney. Inside waits a square of Swiss chocolate. 4 minutes, says her father, laughing. I'll have to work harder next year. For a long time, though, unlike his puzzle boxes, his model of their neighbourhood makes little sense to her. It's not like the real world. The miniature intersection of Rue de Mirbel and Rue Monge, for example, just a block from their apartment, is nothing like the real intersection. The real one presents an amphitheatre of noise and fragrance. In the fall it smells of traffic and castor oil, bread from the bakery, camphor from Avon's pharmacy, delphiniums and sweet peas and roses from the flower stand. On winter days it swims with the odour of roasting chestnuts. On summer evenings it becomes slow and drowsy, and full of sleepy conversations and the scraping of heavy iron chairs. But her father's model of the same intersection smells only of dried glue and sawdust. Its streets are empty, its pavements static. To her fingers, it serves as little more than a tiny and insufficient facsimile. He persists in asking Marie-Laure to run her fingers over it, to recognise different houses, the angles of streets. And one cold Tuesday in December, when Marie-Laure has been blind for over a year, her father walks her up Rue Cuvier to the edge of the Jardin des Plantes. Here, ma chérie, is the path we take every morning. Through the cedars up ahead is the Grand Gallery. I know, Papa. He picks her up and spins her around 3 times. Now, he says, you're going to take us home. Her mouth drops open. I want you to think of the model, Marie. But I can't possibly. I'm 1 step behind you. I won't let anything happen. You have your cane. You know where you are. I do not. You do. Exasperation. She cannot even say if the gardens are ahead or behind. Calm yourself, Marie. 1 centimetre at a time. It's far, Papa. 6 blocks at least. 6 blocks is exactly right. Use logic. Which way should we go first? The world pivots and rumbles. Crows shout, brakes hiss. Someone to her left bangs something metal with what might be a hammer. She shuffles forward until the tip of her cane floats in space. The edge of a curb? A pond, a staircase, a cliff. She turns 90 degrees. 3 steps forward. Now her cane finds the base of a wall. Papa? I'm here. 6 paces, 7 paces, 8. A roar of noise. An exterminator just leaving a house, pump bellowing, overtakes them. 12 paces farther on, the bell tied around the handle of a shop door rings, and 2 women come out, jostling her as they pass. Marie-Laure drops her cane. She begins to cry. Her father lifts her, holds her to his narrow chest. It's so big, she whispers. You can do this, Marie. She cannot. Something rising. While the other children play hopscotch in the alley or swim in the canal, Werner sits alone in his upstairs dormer, experimenting with a radio receiver. In a week, he can dismantle and rebuild it with his eyes closed. Capacitor, inductor, turning coil, earpiece. 1 wire goes to the ground, the other to sky. Nothing he's encountered before has made so much sense. He harvests parts from supply sheds. Snips of copper wire, screws, a bent screwdriver. He charms the druggist's wife into giving him a broken earphone. He salvages a solenoid from a discarded doorbell, solders it to a resistor and makes a loudspeaker. Within a month, he manages to redesign the receiver entirely, adding new parts here and there, and connecting it to a power source. Every evening he carries his radio downstairs, and Frau Elena lets her wards listen for an hour. They tune in to newscasts, concerts, operas, national choirs, folk shows. A dozen children in a semicircle on the furniture, Frau Elena among them, hardly more substantial than a child herself. "We live in exciting times," says the radio. "We make no complaints. We will plant our feet firmly in our earth, and no attack will move us." The older girls like musical competitions, radio gymnastics, a regular spot called Seasonal Tips for Those in Love that makes the younger children squeal. The boys like plays, news bulletins, martial anthems. Jutta likes jazz. Werner likes everything. Violins, horns, drums, speeches. A mouth against a microphone in some faraway, yet simultaneous evening. The sorcery of it holds him rapt. "Is it any wonder," asks the radio, "that courage, confidence, and optimism in growing measure fill the German people? Is not the flame of a new faith rising from this sacrificial readiness?" Indeed, it does seem to Werner, as the weeks go by, that something new is rising. Mine production increases, unemployment drops, meat appears at Sunday supper, lamb, pork, wieners, extravagances unheard of a year before. Frau Elena buys a new couch, upholstered in orange corduroy, and a range with burners in black rings. 3 new Bibles arrive from the consistory in Berlin. A laundry boiler is delivered to the back door. Werner gets new trousers. Jutta gets her own pair of shoes. Working telephones ring in the houses of neighbours. One afternoon on the walk home from school, Werner stops outside the drugstore and presses his nose to a tall window. 5 dozen-inch tall stormtroopers march there. Each toy man with a brown shirt and tiny red armband, some with flutes, some with drums. A few officers astride glossy black stallions. Above them, suspended from a wire, a tin-plate clockwork aquaplane with wooden pontoons and a rotating propeller makes an electric, hypnotizing orbit. Werner studies it through the glass for a long time, trying to understand how it works. Night falls. Autumn in 1936. And Werner carries the radio downstairs and sets it on the sideboard, and the other children fidget in anticipation. The receiver hums as it warms. Werner steps back, hands in pockets. From the loudspeaker, a children's choir sings. "We hope only to work and work and work, to go to glorious work for the country." Then a state-sponsored play out of Berlin begins. A story of invaders sneaking into a village at night. All 12 children sit riveted. In the play, the invaders pose as hook-nosed department store owners, crooked jewellers, dishonourable bankers. They sell glittering trash. They drive established village businessmen out of work. Soon, they plot to murder German children in their beds. Eventually, a vigilant and humble neighbour catches on. Police are called. Big, handsome-sounding policemen with splendid voices. They break down the doors. They drag the invaders away. A patriotic march plays. Everyone is happy again. Light. Tuesday after Tuesday she fails. She leads her father on 6 block detours that leave her angry and frustrated, and farther from home than when they started. But in the winter of her 8th year, to Marie-Laure's surprise, she begins to get it right. She runs her fingers over the model in their kitchen, counting miniature benches, trees, lampposts, doorways. Every day some new detail emerges. Each storm drain, park bench, and hydrant in the model has its counterpart in the real world. Marie-Laure brings her father closer to home before making a mistake. 4 blocks, 3 blocks, 2. And one snowy Tuesday in March, when he walks her to yet another new spot, very close to the banks of the Seine, spins her around 3 times and says, "Take us home." She realizes that, for the first time since they began this exercise, dread has not come trundling up from her gut. Instead, she squats on her heels on the sidewalk. The faintly metallic smell of the falling snow surrounds her. Calm yourself. Listen. Cars splash along streets, and snow melt drums through runnels. She can hear snowflakes tick and patter through the trees. She can smell the cedars in the Jardin des Plantes, a quarter-mile away. Hear the metro hurtles beneath the sidewalk. That's the Quai Saint-Bernard. Here the sky opens up, and she hears the clacking of branches. That's the narrow stripe of gardens, behind the gallery of paleontology. This, she realizes, must be the corner of the quay and Rue Cuvier. 6 blocks, 40 buildings, 10 tiny trees in a square. This street intersects this street, intersects this street. 1 centimetre at a time. Her father stirs the keys in his pockets. Ahead loom the tall, grand houses that flank the gardens, reflecting sound. She says, "We go left." They start up the length of the Rue Cuvier. A trio of airborne ducks threads towards them, flapping their wings in synchrony, making for the Seine. And as the birds rush overhead, she imagines she can feel the light settling over their wings, striking each individual feather. Left on Rue Linné, right on Rue d'Aubenton. 3 storm drains, 4 storm drains, 5. Approaching on the left will be the open ironwork fence of the Jardin des Plantes, its thin spars like the bars of a great bird cage. Across from her now, the bakery, the butcher, the delicatessen. Safe to cross, Papa? It is. Right, then straight. They walk up their street now, she's sure of it. 1 step behind her, her father tilts his head up and gives the sky a huge smile. Marie-Laure knows this, even though her back is to him, even though he says nothing, even though she is blind. Papa's thick hair is wet from the snow and standing in a dozen angles off his head, and his scarf is draped asymmetrically over his shoulders, and he's beaming up at the falling snow. They're halfway up the Rue des Patriarches. They're outside their building. Marie-Laure finds the trunk of the chestnut tree that grows past her 3rd-floor window, its bark beneath her fingers. Old friend. In another half-second her father's hands are in her armpits, swinging her up, and Marie-Laure smiles, and he laughs a pure, contagious laugh, one she will try to remember all her life. Father and daughter turning in circles on the sidewalk in front of their apartment house, laughing together, while snow sifts through the branches above. Our flag flutters before us. In Solverein, in the spring of Werner's 10th year, the 2 oldest boys at Children's House, 13-year-old Hans Schilzer and 14-year-old Heribert Pomzel, shoulder second-hand knapsacks and goose-step into the woods. When they come back, they're members of the Hitler Youth. They carry slingshots, fashion spears, rehearse ambushes from behind snowbanks. They join a bristling gang of miners' sons who sit in the market square, sleeves rolled up, shorts hiked to their hips. "Good evening," they cry at passers-by, or "Heil Hitler," if you prefer. They give each other matching haircuts, and wrestle in the parlour and brag about the rifle training they're preparing for. The gliders they'll fly, the tank turrets they'll operate. "Our flag represents the new era," chant Hans and Heribert. "Our flag leads us to eternity." At meals they chide younger children for admiring anything foreign, a British car advertisement, a French picture book. Their salutes are comical, their outfits verge on ridiculous. But Frau Elena watches the boys with wary eyes. Not so long ago they were feral toddlers, skulking in their cots and crying for their mothers. Now they've become adolescent thugs, with split knuckles, and postcards of the Führer folded into their shirt pockets. Fra Elena speaks French less and less frequently whenever Hans and Heribert are present. She finds herself conscious of her accent. The smallest glance from a neighbour can make her wonder. Werner keeps his head down, leaping over bonfires, rubbing ash beneath your eyes, picking on little kids, crumpling Juta's drawings. Far better, he decides, to keep one's presence small, inconspicuous. Werner's been reading the popular science magazines in the drugstore. He's interested in wave turbulence, tunnels to the centre of the Earth, the Nigerian method of relaying news over distances with drums. He buys a notebook and draws up plans for cloud chambers, iron detectors, X-ray goggles. What about a little motor attached to the cradles to rock the babies to sleep? How about springs stretched along the axles of his wagon to help him pull it up hills? An official from the Labour Ministry visits Children's house to speak about work opportunities at the mines. The children sit at his feet in their cleanest clothes. All boys, without exception, explains the man, will go to work for the mines once they turn 15. He speaks of glories and triumphs, and how fortunate they'll be to have fixed employment. When he picks up Werner's radio and sets it back down without commenting, Werner feels the ceilings slip lower, the walls constrict. His father down there, a mile beneath the house, body never recovered, haunting the tunnels still. "From your neighbourhood," the official says, "from your soil comes the might of our nation. Steel, coal, coke. Berlin, Frankfurt, Munich. They do not exist without this place. You supply the foundation of the new order, the bullets in its guns, the armour on its tanks." Hans and Heribert examine the man's leather pistol belt with dazzled eyes. On the sideboard, Werner's little radio chatters. It says, "Over these 3 years, our leader has had the courage to face a Europe that was in danger of collapse." It says, "He alone is to be thanked for the fact that for German children, a German life has once again become worth living." Around the world in 80 days. 16 paces to the water fountain, 16 back. 42 to the stairwell, 42 back. Marie-Laure draws maps in her head, unreels 100 yards of imaginary twine, and then turns and reels it back in. Botany smells like glue and blotter paper and pressed flowers. Paleontology smells like rock dust, bone dust. Biology smells like formalin and old fruit. It's loaded with heavy, cool jars in which float things she has only had described for her. The pale, coiled ropes of rattlesnakes, the severed hands of gorillas. Entomology smells like mothballs and oil. A preservative that Dr. Geffard explains is called naphthalene. Offices smell of carbon paper or cigar smoke or brandy or perfume, or all four. She follows cables and pipes, railings and ropes, hedges and sidewalks. She startles people. She never knows if the lights are on. The children she meets brim with questions. Does it hurt? Do you shut your eyes to sleep? How do you know what time it is? It doesn't hurt, she explains. And there is no darkness, not the kind they imagine. Everything is composed of webs and lattices and upheavals of sound and texture. She walks a circle around the grand gallery, navigating between squeaking floorboards. She hears feet tramp up and down museum staircases, a toddler squeal, the groan of a weary grandmother lowering herself onto a bench. Colour. That's another thing people don't expect. In her imagination, in her dreams, everything has colour. The museum buildings are beige, chestnut, hazel. Its scientists are lilac and lemon yellow and fox brown. Piano chords loll in the speaker of the wireless in the guard station, projecting rich blacks and complicated blues down the hall toward the key pound. Church bells send arcs of bronze careening off the windows. Bees are silver. Pigeons are ginger and auburn, and occasionally golden. The huge cypress trees she and her father pass on their morning walk her shimmering kaleidoscopes, each needle a polygon of light. She has no memories of her mother, but imagines her as white, a soundless brilliance. Her father radiates 1,000 colours: opal, strawberry red, deep russet, wild green, a smell like oil and metal, the feel of a lock tumbler sliding home, the sound of his key rings chiming as he walks. He's an olive green when he talks to a department head, an escalating series of orange when he speaks to Mademoiselle Fleury from the greenhouses, a bright red when he tries to cook. He glows sapphire when he sits over his workbench in the evenings, humming almost inaudibly as he works, the tip of his cigarette gleaming a prismatic blue. She gets lost. Secretaries, or botanists, and once the director's assistant, bring her back to the Keypound. She's curious. She wants to know the difference between an alga and a lichen, a Diplodon caruanus and a Diplodon dilatonus. Famous men take her by the elbow and escort her through the gardens or guide her up stairwells. "I have a daughter too," they'll say. Or, "I found her among the hummingbirds." "Tu m'excuses," her father says. He lights a cigarette. He plucks key after key out of her pockets. "What," he whispers, "am I going to do with you?" On her 9th birthday, when she wakes, she finds 2 gifts. The first is a wooden box with no opening she can detect. She turns it this way and that. It takes her a little while to realise one side is spring-loaded. She presses it, and the box flips open. Inside waits a single cube of creamy camembert that she pops directly into her mouth. "Too easy," her father says, laughing. The second gift is heavy, wrapped in paper and twine. Inside is a massive spiral-bound book, in Braille. "They said it's for boys, or very adventurous girls." She can hear him smiling. She slides her fingertips across the embossed title page. "Around the world in 80 days." "Papa, it's too expensive." "That's for me to worry about." That morning, Marie-Laure crawls beneath the counter of the Keypound and lies on her stomach and sets all 10 fingertips in a line on a page. The French feels old-fashioned. The dots printed much closer together than she's used to. But after a week, it becomes easy. She finds the ribbon she uses as a bookmark, opens the book, and the museum falls away. Mysterious Mr. Fogg lives his life like a machine. Jean Passepartout becomes his obedient valet. When after 2 months she reaches the novel's last line, she flips back to the first page and starts again. At night, she runs her fingertips over her father's model, the bell tower, the display windows. She imagines Jules Verne's characters walking along the streets, chatting in shops. A half-inch tall baker slides speck-sized loaves in and out of his ovens. 3 minuscule burglars hatch plans as they drive slowly past the jewellers. Little grumbling cars throng the Rue de Mirbel, wipers sliding back and forth. Behind a 4th-floor window, on the Rue des Patriarches, a miniature version of her father sits at a miniature workbench in their miniature apartment, just as he does in real life, sanding away at some infinitesimal piece of wood. Across the room is a miniature girl, skinny, quick-witted, an open book in her lap. Inside, her chest pulses something huge, something full of longing, something unafraid. The Professor. "You have to swear," Yuta says. "Do you swear?" Amid rusted drums and shredded inner tubes and wormy creek-bottom muck, she has discovered 10 yards of copper wire. Her eyes are bright tunnels. Werner glances at the trees, the creek, back to his sister. "I swear." Together, they smuggle the wire home and loop it back and forth through nail holes in the eave outside the attic window. Then, they attach it to their radio. Almost immediately, on a short-wave band, they can hear someone talking in a strange language full of Zs and Ss. Is it Russian? Werner thinks it's Hungarian. Jutta is all eyes in the dimness and heat. How far away is Hungary? 1,000 kilometers? She gapes. Voices, it turns out, streak into Zollverein from all over the continent, through the clouds, the coal dust, the roof. The air swarms with them. Jutta makes a log to match a scale that Werner draws on the tuning coil, carefully spelling the name of each city they manage to receive. Verona 65, Dresden 88, London 100, Rome, Paris, Lyon, late night, shortwave, province of ramblers and dreamers, madmen and ranters. After prayers, after lights out, Jutta sneaks up to her brother's dormer. Instead of drawing together, they lie hip to hip, listening till midnight, till 1, till 2. They hear British news reports they cannot understand. They hear a Berlin woman pontificating about the proper makeup for a cocktail party. One night, Werner and Jutta tune into a scratchy broadcast in which a young man is talking in feathery, accented French about light. "The brain is locked in total darkness, of course, children," says the voice. "It floats in a clear liquid inside the skull, never in the light. And yet the world it constructs in the mind is full of light. It brims with colour and movement. So our children does the brain, which lives without a spark of light, build for us a world full of light." The broadcast hisses and pops. "What is this?" whispers Jutta. Werner does not answer. The Frenchman's voice is velvet. His accent is very different from Frau Elena's, and yet his voice is so ardent, so hypnotizing, that Werner finds he can understand every word. The Frenchman talks about optical illusions, electromagnetism. There's a pause, and a peal of static, as though a record is being flipped. And then he enthuses about coal. "Consider a single piece glowing in your family's stove. See it, children? That chunk of coal was once a green plant, a fern or reed that lived 1 million years ago, or maybe 2 million, or maybe 100 million. Can you imagine 100 million years? Every summer, for the whole life of that plant, its leaves caught what light they could and transformed the sun's energy into itself, into bark, twigs, stems, because plants eat light in much the way we eat food. But then the plant died and fell probably into water and decayed into peat, and the peat was folded inside the earth for years upon years, aeons in which something like a month or a decade or even your whole life was just a puff of air, a snap of 2 fingers, and eventually the peat dried and became like stone, and someone dug it up and the coal man brought it to your house, and maybe you yourself carried it to the stove, and now that sunlight 100 million years old, is eating your home tonight." Time slows. The attic disappears. Jutta disappears. Has anyone ever spoken so intimately about the very things Werner is most curious about? "Open your eyes," concludes the man, "and see what you can with them before they close forever." And then a piano comes on, playing a lonely song that sounds to Werner like a golden boat travelling a dark river, a progression of harmonies that transfigures Zollverein. The houses turned to mist, the mines filled in, the smokestacks fallen, an ancient sea spilling through the streets, and the air streaming with possibility. Sea of Flames. Rumours circulate through the Paris Museum, moving fast, as quick and brightly coloured as scarves. The museum is considering displaying a certain gemstone, a jewel more valuable than anything else in all the collections. Word has it, Marie-Laure overhears one taxidermist telling another, the stone is from Japan, it's very ancient. It belonged to a shogun in the 11th century. I hear, the other says, it came out of our own vaults, that it's been here all along, but for some legal reason we weren't allowed to show it. One day it's a cluster of rare magnesium hydroxycarbonate. The next it's a star sapphire that will set a man's hand on fire if he touches it. Then it becomes a diamond, definitely a diamond. Some people call it the shepherd's stone. Others call it the Conmar, but soon enough everyone is calling it the Sea of Flames. Marie-Laure thinks. 4 years have passed. Evil, says a warder in the guard station, brings sorrow on anyone who carries it. I heard all 9 previous owners have committed suicide. A second voice says, I heard that anyone who holds it in his ungloved hand dies within a week. No, if you hold it, you cannot die, but the people around you die within a month. Or maybe it's a year. I'd better get my hands on that, says a third, laughing. Marie-Laure's heart races. 10 years old, and onto the black screen of her imagination she can project anything. A sailing yacht, a sword battle, a Colosseum seething with colour. She has read Around the World in 80 Days until the braille is soft and fraying. For this year's birthday, her father has bought her an even fatter book, Dumas's The Three Musketeers. Marie-Laure hears that the diamond is pale green and as big as a coat button. Then she hears it's as big as a matchbook. A day later, it's blue and as big as a baby's fist. She envisions an angry goddess stalking the halls, sending curses through the galleries like poison clouds. Her father says to tramp down her imagination. Stones are just stones, and rain is just rain, and misfortune is just bad luck. Some things are simply more rare than others, and that's why there are locks. But, Papa, do you believe it's real? The diamond or the curse? Both, either. They're just stories, Marie. And yet whenever anything goes wrong, the staff whispers that the diamond has caused it. The electricity fails for an hour. It's the diamond. A leaky pipe destroys an entire rack of pressed botanical samples. It's the diamond. When the director's wife slips on ice in the Place de Vosges and breaks her wrist in 2 places, the museum's gossip machine explodes. Around this time, Marie-Laure's father is summoned upstairs to the director's office. He's there for 2 hours. When else in her memory has her father been called to the director's office for a 2-hour meeting? Not once. Almost immediately afterward, her father begins working deep within the gallery of mineralogy. For weeks, he wheels carts loaded with various pieces of equipment in and out of the Keypound, working long after the museum has closed. And every night he returns to the Keypound, smelling of brazing alloy and sawdust. Each time she asks to accompany him, he demurs. It would be best, he says, if she stayed in the Keypound with her Braille workbooks, or upstairs in the mollusk laboratory. She pesters him at breakfast. You're building a special case to display that diamond, some kind of transparent safe? Her father lights a cigarette. Please, get your book, Marie. Time to go. Dr. Geffard's answers are hardly better. You know how diamonds, how all crystals grow, Laurette? By adding microscopic layers, a few thousand atoms every month, each atop the next, millennia after millennia. That's how stories accumulate too. All the old stones accumulate stories. That little rock you're so curious about may have seen Alaric sack Rome. It may have glittered in the eyes of pharaohs. Scythian queens might have danced all night wearing it. Wars might have been fought over it. Papa says curses are only stories cooked up to deter thieves. He says there are 65 million specimens in this place, and if you have the right teacher, each can be as interesting as the last. Still, he says, certain things compel people. Pearls, for example, and sinistral shells, shells with a left-handed opening. Even the best scientists feel the urge now and then to put something in a pocket. That something so small could be so beautiful, worth so much. Only the strongest people can turn away from feelings like that. They're quiet a moment. Marie-Laure says, I heard that the diamond's like a piece of light from the original world, before it fell. A piece of light, rained to earth from God. You want to know what it looks like? That's why you're so curious. She rolls a murex in her hands, holds it to her ear. 10,000 drawers, 10,000 whispers inside 10,000 shells. No, she says. I want to believe that Papa hasn't been anywhere near it. Open your eyes. Werner and Jutta find the Frenchman's broadcasts again and again, always around bedtime, always midway through some increasingly familiar script. Today let's consider the whirling machinery, children, that must engage inside your head for you to scratch your eyebrow. They hear a program about sea creatures, another about the North Pole. Jutta likes one on magnets. Werner's favourite is one about light, eclipses and sundials, auroras and wavelengths. What do we call visible light? We call it colour. But the electromagnetic spectrum runs to 0 in one direction and infinity in the other. So really, children, mathematically, all of light is invisible. Werner likes to crouch in his dormer and imagine radio waves like mile-long harp strings, bending and vibrating over Zollverein, flying through forests, through cities, through walls. At midnight, he and Jutta prowl the ionosphere, searching for that lavish, penetrating voice. When they find it, Werner feels as if he's been launched into a different existence, a secret place where great discoveries are possible, where an orphan from a coal town can solve some vital mystery hidden in the physical world. He and his sister mimic the Frenchman's experiments. They make speedboats out of matchsticks and magnets out of sewing needles. Why doesn't he say where he is, Werner? Maybe because he doesn't want us to know? He sounds rich and lonely. I bet he does these broadcasts from a huge mansion, big as this whole colony, a house with 1,000 rooms and 1,000 servants. Werner smiles. Could be. The voice. The piano again. Perhaps it's Werner's imagination, but each time he hears one of the programs, the quality seems to degrade a bit more. The sound growing fainter. As though the Frenchman broadcast from a ship that's slowly travelling farther away. As the weeks pass, with Jutta asleep beside him, Werner looks out into the night sky, and restlessness surges through him. Life. It's happening beyond the mills, beyond the gates. Out there, people chase questions of great importance. He imagines himself as a tall, white-coated engineer striding into a laboratory. Cauldrons steam, machinery rumbles, complex charts paper the walls. He carries a lantern up a winding staircase to a starlit observatory and looks through the eyepiece of a great telescope, its mouth pointed into the black. Fade. Maybe the old tour guide was off his rocker. Maybe the Sea of Flames never existed at all. Maybe curses aren't real. Maybe her father is right. Earth is all magma and continental crust and ocean, gravity and time. Stones are just stones and rain is just rain, and misfortune is just bad luck. Her father returns to the Keypound earlier in the evenings. Soon he's taking Marie-Laure along on various errands again, teasing her about the mountains of sugar she spoons into her coffee, or bantering with warders about the superiority of his brand of cigarettes. No dazzling new gemstone goes on exhibit. No plagues rain down upon museum employees. Marie-Laure does not succumb to snakebite or tumble into a sewer and break her back. On the morning of her 11th birthday, she wakes to find 2 new packages where the sugar bowl should be. The first is a lacquered wooden cube constructed entirely from sliding panels. It takes 13 steps to open, and she discovers the sequence in under 5 minutes. "Good Christ," says her father. "You're a safe cracker." Inside the cube, 2 Barnier bonbons. She unwraps both and puts them in her mouth at the same time. Inside the second package, a fat stack of pages with braille on the cover. 20,000 leagues under the sea. The bookseller said it's in 2 parts, and this is the first. I thought that next year, if we keep saving, we can get the second. She begins that instant. The narrator, a famed marine biologist named Pierre Aronnax, works at the same museum as her father. Around the world, he learns, ships are being rammed one after another. After a scientific expedition to America, Aronnax ruminates over the true nature of the incidents. Are they caused by a moving reef? A gigantic horned narwhal? A mythical kraken? "But I'm letting myself be carried away by reveries which I must now put aside," writes Aronnax. "Enough of these fantasies." All day, Marie-Laure lies on her stomach and reads. Logic, reason, pure science. These, Aronnax insists, are the proper ways to pursue a mystery, not fables and fairy tales. Her fingers walk the tightropes of sentences. In her imagination, she walks the decks of the speedy 2-funnelled frigate called the Abraham Lincoln. She watches New York City recede. The forts of New Jersey salute her departure with cannons. Channel markers bob in the swells. A light ship with twin beacons glides past as America recedes. Ahead wait the great glittering prairies of the Atlantic. The Principles of Mechanics. A vice minister and his wife visit Children's House. Fra Elena says they're touring orphanages. Everyone washes, everyone behaves. Maybe, the children whisper, they're considering adopting. The oldest girls serve pumpernickel and goose liver on the house's last unchipped plates, while the portly vice minister and his severe-looking wife inspect the parlour like lords come to tour some distasteful gnomish cottage. When supper is ready, Werner sits at the boys' end of the table with a book in his lap. Jutta sits with the girls at the opposite end, her hair frizzed and snarled and bright white, so she looks as if she's been electrified. "Bless us, O Lord, and these thy gifts." Fra Elena adds a second prayer for the vice minister's benefit. Everyone falls to eating. The children are nervous. Even Hans Schiltzer and Heribert Pomsel sit quietly in their brown shirts. The vice minister's wife sits so upright that it seems as if her spine is hewn from oak. Her husband says, "And each of the children contributes?" "Certainly. Claudia, for instance, made the bread basket, and the twins prepared the livers." Big Claudia Foster blushes. The twins bat their eyelashes. Werner's mind drifts. He's thinking about the book in his lap, The Principles of Mechanics, by Heinrich Hertz. He discovered it in the church basement, water-stained and forgotten, decades old, and the rector let him bring it home, and Fra Elena let him keep it. And for several weeks, Werner has been fighting through the thorny mathematics. Electricity, Werner is learning, can be static by itself. But couple it with magnetism, and suddenly you have movement, waves, fields and circuits, conduction and induction, space, time, mass. The air swarms with so much that is invisible. How he wishes he had eyes to see the ultraviolet, eyes to see the infrared, eyes to see radio waves crowding the darkening sky, flashing through the walls of the house. When he looks up, Everyone is staring at him. Fra Elena's eyes are alarmed. "It's a book, sir," announces Hans Schiltzer. He tugs it out of Werner's lap. The volume's heavy enough that he needs both hands to hold it up. Several creases sharpen in the forehead of the Vice Minister's wife. Werner can feel his cheeks flush. The Vice Minister extends a pudgy hand. "Give it here." "Is it a Jew book?" says Heribert Pumsel. "It's a Jew book, isn't it?" Fra Elena looks as if she's about to speak, then thinks better of it. "Hertz was born in Hamburg," says Werner. Jutta announces out of nowhere, "My brother is so quick at mathematics. He's quicker than every one of the schoolmasters. Someday he'll probably win a big prize. He says we'll go to Berlin and study under the great scientists." The younger children gape. The oldest children snicker. Werner stares hard into his plate. The Vice Minister frowns as he turns pages. Hans Schiltzer kicks Werner in the shin and coughs. Fra Elena says, "Jutta, that's enough." The Vice Minister's wife takes a forkful of liver and chews and swallows and touches her napkin to each corner of her mouth. The Vice Minister sets down the Principles of Mechanics and pushes it away, then glances at his palms as though it has made them dirty. He says, "The only place your brother is going, little girl, is into the mines as soon as he turns 15. Same as every other boy in this house." Jutta scowls, and Werner stares at the congealed liver on his plate with his eyes burning, and something inside his chest compressing tighter and tighter. And for the rest of supper, the only sound is of the children cutting and chewing and swallowing. Rumours. New rumours arrive. They rustle along the paths of the Jardin des Plantes and whine through the museum galleries. They echo in high dusty readouts where shriveled old botanists study exotic mosses. They say, the Germans are coming. The Germans, a gardener claims, have 60,000 troop gliders. They can march for days without eating. They impregnate every schoolgirl they meet. A woman behind the ticket counter says the Germans carry fog pills and wear rocket belts. Their uniforms, she whispers, are made of a special cloth stronger than steel. Marie-Laure sits on a bench beside the mollusk display and trains her ears on passing groups. A boy blurts, "They have a bomb called a secret signal. It makes a sound, and everyone who hears it goes to the bathroom in their pants." Laughter. "I hear they give out poisoned chocolate." "I hear they lock up the cripples and morons everywhere they go." Each time Marie-Laure relays another rumour to her father, he repeats, "Germany?" with a question mark after it, as if saying it for the very first time. He says the takeover of Austria is nothing to worry about. He says everyone remembers the last war, and no one's mad enough to go through that again. The director's not worrying, he says, and neither are the department heads, so neither should young girls who have lessons to learn. It seems true. Nothing changes but the day of the week. Every morning Marie-Laure wakes and dresses and follows her father through entrance number 2, and listens to him greet the night guard and the warder. Bonjour, bonjour. Bonjour, bonjour. The scientists and librarians still collect their keys in the morning, still study their ancient elephant's teeth, their exotic jellyfish, their herbarium sheets. The secretaries still talk about fashion. The director still arrives in a 2-tone Delage limousine, and every noon the African vendors still wheel their sandwich carts quietly down the halls with their whispers of rye and egg, rye and egg. Marie-Laure reads Jules Verne in the key-pound, on the toilet, in the corridors. She reads on the benches of the Grand Gallery and out along the 100 gravel paths of the gardens. She reads the first half of 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea so many times, she practically memorises it. The sea is everything. It covers 7/10 of the globe. The sea is only a receptacle for all the prodigious, supernatural things that exist inside it. It is only movement and love. It is the living infinite. At night, in her bed, she rides in the belly of Captain Nemo's Nautilus, below the gales, while canopies of coral drift overhead. Dr. Giffard teaches her the names of shells. Lambis lambis, Cyprea moneta, Lopiotoma acuta, and lets her feel the spines and apertures and whorls of each in turn. He explains the branches of marine evolution and the sequences of the geologic periods. On her best days, she glimpses the limitless span of millennia behind her. Millions of years, tens of millions. Nearly every species that has ever lived has gone extinct, Lorette. No reason to think we humans will be any different. Dr. Giffard pronounces this almost gleefully and pours wine into his glass, and she imagines his head as a cabinet filled with 10,000 little drawers. All summer the smells of nettles and daisies and rainwater purl through the gardens. She and her father cook a pear tart and burn it by accident, and her father opens all the windows to let out the smoke. And she hears violin music rise from the street below. And yet, by early autumn, once or twice a week, at certain moments of the day, sitting out in the Jardin des Plantes, beneath the massive hedges or reading beside her father's workbench, Marie-Laure looks up from her book and believes she can smell gasoline under the wind, as if a great river of machinery is steaming slowly, irrevocably toward her. Bigger, faster, brighter. Membership in the State Youth becomes mandatory. The boys in Werner's Kameradschaften are taught parade manoeuvres and quizzed on fitness standards and required to run 60 metres in 12 seconds. Everything is glory and country and competition and sacrifice. Live faithfully, the boys sing as they troop past the edges of the colony. Fight bravely and die laughing. Schoolwork, chores, exercise. Werner stays up late listening to his radio or driving himself through the complicated math he copied out of the Principles of Mechanics before it was confiscated. He yawns at meals, is short-tempered with the younger children. "Are you feeling okay?" asks Frau Elena, peering into his face. And Werner looks away, saying, "Fine." Hertz's theories are interesting, but what he loves most is building things, working with his hands, connecting his fingers to the engine of his mind. Werner repairs a neighbour's sewing machine, the children's house grandfather clock. He builds a pulley system to wind laundry from the sunshine back indoors, and a simple alarm made from a battery, a bell, and wire so that Frau Elena will know if a toddler has wandered outside. He invents a machine to slice carrots. Lift a lever, 19 blades drop, and the carrot falls apart into 20 neat cylinders. One day a neighbour's wireless goes out, and Frau Elena suggests Werner have a look. He unscrews the back plate, waggles the tubes back and forth. One is not seated properly, and he fits it back into its groove. The radio comes back to life, and the neighbour shrieks with delight. Before long, people are stopping by Children's House every week to ask for the radio repairman. When they see 13-year-old Werner come down from the attic, rubbing his eyes, shocks of white hair sticking up off his head, homemade toolbox hanging from his fist, they stare at him with the same sceptical smirk. The older sets are the easiest to fix. Simpler circuitry, uniform tubes. Maybe it's wax dripping from the condenser or charcoal built up on a resistor. Even in the newest sets, Werner can usually puzzle out a solution. He dismantles the machine, stares into its circuits, lets his fingers trace the journeys of electrons. Power source, triode, resistor, coil, loudspeaker. His mind shapes itself around the problem. Disorder becomes order. The obstacle reveals itself. And before long, the radio is fixed. Sometimes they pay him a few marks. Sometimes a coal mother cooks him sausages or wraps biscuits in a napkin to take home to his sister. Before long, Werner can draw a map in his head of the locations of nearly every radio in their district. A homemade crystal set in the kitchen of a druggist. a handsome 10-valve radiogram in the home of a department head that was giving his fingers a shock every time he tried to change the channel. Even the poorest pit houses usually possess a state-sponsored Volksempfänger, VE 301, a mass-produced radio stamped with an eagle and a swastika, incapable of shortwave, marked only for German frequencies. Radio. It ties 1,000,000 ears to a single mouth. Out of loudspeakers all around Solverein, the staccato voice of the Reich grows like some imperturbable tree. Its subjects lean towards its branches, as if toward the lips of God. And when God stops whispering, they become desperate for someone who can put things right. 7 days a week the miners drag coal into the light, and the coal is pulverized and fed into coke ovens, and the coke is cooled in huge quenching towers and carted to the blast furnaces to melt iron ore, and the iron is refined into steel and cast into billets and loaded onto barges and floated off into the great hungry mouth of the country. Only through the hottest fires, whispers the radio, can purification be achieved. Only through the harshest tests can God's chosen rise. Jutta whispers, "A girl got kicked out of the swimming hole today. Inge Hachmann. They said they wouldn't let us swim with a half-breed. Unsanitary. A half-breed, Werner. Aren't we half-breeds too? Aren't we half our mother, half our father?" "They mean half-Jew. Keep your voice down. We're not half-Jews. We must be half something. We're whole German. We're not half anything." Heribert Pomsel is 15 years old now, off in a miner's dormitory, working the second shift as a fire damper, and Hans Schilzer has become the oldest boy in the house. Hans does push-ups by the hundreds. He plans to attend a rally in Essen. There are fist-fights in the alleys, rumours that Hans has set a car on fire. One night Werner hears him downstairs, shouting at Frau Elena. The front door slams. The children toss in their beds. Frau Elena paces the parlour, her slippers whispering left, whispering right. Coal cars grind past in the wet dark. Machinery hums in the distance. Pistons throbbing, belts turning. Smoothly, madly. Mark of the Beast. November 1939. A cold wind sends the big dry leaves of plane trees rolling down the gravel lanes of the Jardin des Plantes. Marie-Laure is rereading 20,000 Leagues. I could make out long ribbons of sea-wrack, some globular and others tubular, Laurentia, Cladostephae, with their slender foliage. Not far from the Rue Cuvier gate, when a group of children comes tramping through the leaves. A boy's voice says something. Several other boys laugh. Marie-Laure lifts her fingers from her novel. The laughter spins, turns. The first voice is suddenly right beside her ear. "They're mad for blind girls, you know." His breath is quick. She extends her arm into the space beside her but contacts nothing. She cannot say how many others are with him. 3 or 4, perhaps. His is the voice of a 12 or 13-year-old. She stands and hugs her huge book against her chest, and she can hear her cane roll along the edge of the bench and clatter to the ground. Someone else says, "They'll probably take the blind girls before they take the gimps." The first boy moans grotesquely. Marie-Laure raises her book as if to shield herself. The second boy says, "Make them do things. Nasty things." An adult's voice in the distance calls out, "Louis? Peter?" "Who are you?" hisses Marie-Laure. "Bye-bye, blind girl." Then, quiet. Marie-Laure listens to the trees rustle. Her blood swarms. For a long and panicked minute she crawls among the leaves at the foot of the bench until her fingers find her cane. Stores sell gas masks. Neighbours tape cardboard to their windows. Each week, Fewer visitors come to the museum. Papa, Marie-Laure asks, if there's a war, what will happen to us? There won't be a war. But what if there is? His hand on her shoulder, the familiar clanking of keys on his belt. Then we will be fine, ma chérie. The director has already filed a dispensation to keep me out of the reserves. I'm not going anywhere. But she hears the way he turns newspaper pages, snapping them with urgency. He lights cigarette after cigarette. He hardly stops working. Weeks pass, and the trees go bare, and her father doesn't ask her to walk in the gardens once. If only they had an impregnable submarine like the Nautilus. The smoky voices of office girls swirl past the open window of the Keep-Hound. They creep into apartments at night. They booby-trap kitchen cupboards, toilet bowls, brasseries. Go to open your panty drawer, and you get your fingers blown off. She has nightmares. Silent Germans row up the Seine in synchrony. Their skiffs glide as if through oil. They fly noiselessly beneath the bridge trestles. They have beasts with them on chains. Their beasts leap out of the boats and sprint past the massives of flowers, down the rows of hedges. They sniff the air on the steps to the Grand Gallery, slavering, ravenous. They surge into the museum, scatter into the departments. The windows go black with blood. Dear Professor, I don't know if you're getting these letters, or if the radio station will forward this, or is there even a radio station? We haven't heard you in 2 months at least. Did you stop broadcasting? Or maybe is the problem ours? There's a new radio transmitter in Brandenburg called the Deutschlandsender 3. My brother says it is 330-something meters tall, the second tallest man-made construction in the world. It pushes basically everything else off the dial. Old Frau Stressermann, she's one of our neighbours. She says she can hear Deutschlandsender broadcasts in her tooth fillings. My brother said it's possible if you have an antenna and a rectifier and something to serve as a speaker. He said you can use a section of wire fence to pick up radio signals, so maybe the silver in a tooth can too. I like to think about that. Don't you, Professor? Songs in your teeth? Frau Elena says we have to come straight home from school now. She says, we're not Jews, but we're poor, and that's almost as dangerous. It's a criminal offence now to tune into a foreign broadcast. You can get hard labour for it, things like breaking rocks 15 hours a day, or maybe nylon stockings, or going down in the pits. No one will help me mail this letter, not even my brother. So I will do it myself. Good evening, or Heil Hitler, if you prefer. His 14th birthday arrives in May. It's 1940, and no one laughs at the Hitler Youth now. Frau Elena prepares a pudding, and Jutta wraps a piece of quartz in newspaper, and the twins, Hannah and Suzanne Gerlitz, march around the room impersonating soldiers. A 5-year-old, Rolf Hupfauer, sits in the corner of the sofa, eyelids slipping heavily over his eyes. A new arrival, a baby girl, sits in Jutta's lap and gums her fingers. Out the window, beyond the curtains, the flame atop the waste stack, high in the distance, flaps and shivers. The children sing and devour the pudding. Frau Elena says, "Time's up," and Werner switches off his receiver. Everyone prays. His whole body feels heavy as he carries the radio up to the dormer. In the alleys, 15-year-old boys are making their way toward mine elevators, queuing up with their helmets and lamps outside the gates. He tries to imagine their descent, sporadic and muted lights passing and receding, cables rattling, everyone quiet, sinking down to that permanent darkness where men claw at the earth with a half-mile of rock hunched on top of them. 1 more year. Then they'll give him a helmet and lamp and stuff him into a cage with the others. It's been months since he last heard the Frenchman on the shortwave. A year since he held that water-stained copy of the Principles of Mechanics. Not so long ago, he let himself dream of Berlin and its great scientists. Fritz Haber, inventor of fertilizer. Hermann Staudinger, inventor of plastics. Hertz, who made the invisible visible. All the great men doing things out there. "I believe in you," Frau Elena used to say. "I think you'll do something great." Now, in his nightmares, he walks the tunnels of the mines. The ceiling is smooth and black. Slabs of it descend over him as he treads. The walls splinter. He stoops, crawls. Soon he cannot raise his head, move his arms. The ceiling weighs 10 trillion tons. It gives off a permeating cold. It drives his nose into the floor. Just before he wakes, he feels a splintering at the back of his skull. Rainwater purls from cloud to roof to eave. Werner presses his forehead to the window of the dormer and peers through the drops. The roof below just one among a cluster of wet rooftops, hemmed in by the vast walls of the cokery and smelter and gasworks. The winding towers silhouetted against the sky, mine and mill running on, acre after acre. Beyond his range of sight to the villages, the cities, the ever-quickening, ever-expanding machine that is Germany, and 1 million men ready to set down their lives for it. Good evening, he thinks. Or Heil Hitler. Everyone is choosing the latter. Bye-bye, blind girl. The war drops its question mark. Memos are distributed. The collections must be protected. A small cadre of couriers has begun moving things to country estates. Locks and keys are in greater demand than ever. Marie-Laure's father works until midnight, until 1. Every crate must be padlocked, every transport manifest kept in a secure place. Armoured trucks rumble at the loading docks. There are fossils to be safeguarded, ancient manuscripts. There's jade from the 13th century, and cavensite from India, and rhodochrosite from Colorado. There are pearls, gold nuggets, a sapphire as big as a mouse. There might be, thinks Marie-Laure, the sea of flames. From a certain angle, the spring seems so calm, warm, tender, each night redolent and composed. And yet, everything radiates tension, as if the city's been built upon the skin of a balloon and someone's inflating it toward the breaking point. Bees work the blooming aisles of the Jardin des Plantes. The plane trees drop their seeds, and huge drifts of fluff gather on the walkways. If they attack, why would they attack? They would be crazy to attack. To retreat is to save lives. Deliveries stop. Sandbags appear around the museum gates. A pair of soldiers, on the roof of the Gallery of Paleontology, peer over the gardens with binoculars. But the huge bowl of the sky remains untracked. No zeppelins, no bombers, no superhuman paratroopers. Just the last songbirds returning from their winter homes, and the quicksilver winds of spring transmuting into the heavier, greener breezes of summer. Rumour, light, air. That May seems more beautiful than any Marie-Laure can remember. On the morning of her 12th birthday, there is no puzzle box in place of the sugar bowl when she wakes. Her father is too busy. But there is a book. The second Braille volume of 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, as thick as a sofa cushion. A thrill rides all the way into the nails of her fingers. How... You're welcome, Marie. The walls of their flat tremble with the dragging of furniture, the packing of trunks, the nailing shut of windows. They walk to the museum, and her father remarks distractedly to the warder who meets them at the door, "They say we are holding the river." Marie-Laure sits on the floor of the Keep-Hound and opens her book. When Part 1 left off, Professor Aronnax had travelled only 6,000 leagues. So many left to go. But something strange happens. The words do not connect. She reads, "During the entire day, a formidable school of sharks followed the ship." But the logic that's supposed to link each word to the next fails her. Someone says, "Has the director left?" Someone else says, "Before the end of the week." Her father's clothes smell of straw, his fingers reek of oil. Work, more work, then a few hours of exhausted sleep before returning to the museum at dawn. Trucks carry off skeletons and meteorites and octopi in jars and herbarium sheets and Egyptian gold and South African ivory and Permian fossils. On the 1st of June, airplanes fly over the city extremely high, crawling through the stratus clouds. When the wind is down and nobody's running an engine nearby, Marie-Laure can stand outside the Gallery of Zoology and hear them, a mile-high purr. The following day, the radio stations begin disappearing. The warders in the guard station whack the side of their wireless and tilt it this way and that, but only static comes out of its speaker, as if each relay antenna were a candle flame, and a pair of fingers came along and pinched it out. Those last nights in Paris, walking home with her father at midnight, the huge book clasped against her chest, Marie-Laure thinks she can sense a shiver beneath the air, in the pauses between the cheering of the insects, like the spider cracks of ice when too much weight is set upon it. As if all this time the city has been no more than a scale model built by her father, and the shadow of a great hand has fallen over it. Didn't she presume she would live with her father in Paris for the rest of her life? That she would always sit with Dr. Giffard in the afternoons? That every year, on her birthday, her father would present her with another puzzle and another novel? And she would read all of Jules Verne, and all of Dumas, and maybe even Balzac and Proust? That her father would always hum as he fashioned little buildings in the evenings, and she would always know how many paces from the front door to the bakery, 40, and how many more to the brasserie, 32, and there would always be sugar to spoon into her coffee when she woke. Bonjour. Bonjour. Potatoes at 6 o'clock, Marie. Mushrooms at 3. Now? What will happen now? Making socks. Werner wakes past midnight to find 11-year-old Jutta kneeling on the floor beside his cot. The shortwave is in her lap, and a sheet of drawing paper is on the floor beside her, a many-windowed city of her imagination half-articulated on the page. Jutta removes the earpiece and squints. In the twilight, her wild volutions of hair look more radiant than ever. A struck match. "In Young Girls' League," she whispers, "they have us making socks. Why so many socks?" "The Reich must need socks." "For what?" "For feet, Jutta, for the soldiers. Let me sleep." As though on cue, a young boy, Siegfried Fischer, cries out downstairs once, then twice more, and Werner and Jutta wait to hear Frau Elena's feet on the stairs, and her gentle ministrations, and the house fall quiet once more. "All you want to do are mathematics problems," Jutta whispers. "Play with radios. Don't you want to understand what's happening?" "What are you listening to?" She crosses her arms and puts the earphone back and does not answer. "Are you listening to something you're not supposed to be listening to?" "What do you care?" "It's dangerous, is why I care." She puts her finger in her other ear. "The other girls don't seem to mind," he whispers. "Making socks, collecting newspapers and all that." "We're dropping bombs on Paris," she says. Her voice is loud, and he resists an urge to clap his hand over her mouth. Yuta stares up defiant. She looks as if she's being raked by some invisible Arctic wind. That's what I'm listening to, Werner. Our airplanes are bombing Paris. Flight. All across Paris, people pack china into cellars, sew pearls into hems, conceal gold rings inside bookbindings. The museum workspaces are stripped of typewriters. The halls become packing yards, their floors strewn with straw and sawdust and twine. At noon, the locksmith is summoned to the director's office. Marie-Laure sits cross-legged on the floor of the key-pound and tries to read her novel. Captain Nemo is about to take Professor Aronnax and his companions on an underwater stroll through oyster beds to hunt for pearls. But Aronnax is afraid of the prospect of sharks. And though she longs to know what will happen, the sentences disintegrate across the page. Words devolve into letters, letters into unintelligible bumps. She feels as if big mitts have been drawn over each hand. Down the hall at the guard station, a warder twists the knobs of the wireless back and forth, but finds only hiss and crackle. When he shuts it off, quiet closes over the museum. Please let this be a puzzle, an elaborate game Papa has constructed, a riddle she must solve. The first door, a combination lock. The second, a dead bolt. The third will open if she whispers a magic word through its keyhole. Crawl through 13 doors and everything will return to normal. Out in the city, church bells strike 1. 1:30. Still, her father does not return. At some point, several distinct thumps travel into the museum from the gardens or the streets beyond, as if someone is dropping sacks of cement mix out of the clouds. With each impact, the thousands of keys in their cabinets quiver on their pegs. Nobody moves up or down the corridor. A second series of concussions arrives, closer, larger. The keys chime, and the floor creaks, and she thinks she can smell threads of dust cascading from the ceiling. Papa! Nothing. No warders, no janitors, no carpenters, no clop, clop, clop of a secretary's heels crossing the hall. They can march for days without eating. They impregnate every schoolgirl they meet. Hello? How quickly her voice is swallowed, how empty the halls sound. It terrifies her. A moment later, there are clanking keys and footfalls, and her father's voice calls her name. Everything happens quickly. He drags open big, low drawers. He jangles dozens of key rings. Papa, I heard... Hurry. My book. Better to leave it, it's too heavy. Leave my book. He pulls her out of the door and locks the key-pound. Outside, waves of panic seem to be travelling the rows of trees like tremors from an earthquake. Her father says, Where is the watchman? Voices near the curb. Soldiers. Marie-Laure's senses feel scrambled. Is that the rumble of airplanes? Is that the smell of smoke? Is someone speaking German? She can hear her father exchange a few words with the stranger and hand over some keys. Then they're moving past the gate onto the Rue Cuvier, brushing through what might be sandbags or silent police officers or something else newly planted in the middle of the sidewalk. 6 blocks, 38 storm drains. She counts them all. Because of the sheets of wood veneer her father has tacked over its windows, their apartment is stuffy and hot. This will just take a moment, Marie-Laure, then I'll explain. Her father shoves things into what might be his canvas rucksack. Food, she thinks, trying to identify everything by its sound. Coffee. Cigarettes. Bread. Something thumps again, and the window panes tremble. Their dishes rattle in the cupboards. Automobile horns bleat. Marie-Laure goes to the model neighbourhood and runs her fingers over the houses. Still there. Still there. Still there. Go to the toilet, Marie. I don't have to. It may be a while until you can go again. He buttons her into her winter overcoat, though it's the middle of June, and they bustle downstairs. On the Rue des Patriarches, she hears a distant stamping, as though thousands of people are on the move. She walks beside her father with her cane telescoped in one fist, her other hand on his rucksack, everything disconnected from logic, as in nightmares. Right, left. Between turns run long stretches of paving stones. Soon they're walking streets, she is sure, that she's never been on. Streets beyond the boundaries of her father's model. Marie-Laure has long since lost count of her strides when they reach a crowd dense enough that she can feel heat spilling off of it. It will be cooler on the train, Marie. The director has arranged tickets for us.
Can we go in?
The gates are locked. The crowd gives off a nauseating tension.
I'm scared, Papa.
Keep hold of me. He leads her in a new direction. They cross a seething thoroughfare, then go up an alley that smells like a muddy ditch. Always, there is the muted rattling of her father's tools inside his rucksack, and the distant and incessant honking of automobile horns. In a minute they find themselves amid another throng. Voices echo off a high wall. The smell of wet garments crowds her. Somewhere, someone shouts names through a bullhorn.
Where are we, Papa?
Gare Saint-Lazare. A baby cries. She smells urine.
Are there Germans, Papa?
No, ma chérie.
But soon.
So they say.
What will we do when they get here?
We will be on a train by then. In the space to her right, a child screeches. A man with panic in his voice demands the crowds make way. A woman nearby moans.
Sebastian. Sebastian.
Over and over.
Is it night yet?
It's only now getting dark. Let's rest a moment to save our breath. Someone says,
the Second Army mauled. The Ninth cut off. France's best fleet's wasted.
Someone says, we will be overrun. Trunks slide across tiles, and a little dog yaps, and a conductor's whistle blows, and some kind of big machinery coughs to a start and then dies. Marie-Laure tries to calm her stomach.
But we have tickets, for God's sake!
Shouts someone behind her. There's a scuffle. Hysteria ripples through the crowd.
What does it look like, Papa?
What, Marie?
The station? The night?
She hears the sparking of his lighter, the suck and flare of tobacco as his cigarette ignites. Let's see. The whole city is dark. No street lights, no lights in windows. There are projector lights moving through the sky now and then, looking for airplanes. There's a woman in a gown, and another, carrying a stack of dishes.
And the armies?
There are no armies, Marie. His hand finds hers. Her fear settles slightly. Rain trickles through a downspout.
What are we doing now, Papa?
Hoping for a train.
What is everybody else doing?
They're hoping too.
Herr Siedler.
A knock after curfew. Werner and Jutta are doing schoolwork with a half-dozen other children at the long wooden table. Frau Elena pins her party insignia through her label before opening the door. A lance corporal with a pistol on his belt and a swastika band on his left arm steps in from the rain. Beneath the low ceiling of the room, the man looks absurdly tall. Werner thinks of the shortwave radio tucked into the old wooden first aid cabinet beneath his cot. He thinks, they know. The lance corporal looks around the room, the coal stove, the hanging laundry, the undersized children, with equal measures of condescension and hostility. His handgun is black. It seems to draw all the light in the room toward it. Werner risks a single glance at his sister. Her attention stays fixed on the visitor. The corporal picks up a book from the parlour table, a children's book about a talking train, and turns every one of its pages before dropping it. Then he says something that Werner can't hear. Frau Elena folds her hands over her apron, and Werner can see she's done so to keep them from shaking. Werner? She calls in a slow, dreamlike voice, without taking her eyes from the corporal. This man says he has a wireless in need of...
Bring your tools, the man says.
On the way out, Werner looks back only once. Juta's forehead and palms are pressed against the glass of the living room window. She's backlit and too far away, and he cannot read her expression. Then the rain obscures her. Werner is half the corporal's height and has to take 2 strides for every one of the man's. He follows past company houses and the sentry at the bottom of the hill to where the mining officials reside. Rain falls slant through the lights. The few people they pass give the corporal a wide berth. Werner risks no questions. With every heartbeat comes a sharp longing to run. They approach the gate of the largest house in the colony, a house he's seen 1,000 times but never so close. A large crimson flag, heavy with rainwater, hangs from the sill of an upstairs window. The corporal raps on a rear door. A maid in a high-waisted dress takes their coats, expertly flips off the water and hangs them on a brass-footed rack. The kitchen smells of cake. The corporal steers Werner into a dining room where a narrow-faced woman with 3 fresh daisies stuck through her hair sits in a chair turning the pages of a magazine.
2 wet ducks,
she says, and looks back at her magazine. She does not ask them to sit. A thick red carpet sucks at the soles of Werner's brogues. Electric bulbs burn in a chandelier above the table. Roses twine across the wallpaper. A fire smoulders in the fireplace. On all 4 walls hang framed tintypes of glowering ancestors. Is this where they arrest boys whose sisters listen to foreign radio stations? The woman turns pages of her magazine one after another. Her fingernails are bright pink. A man comes down the stairs wearing an extremely white shirt.
Christ, he's little, isn't he? He says to the lance corporal. You're the famous radio repairman.
The man's thick black hair looks lacquered to his skull.
Rudolf Siedler, he says.
He dismisses the corporal with a slight wag of his chin. Werner tries to exhale. Herr Siedler buttons his cuffs and examines himself in a smoky mirror. His eyes are profoundly blue.
Well, not a long-winded boy, are you?
There's the offending device. He points to a massive American Philco in the adjacent room.
2 fellows have looked at it already. Then we heard about you. Worth a try, right?
She, he nods at the woman, is desperate to hear her programme.
News bulletins too, of course.
He says this in such a way that Werner understands the woman does not really wish to listen to news bulletins. She does not look up. Herr Siedler smiles as if to say, "You and I, son, we know history takes a longer course, don't we?" His teeth are very small.
Take your time with it.
Werner squats in front of the set and tries to calm his nerves. He switches it on, waits for the tubes to warm, then runs the dial carefully down the band, right to left. He runs the knob back toward the right. Nothing. It's the finest radio he's ever laid hands on. An inclined control panel, magnetic tuning, big as an icebox. 10-tube, all-wave, super heterodyne, with fancy gadrooned mouldings and a 2-tone walnut cabinet. It has shortwave, wide frequencies, a big attenuator. This radio costs more than everything at Children's House put together. Herr Siedler could probably hear Africa if he wanted to. Green and red spines of books line the walls. The lance corporal's gone. In the next room, Herr Siedler stands in a pool of lamplight, talking into a black telephone. They are not arresting him. They merely want him to fix this radio. Werner unscrews the backing and peers inside. The tubes are all intact, and nothing looks amiss. "All right," he mumbles to himself. "Think." He sits cross-legged. He examines the circuitry. The man and the woman and the books and the rain recede until there's only the radio and its tangle of wires. He tries to envision the bouncing pathways of electrons. The signal chain, like a path through a crowded city. RF signal coming in here, passing through a grid of amplifiers, then to variable condensers, then to transformer coils. He sees it. There are 2 breaks in one of the resistance wires. Then appears over the top of the set. To his left, the woman reads her magazine. To his right, Herr Siedler speaks into the telephone. Every so often, Herr Siedler runs his thumb and finger along the crease in his pinstriped trousers, sharpening it. Could 2 men have missed something so simple? It feels like a gift. So easy. Werner rewinds the resistance track and splices the wires and plugs in the radio. When he turns it on, he half expects fire to leap out of the machine. Instead, the smoky murmur of a saxophone. At the table, the woman puts down her magazine and sets all 10 fingers on her cheeks. Werner climbs out from behind the radio. For a moment his mind is clear of all feeling, save triumph. "He fixed it just by thinking," the woman exclaims. Herr Siedler covers the mouthpiece of the telephone receiver and looks over. "He sat there like a little mouse and thought, and in half a minute it was fixed." She flourishes her brilliant fingernails and breaks into childlike laughter. Herr Siedler hangs up the phone. The woman crosses into the sitting room and kneels in front of the radio. She's barefoot, and her smooth white calves show beneath the hem of her skirt. She rotates the knob. There's a sputter, then a torrent of bright music. The radio produces a vivid, full sound. Werner has never heard another like it. "Oh!" Again she laughs. Werner gathers his tools. Herr Siedler stands in front of the radio and seems about to pat him on the head. "Outstanding," he says. He ushers Werner to the dining table and calls for the maid to bring cake. Immediately, it appears. 4 wedges on a plain white plate. Each is dusted with confectioner's sugar and topped by a dollop of whipped cream. Werner gapes. Herr Siedler laughs. "Cream is forbidden, I know, but—" He puts a forefinger to his lips. "There are ways around such things." "Go on." Werner takes a piece. Powdered sugar cascades down his chin. In the other room, the woman twists the dial and voices sermonize from the speaker. She listens a while, then applauds, kneeling there in her bare feet. The stern faces in the tintypes stare down. Werner eats 1 piece of cake, then another, then takes a 3rd. Herr Siedler watches with his head slightly cocked, amused, considering something. "You do have a look, don't you? And that hair, like you've had a terrible shock. Who is your father?" Werner shakes his head. "Right. Children's house, silly me. Have another. Get some more cream on it now." The woman claps again. Werner's stomach gives a creaking sound. He can feel the man's eyes on him. "People say it must not be a great posting here at the mines," says Herr Siedler. "They say, wouldn't you rather be in Berlin or France? Wouldn't you rather be a captain at the front watching the lines advance, away from all this?" He waves his hand at the window. "Soot." "But I tell them I live at the centre of it all. I tell them this is where the fuel is coming from, the steel too. This is the furnace of the country." Werner clears his throat. "We act in the interest of peace." It is verbatim, a sentence he and Jutta heard on Deutschlandsender radio 3 days before. "In the interest of the world." Herr Siedler laughs. Again Werner is impressed with how numerous and tiny his teeth are. "You know, the greatest lesson of history? It's that history is whatever the victors say it is. That's the lesson. Whoever wins, that's who decides history. We act in our own self-interest, of course we do. Name me a person or a nation who does not. The trick is figuring out where your interests are. A single slice of cake remains. The radio purrs and the woman laughs, and Herr Siedler looks almost nothing. Werner decides, like his neighbours, their guarded, anxious faces, faces of people accustomed to watching loved ones disappear every morning into pits. His face is clean and committed. He is a man supremely confident in his privileges. And 5 yards away kneels this woman with varnished fingernails and hairless calves. A woman so entirely removed from Werner's previous experience that it is as if she's from a different planet, as if she has stepped out of the big Philco itself. Good with tools, Herr Siedler is saying. Smart, beyond your years. There are places for a boy like you. General Heismeier's schools. Best of the best. Teach the mechanical sciences, too. Code breaking, rocket propulsion, all the latest. Werner does not know where to set his gaze. We do not have money. That's the genius of these institutions. They want the working-class labourers, boys who aren't stamped by... Herr Siedler frowns. Middle-class garbage. The cinemas, and so forth. They want industrious boys. Exceptional boys. Yes, sir. Exceptional, he repeats, nodding, talking as if only to himself. He gives a whistle and the Lance Corporal returns, helmet in hand. The soldier's eyes flit to the remaining piece of cake, and then away. There's a recruiting board in Essen, Herr Siedler is saying. I'll write you a letter. And take this. He hands Werner 75 marks, and Werner tucks the bills into his pocket as quickly as he can. The corporal laughs. Looks like it burned his fingers. Herr Siedler's attention is somewhere else. I will send Heismeier a letter, he repeats. Good for us, good for you. We act in the interest of the world, eh? He winks. Then the corporal gives Werner a curfew pass and shows him out. Werner walks home oblivious to the rain, trying to absorb the immensity of what's happened. 9 herons stand like flowers in the canal beside the coking plant. A barge sounds its outcast horn, and coal cars trundle to and fro, and the regular thudding of the hauling machine reverberates through the gloom. At Children's House, everyone's been put to bed. Frau Elena sits just inside the entryway with a mountain of laundered stockings in her lap, and the bottle of kitchen sherry between her feet. Behind her at the table, Jutta watches Werner with electric intensity. Frau Elena says, What did he want? He only wanted me to fix a radio. Nothing more? No. Did they have questions about you or the children? No, Frau Elena. Frau Elena lets out a huge breath, as if she's not exhaled these past 2 hours. Dieu merci. She rubs her temples with both hands. You can go to bed now, Jutta, she says. Jutta hesitates. I fixed it, says Werner. That's a good boy, Werner. Frau Elena takes a long pull of sherry and her eyes close, and her head rocks back. We saved you some supper. Jutta walks to the stairs, uncertainty in her eyes. In the kitchen, everything looks coal-stained and cramped. Frau Elena brings a plate. On it sits a single boiled potato, cut in 2. Thank you, says Werner. The taste of the cake is still in his mouth. The pendulum swings on and on in the old grandfather clock. The cake, the whipped cream, the thick carpet, the pink fingernails and long calves of Fräulein Siedler. These sensations whirl through Werner's head as if on a carousel. He remembers towing Jutta to Pit 9, where their father disappeared, evening after evening, as if their father might come shuffling out of the elevators. Light, electricity, ether, space, time, mass. Heinrich Hertz's Principles of Mechanics. Heismayer's famous schools. Code breaking, rocket propulsion, all the latest. Open your eyes, the Frenchman on the radio used to say, and see what you can with them before they close forever. Werner? Yes, Frau? Aren't you hungry? Frau Elena, as close to a mother as he will ever have. Werner eats, though he is not hungry. Then he gives her the 75 marks, and she blinks at the amount, and gives 50 back. Upstairs, after he's heard Frau Elena go to the toilet and climb into her own bed, and the house has become utterly quiet, Werner counts to 100. Then he rises from his cot and takes the little shortwave radio out of the first aid box. 6 years old, and bristling with his modifications, replacement wires, a new solenoid, Utah's notations orbiting the tuning coil, and carries it into the alley behind the house, and crushes it with a brick. Exodus. Parisians continue to press through the gates. By 1 a.m., the gendarmes have lost control, and no trains have arrived or departed in over 4 hours. Marie-Laure sleeps on her father's shoulder. The locksmith hears no whistles, no rattling couplings, no trains. At dawn, he decides it will be better to go on foot. They walk all morning. Paris thins steadily into low houses and standalone shops broken by long strands of trees. Noon finds them picking their way through deadlocked traffic on a new motorway near Vaucresson, a full 10 miles west of their apartment, as far from home as Marie-Laure has ever been. At the crest of a low hill, her father looks over his shoulder. Vehicles are backed up as far as he can see, carryalls and vans, a sleek new cloth-top wraparound V12, wedged between 2 mule carts. Some cars with wooden axles, some run out of gasoline, some with households of furniture strapped to the roof. A few with entire bristling farmyards crammed onto trailers, chickens and pigs in cages, cows clomping alongside, dogs panting against windshields. The entire procession slogs past at little more than walking speed. Both lanes are clogged. Everyone staggers west anyway. A woman bicycles wearing dozens of costume necklaces. A man tows a leather armchair on a handcart. A black kitten cleaning itself on the centre cushion. Women push baby carriages crammed with china, bird cages, crystalware. A man in a tuxedo walks along, calling, "For the love of God, let me through!" though no one steps aside, and he moves no more quickly than anyone else. Marie-Laure stays at her father's hip with her cane in her fist. With each step, another disembodied question spins around her. How far to Saint-Germain? Is there food, Auntie? Who has fuel? She hears husbands yelling at wives. She hears that a child has been run over by a truck on the road ahead. In the afternoon, a trio of airplanes race past, loud and fast and low, and people crouch where they walk, and some scream, and others clamber into the ditch and put their faces in the weeds. By dusk, they are west of Versailles. Marie-Laure's heels are bleeding, and her stockings are torn, and every 100 steps she stumbles. When she declares that she can walk no farther, her father carries her off the road, travelling uphill through mustard flowers until they reach a field a few 100 yards from a small farmhouse. The field has been mowed only halfway, the cut hay left unraked and unbaled, as though the farmer has fled in the middle of his work. From his rucksack, the locksmith produces a loaf of bread and some links of white sausage, and they eat these quietly, and then he lifts her feet into his lap. In the gloaming to the east, he can make out a grey line of traffic herded between the edges of the road, the thin and stupefied bleating of automobile horns. Someone calls as if to a missing child, and the wind carries the sound away. Is something on fire, Papa? Nothing is on fire. I smell smoke. He pulls off her stockings to inspect her heels. In his hands, her feet are as light as birds. What is that noise? Grasshoppers. Is it dark? Getting there now. Where will we sleep? Here. Are there beds? No, ma chérie. Where are we going, Papa? The director has given me the address of someone who will help us. Where? A town called Évreux. We are going to see a man named Monsieur Genot. He's a friend of the museum's. How far is Évreux? It will take us 2 years of walking to get there. She seizes his forearm. I am teasing, Marie. Évreux is not so far. If we find transportation, we will be there tomorrow. You will see. She manages to stay quiet for a dozen heartbeats. Then she says, But for now? For now, we will sleep. With no beds. With the grass as our beds. You might like it. In Évreux, we will have beds, Papa. I expect so. What if he does not want us to stay there? He will want us. What if he does not? Then we will go visit my uncle, your great-uncle in Saint-Malo. Uncle Etienne, you said he was crazy. He is partially crazy, yes. He's maybe 76% crazy. She does not laugh. How far is Saint-Malo? Enough questions, Marie. Monsieur Genot will want us to stay in Évreux, in big, soft beds. How much food do we have, Papa? Some. Are you still hungry? I'm not hungry. I want to save the food. Okay. Let's save the food. Let's be quiet now and rest. She lies back. He lights another cigarette. 6 to go. Bats dive and swoop through clouds of gnats, and the insects scatter and reform once more. We are mice, he thinks, and the sky swirls with hawks. You are very brave, Marie-Laure. The girl has already fallen asleep. The night darkens. When his cigarette is gone, he eases Marie-Laure's feet to the ground and covers her with her coat, and opens the rucksack. By touch, he finds his case filled with woodworking tools, tiny saws, tacks, gauges, carving chisels, fine gritted sandpapers. Many of these tools were his grandfather's. From beneath the lining of the case, he withdraws a small bag made of heavy linen and cinched with a drawstring. All day, he has restrained himself from checking on it. Now, he opens the bag and upends its contents onto his palm. In his hand, the stone is about the size of a chestnut. Even at this late hour, in the quarter light, it glows a majestic blue, strangely cold. The director said there would be 3 decoys. Added to the real diamond, that makes 4. 1 would stay behind at the museum. 3 others would be sent in 3 different directions. 1 south, with a young geologist. Another north, with the chief of security. And 1 is here, in a field west of Versailles, inside the tool case of Daniel Leblanc, principal locksmith for the Muséum National d'Histoire Naturelle. 3 fakes, 1 real. It is best, the director said, that no man knows whether he carries the real diamond or a reproduction. And everyone, he said, giving them each a grave look, should behave as if he carries the real thing. The locksmith tells himself that the diamond he carries is not real. There's no way the director would knowingly give a tradesman a 133-carat diamond and let him walk out of Paris with it. And yet, as he stares at it, he cannot keep his thoughts from the question, could it be? He scans the field, trees, sky, hay, darkness falling like velvet. Already a few pale stars. Marie-Laure breathes the measured breath of sleep. Everyone should behave as if he carries the real thing. The locksmith reties the stone inside the bag and slips it back into his rucksack. He can feel its tiny weight there, as though he slipped it inside his own mind. A knot. Hours later, he wakes to see the silhouette of an airplane blot stars as it hurtles east. It makes a soft tearing sound as it passes overhead, then it disappears. The ground concusses a moment later. A corner of the night sky, beyond a wall of trees, blooms red. In the lurid flickering light, he sees that the airplane was not alone, that the sky teems with them. A dozen swooping back and forth, racing in all directions, and in a moment of disorientation, he feels that he's looking not up, but down, as though a spotlight has been shined into a wedge of bloodshot water, and the sky has become the sea, and the airplanes are hungry fish, harrying their prey in the dark. 2. 8th of August, 1944. Saint-Malo. Doors soar away from their frames, bricks transmute into powder. Great descending clouds of chalk and earth and granite spout into the sky. All 12 bombers have already turned and climbed and realigned high above the channel before roof slates blown into the air finish falling into the streets. Flames scamper up walls. Parked automobiles catch fire, as do curtains and lampshades and sofas and mattresses and most of the 20,000 volumes in the public library. The fires pool and strut. They flow up the sides of the ramparts like tides. They splash into alleys, over rooftops, through a car park. Smoke chases dust. Ash chases smoke. A newsstand floats, burning. From cellars and crypts throughout the city, Malouins send up oaths. Lord God, safeguard this town, its people. Don't overlook us in your name, please. Amen. Old men clutch hurricane lamps, children shriek, dogs yowl. In an instant, 400-year-old beams in row houses are ablaze. One section of the old city, tucked against the western walls, becomes a firestorm in which the spires of flames at their highest reach 300 feet. The appetite for oxygen is such that objects heavier than housecats are dragged into the flames. Shop signs swing toward the heat from their brackets. A potted hedge comes sliding across the rubble and capsizes. Swifts, flushed from chimneys, catch fire and swoop like blown sparks out over the ramparts and extinguish themselves in the sea. On the Rue de la Crosse, the Hotel of Bees becomes almost weightless for a moment, lifted in a spiral of flame before it begins to rain in pieces back to the earth. Number 4, Rue Vauberel. Marie-Laure curls into a ball beneath her bed with a stone in her left fist and the little house in her right. Nails in the timber shriek and sigh. Bits of plaster and brick and glass cascade onto the floor, onto the model city on the table, and onto the mattress above her head. Papa, 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 Marie-Laure is saying. But her body seems to have detached itself from her voice, and her words make a faraway, desolate cadence. The notion occurs to her that the ground beneath Saint-Malo has been knitted together all along by the root structure of an immense tree, located at the centre of the city, in a square no one ever walked her to. And the massive tree has been uprooted by the hand of God, and the granite is coming with it, Heaps and clumps and clods of stones pulling away as the trunk comes up, followed by the fat tendrils of roots. The root structure, like another tree, turned upside down and shoved into the soil. Isn't that how Dr. Giffard might have described it? The ramparts crumbling, streets leaking away, block-long mansions falling like toys. Slowly, gratefully, the world settles. From outside comes a light tinkling, fragments of glass perhaps falling into the streets. It sounds both beautiful and strange, as though gemstones were raining from the sky. Wherever her great-uncle is, could he have survived this? Could anyone? Has she? The house creaks, drips, groans. Then comes a sound like wind in tall grass, only hungrier. It pulls at the curtains, at the delicate parts inside her ears. She smells smoke and knows. Fire. The glass has shattered out of her bedroom window, and what she hears is the sound of something burning beyond the shutters, something huge. The neighbourhood, the entire town. The wall, floor, and underside of her bed remain cool. The house is not yet in flames. But for how long? Calm yourself, she thinks. Concentrate on filling your lungs, draining them, filling them again. She stays under her bed. She says, "Ce n'est pas la réalité." Hotel of Bees. What does he remember? He saw the engineer, Bernd, close the cellar door and sit on the stairs. He saw gigantic Frank Volkheimer, in the golden armchair, pick at something on his trousers. Then the ceiling bulb blinked out, and Volkheimer switched on his field light, and a roar leapt down upon them. A sound so loud it was like a weapon itself, consuming everything, quaking the very crust of the earth. And for an instant, all Werner could see was Volkheimer's light go skittering away like a frightened beetle. They were thrown. For an instant, or an hour, or a day, who could guess how long? Werner was back in Solverein, standing above a grave a miner had dug for 2 mules at the edge of a field. And it was winter. And Werner was no older than 5, and the skin of the mules had grown nearly translucent, so that their bones were hazily visible inside, and little clods of dirt were stuck to their open eyes, and he was hungry enough to wonder if there was anything left on them worth eating. He heard the blade of a shovel strike pebbles. He heard his sister inhale. Then, as though some retaining cord had reached its limit, something yanked him back into the cellar beneath the Hotel of Bees. The floor has stopped shaking, but the sound has not diminished. He clamps his palm to his right ear. The roar remains, the buzzing of 1,000 bees, very close. "Is there noise?" he asks, but cannot hear himself ask it. The left side of his face is wet. The headphones he was wearing are gone. Where is the workbench? Where is the radio? What are these weights on top of him? From his shoulders, chest and hair, he plucks hot pieces of stone and wood. Find the field light, check on the others, check on the radio, check on the exit. Figure out what's gone wrong with his hearing. These are the rational steps. He tries to sit up, but the ceiling has become lower, and he strikes his head. Heat, getting hotter. He thinks, we're locked inside a box, and the box has been pitched into the mouth of a volcano. Seconds pass, maybe they're minutes. Werner stays on his knees. Light. Then the others. Then the exit. Then his hearing. Probably the Luftwaffe men upstairs are already scrabbling through wreckage to help. But he cannot find his field light. He cannot even stand up. In the absolute blackness, his vision is webbed with 1,000 travelling wisps of red and blue. Flames? Phantoms? They lick along the floor, then rise to the ceiling, glowing strangely, serenely. "Are we dead?" he shouts into the dark. "Have we died?" Down 6 flights. The roar of the bombers has hardly faded when an artillery shell whistles over the house and makes a dull crash as it explodes not far away. Objects patter onto the roof. Shell fragments, cinders. And Marie-Laure says aloud, "You are too high in the house," and forces herself out from beneath the bed. Already she's lingered too long. She returns the stone inside the model house and restores the wooden panels that make up its roof, and twists the chimney back into place, and puts the house into the pocket of her dress. Where are her shoes? She crawls around the floor, but her fingers feel only bits of wood and what might be shards of window glass. She finds her cane and goes in her stocking feet out the door and down the hall. The smell of smoke is stronger out here. The floor still cool. Walls still cool. She relieves herself in the sixth-floor toilet and checks her instinct to flush, knowing the toilet will not refill, and double-checks the air to make sure it does not feel warm before continuing. 6 paces to the stairwell. A second shell screeches overhead, and Marie-Laure shrieks, and the chandelier above her head chimes as the shell detonates somewhere deeper in the city. Rain of bricks, rain of pebbles, slower rain of soot. 8 curving stairs to the bottom. The 2nd and 5th steps creak. Pivot around the newel, 8 more stairs, 4th floor, 3rd. Here she checks the tripwire her great-uncle built beneath the telephone table on the landing. The bell is suspended, and the wire remains taut, running vertically through the hole he's drilled in the wall. No one has come or gone. 8 paces down the hall into the 3rd-floor bathroom. The bathtub is full. Things float in it. Flakes of ceiling plaster, maybe. And there's grit on the floor beneath her knees. But she puts her lips to its surface and drinks her fill, as much as she can. Back to the stairwell and down to the 2nd floor. Then the 1st. Grapevines carved into the banister. The coat rack has toppled over. Fragments of something sharper in the hall. Crockery, she decides, from the hutch in the dining room. And she steps as lightly as she can. Down here, some of the windows must have blown out as well. She smells more smoke. Her great-uncle's wool coat hangs from the hook in the foyer. She puts it on. No sign of her shoes here either. What has she done with them? The kitchen is a welter of fallen shelves and pots. Her cookbook lies face down in her path like a shotgunned bird. In the cupboard she finds a half loaf of bread. What's left from the day before. Here, in the centre of the floor, the cellar door with its metal ring. She slides aside the small dining table and heaves open the hatch. Home of mice and damp and the stink of stranded shellfish, as if a huge tide swept in decades ago and took its time draining away. Marie-Laure hesitates over the open door, smelling the fires from outside, and the clammy, almost opposite smell washing up from the bottom. Smoke. Her great-uncle says it is a suspension of particles, billions of drifting carbon molecules, bits of living rooms, cafes, trees, people. A 3rd artillery shell screams towards the city from the east. Again Marie-Laure feels for the model house in the pocket of her dress. Then she takes the bread and her cane and starts down the ladder and pulls the trapdoor shut. Trapped. A light emerges, a light not kindled, Werner prays, by his own imagination, an amber beam wandering the dust. It shuttles across debris, illuminates a fallen hunk of wall, lights up a twisted piece of shelving. It roves over a pair of metal cabinets that have been warped and mauled, as if a giant hand has reached down and torn each in half. It shines on spilled toolboxes and broken pegboards, and a dozen unbroken jars full of screws and nails. Folkheimer. He has his field light, and is swinging its beam repeatedly over a welter of compacted wreckage in the far corner. Stones and cement and splintered wood. It takes Werner a moment to realise that this is the stairwell. What is left of the stairwell. The whole corner of the cellar is gone. The light hovers there another moment, as if allowing Werner to absorb their situation, then veers to the right, and wobbles towards something nearby, and in the reflected light, Through skins of dust, Werner can see the huge silhouette of Volkheimer ducking and stumbling as he moves between hanging rebar and pipes. Finally, the light settles. With the flashlight in his mouth, in those granular, high-slung shadows, Volkheimer lifts pieces of brick and mortar and plaster, chunk after chunk, shredded boards and slabs of stucco. There's something beneath all of this, Werner sees, buried under these heavy things. A form, coming into shape. The engineer, Bernd. Bernd's face is white with dust, but his eyes are two voids, and his mouth is a maroon hole. Though Bernd is screaming through the serrated roar lodged in his ears, Werner cannot hear him. Volkheimer lifts the engineer, the older man like a child in the staff sergeant's arms, the field light gripped in Volkheimer's teeth, and crosses the ruined space with him, ducking again to avoid the hanging ceiling, and sets him in the golden armchair still upright in the corner, now powdered white. Volkheimer puts his big hand on Bernst's jaw and gently closes the man's mouth. Werner, only a few feet away, hears no change in the air. The structure around them gives off another tremor, and hot dust cascades everywhere. Soon Volkheimer's light is making a circuit of what is left of the roof. The 3 huge wooden beams have cracked, but none has given way entirely. Between them the stucco is spider-webbed, and pipes poke through in 2 places. The light veers behind him and illuminates the capsized workbench, the crushed case of their radio. Finally, it finds Werner. He raises a palm to block it. Volkheimer approaches. His big, solicitous face presses close. Broad, familiar, deep-sunk eyes beneath the helmet. High cheekbones and long nose, flared at the tip like the knobs at the bottom of a femur. Chin like a continent. With slow care, Volkheimer touches Werner's cheek. His fingertip comes away red. Werner says, "We have to get out. We have to find another way out." "Out?" says Volkheimer's lips. He shakes his head. There is no other way out. 3. June 1940. Chateau. 2 days after fleeing Paris, Marie-Laure and her father enter the town of Évreux. Restaurants are either boarded up or thronged. 2 women in evening gowns hunch hip to hip on the cathedral steps. A man lies face down between market stalls, unconscious, or worse. No mail service, telegraph lines down. The most recent newspaper is 36 years old. At the prefecture, a queue for gasoline coupons snakes out of the door and around the block. The first 2 hotels are full. The third will not unlock the door. Every so often the locksmith catches himself glancing over his shoulder. "Papa," Marie-Laure is mumbling, bewildered. "My feet." He lights a cigarette. 3 left. "Not much farther now, Marie." On the western edge of Évreux, the road empties and the countryside levels out. He checks and rechecks the address that the director has given him. Monsieur François Ginaud, 9 Rue Saint-Nicolas. But Monsieur Ginaud's house, when they reach it, is on fire. In the windless dusk, sullen heaps of smoke pump upward through the trees. A car has crashed into a corner of the gatehouse and torn the gate off its hinges. The house, or what remains of it, is grand. 20 French windows in the facade, big freshly painted shutters, manicured hedges out front. Un chateau. "I smell smoke, Papa." He leads Marie-Laure up the gravel. His rucksack, or perhaps it is the stone deep inside, seems to grow heavier with each step. No puddles gleam in the gravel. No fire brigade swarms out front. Twin urns are toppled on the front steps. A burst chandelier sprawls across the entry stairs. "What is burning, Papa?" A boy comes toward them out of the smoky twilight. No older than Marie-Laure, streaked with ash, pushing a wheeled dining cart through the gravel. Silver tongs and spoons hanging from the cart chime and clank, and the wheels clatter and wallow. A little polished cherub grins at each corner. The locksmith says, "Is this the house of François Ginaud?" The boy acknowledges neither question nor questioner as he passes. "Do you know what happened to—" The clanking of the cart recedes. Marie-Laure yanks the hem of his coat. "Papa, please!" In her coat against the black trees, her face looks paler and more frightened than he has ever seen it. Has he ever asked so much of her? "Our house has been burned, Marie. People are stealing things." "What house?" "The house we have come so far to reach." Over her head, he can see the smouldering remains of door frames glow and fade with the passage of the breeze. A hole in the roof frames, the darkening sky. 2 more boys emerge from the soot carrying a portrait, in a gilded frame, twice as tall as they are, the visage of some long-dead great-grandfather glowering at the night. The locksmith holds up his palms to delay them. "Was it airplanes?" One says, "There's plenty more inside." The canvas of the painting ripples. "Do you know the whereabouts of Monsieur Ginaud?" The other says, "Ran off yesterday, with the rest. London." "Don't tell him anything," says the first. The boys jog down the driveway with their prize and are swallowed by the gloom. "London?" whispers Marie-Laure. "The friend of the director is in London?" Sheets of blackened paper scuttle past their feet. Shadows whisper in the trees. A ruptured melon lolls in the drive like an amputated head. The locksmith is seeing too much. All day, mile after mile, he let himself imagine they would be greeted with food. Little potatoes with hot cores into which he and Marie-Laure would plunge forkfuls of butter. Shallots and mushrooms and hard-boiled eggs and bechamel. Coffee and cigarettes. He would hand Monsieur Ginaud the stone, and Ginaud would pull brass lorgnettes out of his breast pocket and fit their lenses over his calm eyes and tell him, real or fake. Then Ginaud would bury it in the garden, or conceal it behind a hidden panel somewhere in his walls, and that would be that, duty fulfilled. Je ne m'en occupais plus. They would be given a private room, take baths, maybe someone would wash their clothes. Maybe Monsieur Ginaud would tell humorous stories about his friend, the director. And in the morning, the birds would sing, and a fresh newspaper would announce the end of the invasion, reasonable concessions. He would go back to the Key-Pound, spend his evenings installing little sash windows in little wooden houses. Bonjour, bonjour, everything as before. But nothing is as before. The trees seethe and the house smoulders, and standing in the gravel of the driveway, the daylight nearly finished, the locksmith has an unsettling thought. Someone might be coming for us. Someone might know what I carry. He leads Marie-Laure back to the road at a trot. "Papa, my feet!" He swings the rucksack around to his front and wraps her arms around his neck and carries her on his back. They pass the smashed gatehouse and the crashed car and turn not east toward the centre of Evreux, but west. Figures bicycle past. Pinched faces streaked with suspicion or fear or both. Perhaps it is the locksmith's own eyes that have been streaked. "Not so quickly," begs Marie-Laure. They rest in weeds 20 paces off the road. There is only plunging night, and owls calling from the trees, and bats straining insects above a roadside ditch. A diamond, the locksmith reminds himself, is only a piece of carbon compressed in the bowels of the earth for eons, and driven to the surface in a volcanic pipe. Someone facets it. Someone polishes it. It can harbour a curse no more than a leaf can, or a mirror, or a life. There is only chance in this world. Chance and physics. Anyway, what he carries is nothing more than a piece of glass, a diversion. Behind him, over Evreux, a wall of clouds ignites once, Twice. Lightning? On the road ahead, he can make out several acres of uncut hay and the gentle profiles of unlit farm buildings. A house and barn. No movement. Marie, I see a hotel. You said the hotels were full. This one looks friendly. Come, it's not far. Again he carries his daughter. One more half-mile. The windows of the house stay unlit as they approach. Its barn sits 100 yards beyond. He tries to listen above the rush of blood in his ears. No dogs, no torches. Probably the farmers, too, have fled. He sets Marie-Laure in front of the barn doors and knocks softly and waits, and knocks again. The padlock is a brand-new single-latch Burgut. With his tools he picks it easily. Inside are oats and water buckets and horseflies flying sleepy loops, but no horses. He opens a stall and helps Marie-Laure into the corner and pulls off her shoes. Voila, he says. One of the guests has just brought his horses into the lobby, so it may smell for a moment. But now the porters are hurrying him out. See, there he goes. Goodbye, horse. Go sleep in the stables, please. Her expression is far away, lost. A vegetable garden waits behind the house. In the dimness he can make out roses, leeks, lettuces, strawberries, most still green, tender white carrots with black earth clotted in their fibres. Nothing stirs. No farmer materialises in a window with a rifle. The locksmith brings back a shirt full of vegetables and fills a tin bucket at a spigot, and eases shut the barn door and feeds his daughter in the dark. Then he folds his coat, lays her head on it, and wipes her face with his shirt. 2 cigarettes left. Inhale, exhale. Walk the paths of logic. Every outcome has its cause, and every predicament has its solution. Every lock its key. You can go back to Paris, or you can stay here, or you can go on. From outside comes the soft hooting of owls, distant grumbling of thunder, or ordnance, or both. He says, "This hotel is very cheap, ma chérie. The innkeeper behind the desk said our room was 40 francs a night, but only 20 francs if we made our own bed." He listens to her breath. So I said, "Oh, we can make our own bed." And he said, "Right, I'll get you some nails and wood." Marie-Laure still does not smile. Now we go find Uncle Etienne? Yes, Marie. Who is 76% crazy? He was with your grandfather, his brother, when he died, in the war. Got a bit of gas in the head is how they used to say it. Afterward, he saw things. What kind of things? Creaking rumble of thunder closer now. The barn quakes lightly. Things that were not there. Spiders draw their webs between rafters. Moths flap against the windows. It starts to rain. Entrance exam. Entrance exams for the National Political Institutes of Education are held in Essen, 18 miles south of Zollverein, inside a sweltering dance hall where a trio of truck-sized radiators is plugged into the back wall. One of the radiators clangs and steams all day despite various attempts to shut it down. War Ministry flags, as big as tanks, hang from the rafters. There are 100 recruits, all boys. A school representative in a black uniform arranges them in ranks 4 deep. Medals chime on his chest as he paces. "You are," he declares, "attempting to enter the most elite schools in the world. The exams will last 8 days. We will take only the purest. Only the strongest." A second representative distributes uniforms, white shirts, white shorts, white socks. The boys shuck their clothes where they stand. Werner counts 26 others in his age group. All but 2 are taller than he is. All but 3 are blonde. None of them wear eyeglasses. The boys spend that entire first morning in their new white outfits filling out questionnaires on clipboards. There is no noise, save the scribbling of pencils and the pacing of examiners and the clunking of the huge radiator. Where was your grandfather born? What colour are your father's eyes? Has your mother ever worked in an office? Of 110 questions about his lineage, Werner can accurately answer only 16. The rest are guesses. Where is your mother from? There are no options for past tense. He writes, Germany. Where is your father from? Germany. What language does your mother speak? German. He remembers Frau Elena, as she looked early this morning, standing in her nightdress beside the hall lamp, fussing over his bag, all the other children asleep. She seemed lost, dazed, as if she could not absorb how quickly things were changing around her. She said she was proud. She said Werner should do his best. You're a smart boy, she said. You'll do well. She kept adjusting and readjusting his collar. When he said, It's only a week, her eyes filled slowly, as if some internal flood were gradually overwhelming her. In the afternoon, the recruits run. They crawl under obstacles, do push-ups, scale ropes suspended from the ceiling. 100 children passing sleek and interchangeable in their white uniforms like livestock before the eyes of the examiners. Werner comes in 9th in the shuttle runs. He comes in second to last on the rope climb. He will never be good enough. In the evening, the boys spill out of the hall, some met by proud-looking parents with automobiles, others vanishing purposefully in 2s and 3s into the streets. All seem to know where they're going. Werner makes his way alone to a Spartan hostel 6 blocks away, where he rents a bed for 2 marks a night, and lies among muttering itinerants, and listens to the pigeons and bells and shuddering traffic of Essen. It's the first night he's spent outside of Zollverein, and he cannot stop thinking of Jutta, who has not spoken to him since discovering he smashed their radio, who stared at him with so much accusation in her face that he had to look away. Her eyes said, You are betraying me. But wasn't he protecting her? On the second morning, there are radiological exams. They require little of Werner except to raise his arms or keep from blinking while an inspector shines a penlight into the tunnels of his pupils. He sweats and shifts. His heart pounds unreasonably. An onion-breathed technician in a lab coat measures the distance between Werner's temples, the circumference of his head, and the thickness and shape of his lips. Calipers are used to evaluate his feet, the length of his fingers, and the distance between his eyes and his navel. They measure his penis. The angle of his nose is quantified with a wooden protractor. A second technician gauges Werner's eye colour against a chromatic scale on which 60 or so shades of blue are displayed. Werner's colour is Himmelblau, sky blue. To assess his hair colour, the man snips a lock of hair from Werner's head and compares it to 30 or so other locks, clipped to a board, arrayed darkest to lightest. Schnee, the man mutters and makes a notation. Snow. Werner's hair is lighter than the lightest colour on the board. They test his vision, draw his blood, take his fingerprints. By noon he wonders if there's anything left for them to measure. Verbal exams come next. How many nationalpolitische Erziehungsanstalten are there? 20. Who are our greatest Olympians? He does not know. What is the birthday of the Führer? April 20th. Who is our greatest writer? What is the Treaty of Versailles? Which is the nation's fastest airplane? Day 3 involves more running, more climbing, more jumping. Everything is timed. The technicians, school representatives and examiners, each wearing uniforms in subtly different shades, scribble on pads of graph paper with a very narrow gauge, and sheet after sheet of this paper gets closed into leather binders with a gold lightning bolt stamped on the front. The recruits speculate in eager whispers. I hear the schools have sailboats, falconries, rifle ranges. I hear they will take only 7 from each age group. I hear it's only 4. They speak of the schools with yearning and bravado. They want desperately to be selected. Werner tells himself, so do I, so do I. And yet at other times, despite his ambitions, he is visited by instants of vertigo. He sees Jutta holding the smashed pieces of their radio and feels uncertainty steal into his gut. The recruits scale walls. They run, wind sprint after wind sprint. On the 5th day, 3 quit. On the 6th, 4 more give up. Each hour the dance hall seems to grow progressively warmer, so by the 8th day, the air, walls and floor are saturated with the hot, teeming odour of boys. For their final test, each of the 14-year-olds is forced to climb a ladder haphazardly nailed to a wall. Once at the top, 25 feet above the floor, their heads in the rafters, they're supposed to step onto a tiny platform, close their eyes and leap off, to be caught in a flag held by a dozen of the other recruits. First to go is a stout farm kid from Herne. He scales the ladder quickly enough, but as soon as he's on the platform high above everyone else, his face goes white. His knees wobble dangerously. Someone mutters, "Pussy." The boy beside Werner whispers, "Afraid of heights." An examiner watches dispassionately. The boy on the platform peeks over the edge, as if into a swirling abyss, and shuts his eyes. He sways back and forth. Interminable seconds pass. The examiner peers at his stopwatch. Werner clutches the hem of the flag. Soon, most everyone in the dance hall has stopped to watch, even recruits in other age groups. The boy sways twice more until it's clear he's about to faint. Even then, no one moves to help him. When he goes over, he goes sideways. The recruits on the ground manage to swing the flag around in time, but his weight tears the edges out of their hands and he hits the floor arms first with a sound like a bundle of kindling breaking over a knee. The boy sits up. Both of his forearms are bent at nauseating ankles. He blinks at them curiously for a moment, as if scanning his memory for a clue that might explain how he got there. Then he starts to scream. Werner looks away. 4 boys are ordered to carry the injured one out. One by one, the remaining 14-year-olds climb the ladder and tremble and leap. One sobs the whole way. Another sprains an ankle when he hits. The next waits at least 2 full minutes before jumping. The 15th boy looks out across the dance hall, as if staring into a bleak, cold sea, then climbs back down. Werner watches from his place on the flag. When his turn comes, he tells himself, he must not waver. On the undersides of his eyelids, he sees the interlaced ironwork of Solverein, the fire-breathing mills, men teeming out of elevator shafts like ants, the mouth of Pit 9, where his father was lost. Jutta in the parlour window, sealed behind the rain, watching him follow the corporal to Herr Siedler's house. The taste of whipped cream and powdered sugar and the smooth calves of Herr Siedler's wife. Exceptional. Unexpected. We will take only the purest, only the strongest. The only place your brother is going, little girl, is into the mines. Werner scampers up the ladder. The rungs have been roughly sawed, and his palms take splinters the whole way. From the top, the crimson flag with its white circle and black cross looks unexpectedly small. A pale ring of faces stares up. It's even hotter up here, torrid, and the smell of perspiration makes him light-headed. Without hesitating, Werner steps to the edge of the platform and shuts his eyes and jumps. He hits the flag in its exact centre, and the boys holding its edges give a collective groan. He rolls to his feet, uninjured. The examiner clicks his stopwatch, scribbles on his clipboard, looks up. Their eyes meet for a half-second, maybe less. Then the man goes back to his notations. "Heil Hitler!" yells Werner. The next boy starts up the ladder. Brittany. In the morning, an ancient furniture lorry stops for them. Her father lifts her into its bed, where a dozen people nestle beneath a waxed canvas tarp. The engine roars and pops. The truck rarely accelerates past walking speed. A woman prays in a Norman accent. Someone shares pâté. Everything smells of rain. No Stukas swoop over them, machine guns blazing. No one in the truck has even seen a German. For half the morning, Marie-Laure tries to convince herself that the previous days have been some elaborate test concocted by her father, that the truck is moving not away from Paris, but toward it, that tonight they'll return home. The model will be on its bench in the corner, and the sugar bowl will be in the centre of the kitchen table, its little spoon resting on the rim. Out the open windows, the cheese seller on the Rue des Patriarches will lock his door and shutter up those marvellous smells, as he has done nearly every evening she can remember. And the leaves of the chestnut tree will clatter and murmur, and her father will boil coffee and draw her a hot bath and say, "You did well, Marie-Laure. I'm proud." The truck bounces from highway to country road to dirt lane. Weeds brush its flanks. Well after midnight, west of Cancale, they run out of fuel. "Not much farther," her father whispers. Marie-Laure shuffles along half asleep. The road seems hardly wider than a path. The air smells like wet grain and hedge trimmings. In the lulls between their footfalls, she can hear a deep, nearly subsonic roar. She tugs her father to a stop. Armies. The ocean. She cocks her head. "It's the ocean, Marie. I promise." He carries her on his back. Now the barking of gulls, smell of wet stones, of bird shit, of salt, though she never knew salt to have a smell. The sea murmuring in a language that travels through stones, air and sky. What did Captain Nemo say? The sea does not belong to tyrants. "We're crossing into Saint-Malo now," says her father, "the part they call the city within the walls." He narrates what he sees: a portcullis, defensive walls called ramparts, granite mansions, a steeple above rooftops. The echoes of his footfalls ricochet off tall houses and rain back onto them, and he labours beneath her weight. And she's old enough to suspect that what he presents as quaint and welcoming might in truth be harrowing and strange. Birds make strangled cries overhead. Her father turns left, right. It feels to Marie-Laure as if they have wound these past 4 days toward the centre of a bewildering maze, and now they're tiptoeing past the pickets of some final interior cell, inside which a terrible beast might slumber. "Rue Vauberel," her father says between pants. "Here. It must be. Or here?" He pivots, retraces their steps, climbs an alley, then turns around. Is there no one to ask? "There's not a single light, Marie. Everyone is asleep or pretending to be." Finally they reach a gate, and he sets her down on a curbstone and pushes an electric buzzer, and she can hear it ring deep within a house. Nothing. He presses again. Again, nothing. He presses a third time. "This is the house of your uncle." "It is." "He doesn't know us," she says. "He's sleeping, as we should be." They sit with their backs to the gate, wrought iron and cool. A heavy wooden door just behind it. She leans her head on his shoulder. He pulls off her shoes. The world seems to sway gently back and forth, as though the town is drifting lightly away. As though, back on shore, all of France is left to bite its fingernails and flee and stumble and weep and wake to a numb grey dawn, unable to believe what is happening. Who do the roads belong to now? And the fields? The trees? Her father takes his final cigarette from his shirt pocket and lights it. From deep inside the house behind them come footfalls. Madame Manec. As soon as her father says his name, the breathing on the other side of the door becomes a gasp, a held breath. The gate screeches. A door behind it gives way. "Jesus, his mother," says a woman's voice. "You were so small." "My daughter, Madame. Marie-Laure. This is Madame Manec." Marie-Laure attempts a curtsy. The hand that cups her cheek is strong. The hand of a geologist or a gardener. "My God, there are none so distant that fate cannot bring them together. But dear child, your stockings and your heels. Oh, you must be famished." They step into a narrow entry. Marie-Laure hears the gate clang shut, then the woman latching the door behind them. 2 dead bolts, 1 chain. They're led into a room that smells of herbs and rising dough. A kitchen. Her father unbuttons her coat, helps her sit. "We are very grateful. I understand how late it is," he's saying. And the old woman, Madame Manec, is brisk, efficient, evidently overcoming her initial amazement. She brushes off their thank yous. She scoots Marie-Laure's chair toward a tabletop. A match is struck. Water fills a pot. An icebox clicks open and shut. There's the hum of gas and the tick-tick of heating metal. In another moment, a warm towel is on Marie-Laure's face. A jar of cool, sweet water in front of her. Each sip, a blessing. "Oh, the town is absolutely stuffed," Madame Manec is saying in her fairy tale drawl as she moves about. She seems short. She wears blocky, heavy shoes. Hers is a low voice full of pebbles, a sailor's voice, or a smoker's. Some can afford hotels or rentals, but many are in the warehouses on straw. Not enough to eat. I'd take them in, but your uncle, you know, it might upset him. There's no diesel, no kerosene. British ships long gone. They burned everything they left behind. At first I couldn't believe any of it, but Etienne, he has the wireless going non-stop. Eggs crack. Butter pops in a hot pan. Her father's telling an abridged story of their flight, train stations, fearful crowds, omitting the stop in Évreux. But soon, all of Marie-Laure's attention is absorbed by the smells blooming around her. Egg, spinach, melting cheese. An omelette arrives. She positions her face over its steam. "May I please have a fork?" The old woman laughs. A laugh Marie-Laure warms to immediately. In an instant, a fork is fitted into her hand. The eggs taste like clouds, like spun gold. Madame Manec says, "I think she likes it," and laughs again. A second omelette soon appears. Now it is her father who eats quickly. "How about peaches, dear?" murmurs Madame Manec. And Marie-Laure can hear a can opening, juice slopping into a bowl. Seconds later, she's eating wedges of wet sunlight. "Marie," murmurs her father, "your manners." "But they're—" "We have plenty. You go ahead, child. I make them every year." When Marie-Laure has eaten 2 full cans of peaches, Madame Manec cleans Marie-Laure's feet with a rag and shakes out her coat and clanks dishes into a sink and says, "Cigarette?" And her father groans with gratitude, and a match flares, and the grown-ups smoke. A door opens, or a window, and Marie-Laure can hear the hypnotic voice of the sea. "And Etienne?" says her father. Madame says, "Shuts himself up like a corpse one day, eats like an albatross the next. He still does not for 20 years. Probably the grown-ups are mouthing more to each other. Probably Marie-Laure should be more curious about her great-uncle who sees things that are not there, about the fate of everyone and everything she's ever known. But her stomach is full. Her blood has become a warm golden flow through her arteries. And out the open window, beyond the walls, The ocean crashes. Only a bit of stacked stone left between her and it, the rim of Brittany, the farthest windowsill of France. And maybe the Germans are advancing as inexorably as lava. But Marie-Laure is slipping into something like a dream, or perhaps it's the memory of one. She's 6 or 7 years old, newly blind, and her father's sitting in the chair beside her bed, whittling away at some tiny piece of wood, smoking a cigarette. And evening is settling over the 100,000 rooftops and chimneys of Paris, and all the walls around her are dissolving, the ceilings too. The whole city is disintegrating into smoke, and at last sleep falls over her like a shadow. You have been called. Everyone wants to hear Werner's stories. What were the exams like? What did they make you do? Tell us everything. The youngest children tug his sleeves. The older ones are deferential. This snowy-haired dreamer plucked out of the soot. They said they'd accept only 2 from my age group, maybe 3. From the far end of the table, he can feel the heat of Juta's attention. With the rest of the money from Herr Siedler, he purchased a People's receiver for 34 marks 80, a 2-valve low-powered radio even cheaper than the state-sponsored Volksempfängers he's repaired in the houses of neighbours. Unmodified, its receiver can haul in only the big long-wave nationwide programmes from Deutschlandsender. Nothing else. Nothing foreign. The children shout, delighted, as he presents it. Jutta shows no interest. Martin Saxer asks, "Was there loads of math? Was there cheeses? Was there cakes? Did they let you shoot rifles? Did you ride in tanks? I bet you rode in tanks." Werner says, "I didn't know the answers to half their questions. I'll never get in." But he does. 5 days after he returns from Essen, the letter is hand-delivered to Children's House. An eagle and cross on a crisp envelope. No stamp. Like a dispatch from God. Frau Elena is doing laundry. The little boys are clustered around the new radio. A half-hour programme called Kids Club. Jutta and Claudia Foster have taken 3 of the young girls to a puppet show in the market. Jutta has spoken no more than 6 words to Werner since his return. "You have been called," says the letter. Werner is to report to the National Political Institute of Education, number 6, at Schulpforta. He stands in the parlour of Children's House, trying to absorb it. Cracked walls, sagging ceiling, twin benches that have borne child after child after child for as long as the mine has made orphans. He has found a way out. Schulpforta. Tiny dot on the map, near Naumburg in Saxony, 200 miles east. Only in his most intrepid dreams did he allow himself to hope that he might travel so far. He carries the sheet of paper in a daze to the alley where Frau Elena boils sheets amid billows of steam. She rereads it several times. "We can't pay. We don't need to." "How far?" 5 hours by train. They've already paid the fare." "When?" 2 weeks. Frau Elena. Strands of hair stuck to her cheeks, maroon aprons under her eyes, pink rims around her nostrils. Thin crucifix against her damp throat. Is she proud? She rubs her eyes and nods absently. "They'll celebrate this." She hands the letter back and stares down the alley at the dense ranks of clotheslines and coal bins. "Who, Frau?" "Everyone. The neighbours." She laughs a sudden and startling laugh. "Ha! People like that Vice Minister, the man who took your book." "Not Jutta." "No, not Jutta." He rehearses in his head the argument he will present to his sister. Pflicht. It means duty, obligation. Every German fulfilling his function. Put on your boots and go to work. Ein Volk, ein Reich, ein Führer. We all have parts to play, little sister. But before the girls arrive, news of his acceptance has reverberated through the block. Neighbours come over one after another and exclaim and wag their chins. Coal wives bring pig knuckles and cheese. They pass around Werner's acceptance letter. The ones who can read it aloud to the ones who cannot. And Jutta comes home to a crowded, exhilarated room. The twins, Hannah and Suzanne Gerlitz, sprint laps around the sofa, looped up in the excitement. And 6-year-old Rolf Hupfauer sings Rise, Rise, all glory to the fatherland, and several of the other children join in. And Werner doesn't see Frau Elena speak to Jutta in the corner of the parlour, doesn't see Jutta run upstairs. At the dinner bell, she does not come down. Frau Elena asks Hannah Gerlitz to lead the prayer, and tells Werner she'll talk to Jutta, that he ought to stay downstairs, all these people are here for him. Every few breaths, the words flare in his mind like sparks. You have been called. Each minute that passes is one fewer in this house, in this life. After the meal, little Siegfried Fischer, no older than 5, walks around the table and tugs Werner's sleeve and hands him a photograph he's torn from a newspaper. In the picture, 6 fighter bombers float above a mountain range of clouds. Spangles of sun are frozen mid-glide across the airplane's fuselages. The scarves of the pilots stretch backward. Siegfried Fischer says, "You'll show them, won't you?" His face is fierce with disbelief. It seems to draw a circle around all the hours Werner has spent at Children's House, hoping for something more. "I will," Werner says. The eyes of all the children are on him. "Absolutely, I will." Occupy. Marie-Laure wakes to church bells. 2, 3, 4, 5. Faint smell of mildew. Ancient down pillows with all the loft worn out. Silk wallpaper behind the lumpy bed where she sits. When she stretches out both arms, she can almost touch walls on either side. The reverberations of the bells cease. She's slept most of the day. What is the muffled roar she hears? Crowds? Or is it still the sea? She sets her feet on the floor. The wounds on the backs of her heels pulse. Where is her cane? She shuffles so she does not bash her shins on something. Behind curtains, a window rises out of her reach. Opposite the window, she finds a dresser whose drawers open only part way before striking the bed. The weather in this place, you can feel it between your fingertips. She gropes through a doorway into what? A hall? Out here the roar is fainter, barely a murmur. Hello? Quiet. Then a bustling far below, the heavy shoes of Madame Manec climbing flights of narrow curving steps, her smoker's lungs coming closer. 3rd floor, 4th. How tall is this house? Now Madame's voice is calling, "Mademoiselle?" And she is taken by the hand, led back into the room in which she woke, and seated on the edge of the bed. "Do you need to use the toilet?" "You must, then a bath. You had an excellent sleep. Your father is in town trying the telegraph office, though I assured him that'll be about as profitable as trying to pick feathers out of molasses. Are you hungry?" Madame Manec plumps pillows, flaps the quilt. Marie-Laure tries to concentrate on something small, something concrete. The model, back in Paris. A single seashell in Dr. Geffard's laboratory. "Does this whole house belong to my great-uncle Etienne?" "Every room." "How does he pay for it?" Madame Manec laughs. "You get right to it, don't you? Your great-uncle inherited the house from his father, who was your great-grandfather. He was a very successful man with plenty of money." You knew him? I have worked here since Master Etienne was a little boy. My grandfather, too, you knew him? I did. Will I meet Uncle Etienne now? Madame Manec hesitates. Probably not. But he is here. Yes, child. He's always here. Always? Madame Manec's big, thick hands enfold hers. Let's see about the bath. Your father will explain when he returns. But Papa doesn't explain anything. He says only that Uncle was in the war with my grandfather. That's right. But your great-uncle, when he came home... Madame hunts for the proper phrasing. He was not the same as when he left. You mean he was more scared of things? I mean lost. A mouse in a trap. He saw dead people passing through the walls, terrible things in the corners of the streets. Now your great-uncle does not go outdoors. Not ever? Not for years. But Etienne is a wonder, you'll see. He knows everything. Marie-Laure listens to the house timbers creak, and the gulls cry, and the gentle roar breaking against the window. Are we high in the air, madame? We are on the 6th floor. It's a good bed, isn't it? I thought you and your papa would be able to rest well here. Does the window open? It does, dear. But it's probably best to leave it shuttered while... Marie-Laure is already standing atop the bed, running her palms along the wall. Can one see the sea from it? We're supposed to keep shutters and windows closed, but maybe just for a minute. Madame Manec turns a handle, pulls in the 2 hinged panes of the window, and nudges open the shutter. Wind. Immediate, bright, sweet, briny, luminous. The roar rises and falls. Are there snails out there, madame? Snails? In the ocean? Again, that laugh. As many as raindrops. You're interested in snails? Yes. I have found tree snails and garden snails, but I've never found marine snails. Well, says Madame Manec, you've turned up in the right place. Madame draws a warm bath in a 3rd-floor tub. From the tub, Marie-Laure listens to her shut the door, and the cramped bathroom groan beneath the weight of the water, and the walls creak, as if she were in a cabin outside Captain Nemo's Nautilus. The pain in her heels fades. She lowers her head below the level of the water. To never go outdoors. To hide for decades inside this strange, narrow house. For dinner, she's buttoned into a starchy dress from some bygone decade. They sit at the square kitchen table, her father and Madame Manec at opposite sides. Knees pressed to knees, windows jammed shut, shutters drawn. A wireless set mumbles the names of ministers in a harried staccato voice. De Gaulle in London, Pétain replacing Renault. They eat fish stewed with green tomatoes. Her father reports that no letters have been delivered or collected in 3 days. Telegraph lines are not functioning. The newest newspaper is 6 days old. On the radio, the announcer reads public service classifieds. Monsieur Cheminoux, refugeed in Orange, seeks his 3 children, left with luggage at Ivry-sur-Seine. Francis, in Genève, seeks any information about Marie-Jean, last seen at Gentilly. Mother sends prayers to Luc and Albert, wherever they are. L. Rabière seeks news of his wife, last seen at Gare d'Orsay. A. Cotteret wants his mother to know he is safe in Laval. Madame Messieurs seeks whereabouts of 6 daughters, sent by train to Redon. Everybody has misplaced someone, murmurs Madame Manec. And Marie-Laure's father switches off the wireless, and the tubes click as they cool. Upstairs, faintly, the same voice keeps reading names, or is it her imagination? She hears Madame Manec stand and collect the bowls, and her father exhales cigarette smoke as though it's very heavy in his lungs, and he's glad to be rid of it. That night she and her father wind up the twisting staircase and go to bed side by side on the same lumpy bed, in the same sixth-floor bedroom with the fraying silk wallpaper. Her father fusses with his rucksack, with the door latch, with his matches. Soon enough there's the familiar smell of his cigarettes, Gaulois Bleu. She hears wood pop and groan as the two halves of the window pull open. The welcome hiss of wind washes in, or maybe it's the sea and the wind, her ears unable to upbraid the two. With it come the sense of salt and hay and fish markets and distant marshes, and absolutely nothing that smells to her of war. Can we visit the ocean tomorrow, Papa? Probably not tomorrow. Where's Uncle Etienne? I expect he's in his room on the 5th floor. Seeing things that are not there. We are lucky to have him, Marie. Lucky to have Madame Manec, too. She's a genius with food, isn't she, Papa? She's maybe just a little bit better at cooking than you are. Just a very little bit better. Marie-Laure is glad to hear a smile enter his voice. But beneath it she can sense his thoughts fluttering like trapped birds. What does it mean, Papa? They'll occupy us. It means they'll park their trucks in the squares. Will they make us speak their language? They might make us advance our clocks by 1 hour. The house creaks. Gulls cry. He lights another cigarette. Is it like occupation, Papa? Like the sort of job a person does? It's like military control, Marie. That's enough questions for now. Quiet. 20 heartbeats. 30. How can one country make another change its clocks? What if everybody refuses? Then a lot of people will be early. Or late. Remember our apartment, Papa? With my books and our model and all those pine cones on the windowsill? Of course. I lined up the pine cones, largest to smallest. They're still there. Do you think so? I know so. You do not know so. I do not know so. I believe so. Are German soldiers climbing into our beds right now, Papa? No. Marie-Laure tries to lie very still. She can almost hear the machinery of her father's mind churning inside his skull. It will be okay, she whispers. Her hand finds his forearm. We will stay here a while, and then we'll go back to our apartment, and the pine cones will be right where we left them. And 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea will be on the floor of the Keep Hound where we left it. And no one will be in our beds. The distant anthem of the sea. The clopping of someone's boot heels on cobbles far below. She wants very badly for her father to say, "Yes, that's it, absolutely, ma chérie." But he says nothing. Don't tell lies. He cannot concentrate on schoolwork or simple conversations or Frau Elena's chores. Every time he shuts his eyes, some vision of the school at Schulpforta overmasters him. Vermilion flags, muscular horses, gleaming laboratories. The best boys in Germany. At certain moments, he sees himself as an emblem of possibility to which all eyes have turned. Though at other moments, flickering in front of him, he sees the big kid from the entrance exams, his face gone bloodless atop the platform high above the dance hall. How he fell. How no one moved to help him. Why can't Jutta be happy for him? Why, even at the moment of his escape, must some inexplicable warning murmur in a distant region of his mind? Martin Saxer says, "Tell us again about the hand grenades." Siegfried Fischer says, "And the falconries." 3 times he readies his argument, and 3 times Jutta turns on her heel and strides away. Hour after hour she helps Fra Elena with the smaller children, or walks to the market, or finds some other excuse to be helpful, to be busy, to be out. She won't listen, Werner tells Fra Elena. Keep trying. Before he knows it, there's only 1 day before his departure. He wakes before dawn and finds Jutta asleep in her cot in the girls' dormitory. Her arms are wrapped around her head, and her wool blanket is twisted around her midsection, and even her pillow is jammed into the crack between mattress and wall. Even in sleep, a tableau of friction. Above her bed are papered her fantastical pencil drawings of Fra Elena's village, of Paris with 1,000 white towers beneath whirling flocks of birds. He says her name. She twines herself tighter into her blanket. Will you walk with me? To his surprise, she sits up. They step outside before anyone else is awake. He leads her without speaking. They climb one fence, then another. Jutta's untied shoelaces trail behind her. Thistles bite their knees. The rising sun makes a pinhole on the horizon. They stop at the edge of an irrigation canal. In winters past, Werner used to tow her in their wagon to this very spot, and they would watch skaters race along the frozen canal. Farmers with blades fixed to their feet and frost caked in their beards, 5 or 6 rushing by all at once, tightly packed, in the midst of an 8 or 9 mile race between towns. The look in the skaters' eyes was of horses who've run a long way, and it was always exciting for Werner to see them, to feel the air disturbed by their speed, to hear their skates clapping along, then fading, a sensation as if his soul might tear free of his body and go sparking off with them. But as soon as they'd continued around the bend and left behind only the white etchings of their skates in the ice, the thrill would fade, and he'd tow Jutta back to Children's House feeling lonely and forsaken, and more trapped in his life than before. He says, "No skaters came last winter." His sister gazes into the ditch. Her eyes are mauve. Her hair is snarled and untamable, and perhaps even whiter than his. Schnee. She says, "None'll come this year either." The mine complex is a smouldering black mountain range behind her. Even now Werner can hear a mechanical drumbeat thudding in the distance. First shift going down in the elevators as the owl shift comes up. All those boys with tired eyes and soot-stained faces rising in the elevators to meet the sun. And for a moment, he apprehends a huge and terrible presence looming just beyond the morning. "I know you're angry. You'll become just like Hans and Heribert." "I won't." "Spend enough time with boys like that and you will." "So, you want me to stay? Go down in the mines?" They watch a bicyclist far down the path. Jutta clamps her hands in her armpits. "You know what I used to listen to? On our radio? Before you ruined it?" "Hush, Jutta, please." "Broadcast from Paris. They'd say the opposite of everything Deutschlandsender says. They'd say we were devils, that we were committing atrocities. Do you know what atrocities means?" "Please, Jutta." "Is it right," Jutta says, "to do something only because everyone else is doing it?" Doubts, slipping in like eels. Werner shoves them back. Jutta's barely 12 years old, still a child. "I'll write you letters every week, twice a week if I can. You don't have to show them to Fra Elena if you don't want to." Jutta shuts her eyes. "It's not forever, Jutta. 2 years, maybe. Half the boys who get admitted don't manage to graduate. But maybe I'll learn something. Maybe they'll teach me to be a proper engineer. Maybe I can learn to fly an airplane like little Siegfried says. And don't shake your head. We've always wanted to see the inside of an airplane, haven't we? I'll fly us west, you and me. Fra Elena too, if she wants. Or we could take a train. We'll ride through forests, and Village de Montagne, all those places Frau Elena talked about when we were small. Maybe we could ride all the way to Paris. The burgeoning light, the tender hissing of the grass. Jutta opens her eyes, but doesn't look at him. Don't tell lies. Lie to yourself, Werner. But don't lie to me. 10 hours later, he's on a train. Etienne. For 3 days, she does not meet her great-uncle. Then, feeling her way to the toilet on the 4th morning after their arrival, she steps on something small and hard. She crouches and locates it with her fingers. Whirled and smooth, a sculpture of vertical folds incised by a tapering spiral, the aperture broad and oval. She whispers, "A whelk." One stride in front of the first shell, she finds another, then a third and a fourth. The trail of seashells arcs past the toilet and down a flight to the closed 5th-floor door she knows by now is his, beyond which issues the concerted whispers of pianos playing. A voice says, "Come in." She expects fustiness, an elderly funk, but the room smells mildly of soap and books and dried seaweed, not unlike Dr. Geffard's laboratory. Great-uncle? Marie-Laure. His voice is low and soft, a piece of silk you might keep in a drawer and pull out only on rare occasions, just to feel it between your fingers. She reaches into space, and a cool, bird-boned hand takes hers. He's feeling better, he says. "I am sorry I have not been able to meet you sooner." The pianos plink along softly. It sounds as if a dozen are playing all at once, as if the sound comes from every point of the compass. "How many radios do you have, Uncle?" "Let me show you." He brings her hands to a shelf. "This one is stereo. Heterodyne. I assembled it myself." She imagines a diminutive pianist, dressed in a tuxedo, playing inside the machine. Next, he places her hands on a big cabinet radio, then on a third no bigger than a toaster. 11 sets in all, he says, boyish pride slipping into his voice. "I can hear ships at sea, Madrid, Brazil, London. I heard Pakistan once. Here, at the edge of the city, so high in the house, we get superb reception." He lets her dig through a box of fuses, another of switches. He leads her to bookshelves next. The spines of hundreds of books, a birdcage, beetles in matchboxes, an electric mousetrap, a glass paperweight inside which, he says, a scorpion has been entombed, jars of miscellaneous fuses, 100 more things she cannot identify. He has the entire 5th floor, one big room, except for the landing, to himself. 3 windows open onto the Rue Vauberel in the front, 3 more onto the alley in the back. There's a small and ancient bed, his coverlet smooth and tight, a tidy desk, a davenport. "That's the tour," he says, almost whispering. Her great-uncle seems kind, curious, and entirely sane. Stillness. This is what he radiates more than anything else, the stillness of a tree, of a mouse blinking in the dark. Madame Manec brings sandwiches. Etienne doesn't have any Jules Verne, but he does have Darwin, he says, and reads to her from The Voyage of the Beagle, translating English to French as he goes. The variety of species among the jumping spiders appears almost infinite. Music spirals out of the radios, and it's splendid to drowse on the davenport, to be warm and fed, to feel the sentences hoist her up and carry her somewhere else. 6 blocks away at the telegraph office, Marie-Laure's father presses his face to the window to watch 2 German motorcycles with sidecars roar through the Port Saint-Vincent. The shutters of the town are drawn, but between slats, over sills, 1,000 eyes peer out. Behind the motorcycles roll 2 trucks. In the rear glides a single black Mercedes. Sunlight flashes from the hood ornaments and chrome fittings as the little procession grinds to a stop on the ringed gravel drive in front of the soaring lichen-streaked walls of the Château de Saint-Malo. An elderly, preternaturally tanned man, the mayor, somebody explains, waits with a white handkerchief in his big sailor's hands, a barely perceptible shake showing in his wrists. The Germans climb out of their vehicles, more than a dozen of them. Their boots gleam, and their uniforms are tidy. 2 carry carnations. 1 urges along a beagle on a rope. Several gaze open-mouthed up at the facade of the chateau. A short man, in a field captain's uniform, emerges from the back seat of the Mercedes and brushes something invisible from the sleeve of his coat. He exchanges a few words with a thin aide-de-camp, who translates to the mayor. The mayor nods. Then the short man disappears through the huge doors. Minutes later, the aide-de-camp flings open the shutters of an upstairs window and gazes a moment across the rooftops before unfurling a crimson flag over the brick and securing its eyelets to the sill. Jungmänner. It's a castle out of a storybook. 8 or 9 stone buildings sheltered below hills, rust-coloured roofs, narrow windows, spires and turrets, weeds sprouting from between roof tiles. A pretty little river winds through athletics fields. Not in the clearest hour of Solveren's clearest day has Werner breathed air so unadulterated by dust. A one-armed bunkmaster sets forth rules in a belligerent torrent. This is your parade uniform. This is your field uniform. This is your gym uniform. Suspenders crossed in the back, parallel in the front, sleeves rolled to the elbow. Each boy is to carry a knife in a scabbard on the right side of the belt. Raise your right arm when you wish to be called upon. Always a line in rows of 10. No books, no cigarettes, no food, no personal possessions, nothing in your locker but uniforms, boots, knife, polish. No talking after lights out. Letters home will be posted on Wednesdays. You will strip away your weakness, your cowardice, your hesitation. You will become like a waterfall, a volley of bullets. You will all surge in the same direction at the same pace toward the same cause. You will forego comforts. You will live by duty alone. You will eat country and breathe nation. Do they understand? The boys shout that they do. There are 400 of them, plus 30 instructors and 50 more on the staff. NCOs and cooks, groomsmen and groundskeepers. Some cadets are as young as 9, the oldest are 17. Gothic faces, sharp noses, pointed chins, blue eyes, all of them. Werner sleeps in a tiny dormitory with 7 other 14-year-olds. The bunk above belongs to Frederick, a reedy boy, thin as a blade of grass, skin as pale as cream. Frederick is new too. He's from Berlin. His father is assistant to an ambassador. When Frederick speaks, his attention floats up, as though he's scanning the sky for something. He and Werner eat their first meal in their starchy new uniforms at a long wooden table in the refectory. Some boys talk in whispers. Some sit alone. Some gulp food as if they've not eaten in days. Through 3 arched windows, dawn sends a sheaf of hallowed golden rays. Frederick flutters his fingers and asks, "Do you like birds?" "Sure." "Do you know about hooded crows?" Werner shakes his head. "Hooded crows are smarter than most mammals, even monkeys. I've seen them put nuts they can't crack in the road and wait for cars to run over them to get at the kernel." "Werner, you and I are going to be great friends. I'm sure of it." A portrait of the Führer glowers over every classroom. Learning happens on backless benches, at wooden tables grooved by the boredom of countless boys before them. Squires, monks, conscripts, cadets. On Werner's first day, he walks past the half-open door of the Technical Sciences Laboratory and glimpses a room as big as Solvereign's drugstore, lined with brand-new sinks, and glass-fronted cabinets, inside which wait sparkling beakers and graduated cylinders and balances and burners. Frederick has to urge him along. On their second day, a withered phrenologist gives a presentation to the entire student body. The lights in the refectory dim, a projector whirs, and a chart full of circles appears on the far wall. The old man stands beneath the projection screen and whisks the tip of a billiards cue through the grids. White circles represent pure German blood. Circles with black indicate the proportion of foreign blood. Notice Group 2, number 5. He raps the screen with his cue, and it ripples. Marriage between a pure German and 1/4 Jew is still permissible. You see? A half-hour later, Werner and Frederick are reading Goethe in Poetics. Then they're magnetizing needles in field exercises. The bunkmaster announces schedules of Byzantine complication. Mondays are for mechanics, state history, racial sciences. Tuesdays are for horsemanship, orienteering, military history. Everyone, even the 9-year-olds, will be taught to clean, break down, and fire a Mauser rifle. Afternoons, they lash themselves into a snarl of cartridge belts and run. Run to the troughs, run to the flag, run up the hill. Run carrying each other on your backs. Run carrying your rifle above your head. Run, crawl, swim, then more running. The star-flooded nights, the dew-soaked dawns, the hushed ambulatories, the enforced asceticism. Never has Werner felt part of something so single-minded. Never has he felt such a hunger to belong. In the rows of dormitories are cadets who talk of alpine skiing, of duels, of jazz clubs and governesses, and boar hunting. Boys who employ curse words with virtuosic skill, and boys who talk about cigarettes named for cinema stars. Boys who speak of telephoning the colonel, and boys who have baronesses for mothers. There are boys who have been admitted not because they're good at anything in particular, but because their fathers work for ministries. And the way they talk. One mustn't expect figs from thistles. I'd pollinate her in a blink, you shit. Bear up and funk it, boys. There are cadets who do everything right. Perfect posture, expert marksmanship, boots polished so perfectly that they reflect clouds. There are cadets who have skin like butter, and irises like sapphires, and ultra-fine networks of blue veins laced across the backs of their hands. For now, though, beneath the whip of the administration, they're all the same. All young men. They hustle through the gates together, gulp fried eggs in the refectory together, march across the quadrangle, perform roll call, salute the colours, shoot rifles, run, bathe, and suffer together. They are each a mound of clay, and the potter that is the portly, shiny-faced commandant is throwing 400 identical pots. We are young, they sing. We are steadfast, we have never compromised, we have so many castles yet to storm. Werner sways between exhaustion, confusion, and exhilaration. That his life has been so wholly redirected astounds him. He keeps any doubts at bay by memorizing lyrics or the routes to classrooms, by holding before his eyes a vision of the technical sciences laboratory. 9 tables, 30 stools, coils, variable capacitors, amplifiers, batteries, soldering irons locked away in those gleaming cabinets. Above him, kneeling on his bunk, Frederick peers out the open window through a pair of antique field glasses and makes a record on the bed rail of birds he sighted. 1 notch under red-necked grebe, 6 notches under thrush nightingale. Out on the grounds, a group of 10-year-olds is carrying torches and swastika flags toward the river. The procession pauses, and a gust of wind tears at the torch flames. Then they march on, their song swirling up through the window like a bright, pulsing cloud. Oh, take me up into the ranks, so that I do not die a common death. I do not want to die in vain. What I want is to fall on the sacrificial mound. Vienna. Sergeant Major Reinhold von Rumpel is 41 years old. Not so old that he cannot be promoted. He has moist red lips, pale, almost translucent cheeks like fillets of raw sole, and an instinct for correctness that rarely fails him. He has a wife who suffers his absences without complaint, and who arranges porcelain kittens by colour, lightest to darkest, on 2 different shelves in their drawing room in Stuttgart. He also has 2 daughters, whom he's not seen in 9 months. The eldest, Veronika, is deeply earnest. Her letters to him include phrases like sacred resolve, proud accomplishments, and unparalleled in history. Von Rumpel's particular gift is for diamonds. He can facet and polish stones as well as any Aryan jeweller in Europe, and he often spots fakes at a glance. He studied crystallography in Munich, apprenticed as a polisher in Antwerp, has even been, one glorious afternoon, to Charterhouse Street in London, to an unmarked diamond house, where he was asked to turn out his pockets, and ushered up 3 staircases and through 3 locked doors, and seated at a table where a man with a moustache, waxed to knife points, let him examine a 92-carat raw diamond from South Africa. Before the war, the life of Reinhold von Rumpel was pleasant enough. He was a gemologist who ran an appraisal business out of a 2nd-story shop behind Stuttgart's old chancellery. Clients would bring in stones, and he'd tell them what they were worth. Sometimes he'd recut diamonds, or consult on high-level faceting projects. If occasionally he cheated a customer, he told himself that was part of the game. Because of the war, his job has expanded. Now Sergeant Major von Rumpel has the chance to do what no one has done in centuries. Not since the Mughal dynasty, not since the Khans, perhaps not in history. The capitulation of France is only weeks past, and already he has seen things he did not dream he would see in 6 lifetimes. A 17th-century globe as big around as a small car, with rubies to mark volcanoes, sapphires clustered at the poles, and diamonds for world capitals. He has held a dagger handle at least 400 years old, made of white jade and inlaid with emeralds. Just yesterday, on the road to Vienna, he took possession of a 570-piece china set, with a single marquise-cut diamond set into the rim of every single dish. Where the police confiscated these treasures and from whom, he does not ask. Already he has personally packed them into a crate and belted it shut, and numbered it with white paint, and seen it loaded inside a train car, where it sits under 24-hour guard, waiting to be sent to high command, waiting for more. This particular summer afternoon, in a dusty geological library in Vienna, Sergeant Major von Rumpel follows an underweight secretary, wearing brown shoes, brown stockings, a brown skirt and a brown blouse through stacks of periodicals. The secretary sets down a step-stool, climbs, reaches. Tavernier's 1676 Travels in India. P.S. Pallis's 1793 travels through the southern provinces of the Russian Empire. Streeter's 1898 Precious Stones and Gems. Rumour is that the Führer is compiling a wish list of precious objects from all around Europe and Russia. They say he intends to remake the Austrian town of Linz into an Empyrean city, the cultural capital of the world. A vast promenade, mausoleum, acropolis, planetarium, library, opera house, everything marble and granite, everything profoundly clean. At its core, he plans a kilometre-long museum, a trove of the greatest achievements in human culture. The document is real, von Rumpel has heard. 400 pages. He sits at a table in the stacks. He tries to cross his legs, but a slight swelling troubles his groin today. Odd, though not painful. The mousy librarian brings books. He pages slowly through the Tavernier, the Streeter, Murray's Sketches of Persia. He reads entries on the 300-carat Orloff diamond from Moscow, the Nur al-Ain, the 48.5-carat Dresden green, Toward evening he finds it. The story of a prince who could not be killed, a priest who warned of a goddess's wrath, a French prelate who believed he'd bought the same stone centuries later. Sea of flames, greyish-blue, with a red hue at its centre, recorded at 133 carats, either lost or willed to the King of France in 1738 on the condition that it be locked away for 200 years. He looks up. Suspended lamps, rows of spines fading off into dusty gold. All of Europe. And he aims to find one pebble tucked inside its folds. The Boches. Her father says their weapons gleam as if they've never been fired. He says their boots are clean and their uniforms spotless. He says they look as if they've just stepped out of air-conditioned train cars. The townswomen who stop by Madame Manek's kitchen door in ones and twos say the Germans, they refer to them as the Boches, buy every postcard on every pharmacy rack. They say the Boches buy straw dolls and candied apricots and stale cakes from the window of the confectionery. The Boches buy shirts from Monsieur Verdier and lingerie from Monsieur Morvan. The Boches require absurd quantities of butter and cheese. The Boches have guzzled down every bottle of champagne the Cavista would sell them. Hitler, the women whisper, is touring Parisian monuments. Curfews are installed. Music that could be heard outdoors is banned. Public dances are banned. The country is in mourning, and we must behave respectfully, announces the mayor. Though what authority he retains is not clear. Every time she comes within earshot, Marie-Laure hears the psst of her father lighting another match. His hands flutter between his pockets. Mornings he alternates between Madame Manek's kitchen, the tobacco shop and the post office, where he waits in interminable queues to use the telephone. Afternoons he repairs things around Etienne's house. A loose cabinet door, a squeaking stair board. He asks Madame Manek about the reliability of the neighbours. He flips the locking clasp on his tool case over and over until Marie-Laure begs him to stop. One day Etienne sits with Marie-Laure and reads to her in his feathery voice. The next he suffers from what he calls a headache and sequesters himself inside his study behind a locked door. Madame Manek sneaks Marie-Laure chocolate bars, slices of cake. This morning they squeeze lemons into glasses full of water and sugar, and she lets Marie-Laure drink as much as she likes. "How long will he stay in there, madame?" "Sometimes just a day or two," Madame Manek says. "Sometimes longer." 1 week in Saint-Malo becomes 2. Marie begins to feel that her life, like 20,000 leagues under the sea, has been interrupted halfway through. There was Volume 1, when Marie-Laure and her father lived in Paris and went to work, and now there's Volume 2, when Germans ride motorcycles through these strange, narrow streets, and her uncle vanishes inside his own house. "Papa, when will we leave?" "As soon as I hear from Paris." "Why do we have to sleep in this little bedroom?" "I'm sure we could clean out a downstairs room if you'd like." "What about the room across the hall from us?" "Etienne and I agreed we would not use it." "Why not?" "It belonged to your grandfather." "When can I go to the sea?" "Not today, Marie." "Can't we go for a walk around the block?" "It's too dangerous." She wants to shriek. What dangers await? When she opens her bedroom window, she hears no screams, no explosions, only the calls of birds that her great-uncle calls gannets, and the sea, and the occasional throb of an airplane as it passes far overhead. She spends her hours learning the house. The first floor belongs to Madame Manek. Clean, navigable, full of visitors who come through the kitchen door to trade in small-town scandal. There's the dining room, the foyer, a hutch full of antique dishes in the hall that tremble whenever anyone walks past, and a door off the kitchen that leads to Madame's room, a bed, a sink, a chamber pot. 11 winding steps lead to the second floor, which is full of the smells of faded grandeur. An old sewing room, a former maid's room. Right here on the landing, Madame Manec tells her pallbearers dropped the coffin carrying Etienne's great-aunt. The coffin flipped over, and she slid down the whole flight. They were all horrified, but she looked entirely unaffected. More clutter on the third floor. Boxes of jars, metal discs, and rusty jigsaws. Buckets of what might be electrical components. Engineering manuals in piles around a toilet. By the fourth floor, things are piled everywhere, in the rooms and corridors and along the staircase. Baskets of what must be machine parts, shoeboxes loaded with screws, antique dollhouses built by her great-grandfather. Etienne's huge study colonizes the entire fifth floor, alternately deeply quiet, or else full of voices or music or static. Then there's the sixth floor. Her grandfather's tidy bedroom on the left, toilet straight ahead, the little room where she sleeps with her father on the right. When the wind is blowing, which it almost always is, with the walls groaning and the shutters banging, the rooms overloaded and the staircase wound tightly up through its centre, the house seems the material equivalent of her uncle's inner being, apprehensive, isolated, but full of cobwebby wonders. In the kitchen, Madame Manec's friends fuss over Marie-Laure's hair and freckles. In Paris, the women say, people are waiting in line 5 hours for a loaf of bread. People are eating pets, crushing pigeons with bricks for soup. There is no pork, no rabbit, no cauliflower. The headlights of cars are all painted blue, they say. And at night, the city is as quiet as a graveyard. No buses, no trains, hardly any gasoline. Marie-Laure sits at the square table, a plate of cookies in front of her, and imagines the old women with veiny hands and milky eyes and oversized ears. From the kitchen window comes the whit, whit, whit of a barn swallow. Footfalls on ramparts, halyards clinking against masts, hinges and chains creaking in the harbour. Ghosts, Germans, snails. Hauptmann. A rosy-cheeked and diminutive instructor of technical sciences named Dr. Hauptmann peels off his brass-buttoned coat and hangs it over the back of a chair. He orders the cadets in Werner's class to collect hinged metal boxes from a locked cabinet at the back of the laboratory. Inside each are gears, lenses, fuses, springs, shackles, and resistors. There's a fat coil of copper wire, a tiny instrument hammer, and a 2-terminal battery as big as a shoe, a finer equipment than Werner has had access to in his life. The little professor stands at the chalkboard, drawing a wiring schematic for a simple Morse code practice circuit. He sets down his chalk, presses his slender fingertips together 5 to 5, and asks the boys to assemble the circuit with the parts in their kits. You have 1 hour. Most of the boys blanch. They dump everything out on the tables and poke gingerly at the parts, as if at trinkets imported from some future age. Frederick plucks random pieces out of his box and holds them to the light. For a moment Werner's back inside his attic room at Children's House, his head a swarm of questions. What is lightning? How high could you jump if you lived on Mars? What's the difference between twice 25 and twice 5 and 20? Then he takes the battery, 2 rectangles of sheet metal, some penny nails, and the instrument hammer from his box. In under a minute, he's built an oscillator to match the schematic. The little professor frowns. He tests Werner's circuit, which works. Right, he says, and stands in front of Werner's table and laces his hands behind his back. Next, take from your kit the disc-shaped magnet, a wire, a screw, and your battery. Though his instructions seem meant for the class, he looks at Werner alone. That is all you may use.
Who can build a simple motor? Some boys stir the parts in their kits half-heartedly, most simply watch. Werner feels Dr. Hauptmann's attention on him like a floodlight. He sticks the magnet to the screw's head and holds the screw's point to the positive terminal on the battery. When he runs the wire from the negative side of the battery to the head of the screw, both the screw and the magnet start to spin. The operation takes him no more than 15 seconds. Dr. Hauptmann's mouth is partially open. His face is flushed, adrenalized. What is your name, cadet?
Pfennig, sir.
What else can you make? Werner studies the parts on his table.
A doorbell, sir? Or a Morse beacon? An ometer?
The other boys crane their necks. Dr. Hauptmann's lips are pink and his eyelids are improbably thin, as though he's watching Werner even when he blinks. He says, "Make them all." Flying couch. Posters go up in the market, on tree trunks in the Place Chateaubriand. Voluntary surrender of firearms. Anyone who does not cooperate will be shot. At noon the following day, various Bretons troop in to drop off weapons. Farmers on mule carts from miles away, plodding old sailors with antique pistols, a few hunters with outrage in their eyes, gazing at the floor as they turn in their rifles. In the end, it's a pathetic pile. Maybe 300 weapons in all, half of them rusted. 2 young gendarmes pile them into the back of a truck and drive up the narrow street and across the causeway and are gone. No speeches, no explanations.
Please, Papa, can't I go out?
Soon, little dove. But he's distracted. He smokes so much, it's as if he's turning himself into ash. Lately he stays up working frenetically on a model of Saint-Malo that he claims is for her, adding new houses every day, framing ramparts, mapping streets so that she can learn the town the way she learned their neighbourhood in Paris. Wood, glue, nails, sandpaper. Rather than comforting her, the noises and smells of his manic diligence make her more anxious. Why will she have to learn the streets of Saint-Malo? How long will they be here? In the 5th floor study, Marie-Laure listens to her great-uncle read another page of The Voyage of the Beagle. Darwin has hunted rhys in Patagonia, studied owls outside Buenos Aires, and scaled a waterfall in Tahiti. He pays attention to slaves, rocks, lightning, finches, and the ceremony of pressing noses in New Zealand. She loves especially to hear about the dark coasts of South America, with their impenetrable walls of trees and offshore breezes full of the stink of rotting kelp and the cries of whelping seals. She loves to imagine Darwin at night, leaning over the ship's rail, to stare into bioluminescent waves, watching the tracks of penguins marked by fiery green wakes. "Bonsoir," she says to Etienne, standing on the davenport in his study. "I may be only a girl of 12, but I am a brave French explorer who's come to help you with your adventures." Etienne adopts a British accent. "Good evening, mademoiselle. Why don't you come to the jungle with me and eat these butterflies? They are as big as dinner plates, and may not be poisonous. Who knows?" "I would love to eat your butterflies, Monsieur Darwin, but first I will eat these cookies." Other evenings, they play flying couch. They climb onto the davenport and sit side by side, and Etienne says, "Where to tonight, mademoiselle? The jungle? Or Tahiti? Or Mozambique?" "Oh, it's a long journey this time," Etienne will say, in an entirely new voice, smooth, velvety, a conductor's drawl. "That's the Atlantic Ocean far below. It's shining under the moonlight. Can you smell it? Feel how cold it is up here. Feel the wind in your hair." "Where are we now, Uncle?" "We're in Borneo. Can't you tell? We're skimming the treetops now. Big leaves are glimmering below us, and there are coffee bushes over there. Smell them? And Marie-Laure will indeed smell something. Whether because her uncle is passing coffee grounds beneath her nose, or because they really are flying over the coffee trees of Borneo, she does not want to decide. They visit Scotland, New York City, Santiago. More than once they put on winter coats and visit the moon. Can't you feel how lightweight we are, Marie? You can move by hardly twitching a muscle. He sets her in his wheeled desk chair and pants as he whirls her in circles until she cannot laugh any more for the pain of it. Here, try some nice fresh moon flesh, he says, and into her mouth goes something that tastes a lot like cheese. Always at the end they sit side by side again and pound the cushions, and slowly the room rematerializes around them. Ah, he says. More quietly, his accent fading, the faintest touch of dread returning to his voice. Here we are. Home. The Sum of Angels. Werner is summoned to the office of the Technical Sciences professor. A trio of sleek, long-legged hounds swirl around him as he enters. The room is lit by a pair of green-shaded banker's lamps, and in the shadows Werner can see shelves crowded with encyclopedias, models of windmills, miniature telescopes, prisms. Dr. Hauptmann stands behind his big desk, wearing his brass-buttoned coat as though he too has just arrived. Tight curls frame his ivory forehead. He tugs off his leather gloves, one finger at a time. Drop a log on the fire, please. Werner tacks across the room and stirs the coals to life. In the corner, he realizes, sits a third person, a massive figure camped sleepily in an armchair intended for a much smaller man. He is Frank Volkheimer, an upper-class man, 17 years old, a colossal boy from some boreal village, a legend among the younger cadets. Supposedly, Volkheimer has carried 3 first years across the river by holding them above his head. Supposedly, he's lifted the tail end of the commandant's automobile high enough to slip a jack under the axle. There's rumour that he crushed a communist windpipe with his hands. Another, that he grabbed the muzzle of a stray dog and cut out its eyes just to inure himself to the sufferings of other beings. They call him the Giant. Even in the low, flickering light, Werner sees that veins climb Volkheimer's forearms like vines. A student has never built the motor, says Hauptmann, his back partially to Volkheimer. Not without help. Werner does not know how to reply, so he does not. He pokes the fire one last time, and sparks rise up the chimney. Can you do trigonometry, cadet? Only what I've been able to teach myself, sir. Hauptmann takes a sheet of paper from a drawer and writes on it. Do you know what this is? Werner squints. Lambda equals d over tan A plus d over tan B. A formula, sir? Do you comprehend its uses? I believe it's a way to use 2 known points to find the location of a third and unknown point. Hauptmann's blue eyes glitter. He looks like someone who's discovered something very valuable lying right in front of him on the ground. If I give you the known points and a distance between them, cadet, can you solve it? Can you draw the triangle? I believe so. Sit at my desk, Pfennig. Take my chair. Here is a pencil. When he sits in the desk chair, the toes of Werner's boots do not reach the ground. The fire pumps heat into the room. Block out giant Frank Volkheimer with his mammoth boots and cinder-block jaw. Block out the little aristocratic professor pacing in front of the hearth and the late hour and the dogs and the shelves brimming with interesting things. There is only this.
tan A equals sin A slash cos A, and sin A plus B equals sin A cos B plus cos A sin B. Now D can be moved to the front of the equation. D equals lambda sin A sin B over sin A plus B. Werner plugs Hauptmann's numbers into the equation. He imagines two observers in a field pacing out the distance between them, then levelling their eyes on a far-off landmark, a sailing ship or a smokestack. When Werner asks for a slide rule, the professor slips one onto the desk immediately, having expected the request. Werner takes it without looking and begins to calculate the signs. Volkheimer watches. The little doctor paces, hands behind his back. The fire pops. The only sounds are the breathing of the dogs and clicking of the slide rule's cursor. Eventually Werner says, 16.43, Herr Doctor. He draws the triangle and labels the distances of each segment and passes the paper back. Hauptmann checks something in a leather book. Volkheimer shifts slightly in his chair. His gaze is both interested and indolent. The professor presses one of his palms flat to the desk while reading, frowning absently as though waiting for a thought to pass. Werner is seized with a sudden and foreboding dread. But then Hauptmann looks back at him, and the feeling subsides. It says in your application papers that when you leave here you wish to study electrical mechanics in Berlin. And you are an orphan, is that correct? Another glance at Volkheimer. Werner nods. My sister, a scientist's work, cadet, is determined by two things. His interests and the interests of his time. Do you understand? I think so. We live in exceptional times, cadet. A thrill enters Werner's chest. Firelit rooms lined with books. These are the places in which important things happen. You will work in the laboratory after dinner, every night, even Sundays. Yes, sir. Start tomorrow. Yes, sir. Volkheimer here will keep an eye out for you. Take these biscuits. The professor produces a tin with a bow on it. And breathe, Pfennig. You cannot hold your breath every time you're in my laboratory. Yes, sir. Cold air whistles through the halls, so pure it makes Werner dizzy. A trio of moths swim against the ceiling of his bunk room. He unlaces his boots and folds his trousers in the dark and sets the tin of biscuits on top. Frederick peers over the edge of his bunk. Where did you go? I got cookies, whispers Werner. I heard an eagle owl tonight. Hush, hisses a boy 2 bunks down. Werner passes up a biscuit. Frederick whispers. Do you know about them? They're really rare, big as gliders. This one was probably a young male looking for new territory. He was in one of the poplar trees beside the parade ground. Oh, says Werner. Greek letters move across the undersides of his eyelids. Isosceles triangles, betas, sine curves. He sees himself in a white coat, striding past machines. Someday he'll probably win a big prize. Code breaking, rocket propulsion, all the latest. We live in exceptional times. From the hall come the clicking boot heels of the bunkmaster. Frederick tips back onto his bunk. I couldn't see him, he whispers, but I heard him perfectly. Shut your face, says a second boy. You'll get us thrashed. Frederick says nothing more. Werner stops chewing. The bunkmaster's boots go quiet. Either he's gone, or he's paused outside the door. Out on the ground, someone's splitting wood, and Werner listens to the ringing of the sledgehammer against the wedge and the quick, frightened breaths of the boys all around him. The Professor. Etienne is reading Darwin to Marie-Laure when he stops mid-syllable. Uncle? He breathes nervously out of pursed lips, as if blowing on a spoonful of hot soup. He whispers, "Someone's here." Marie-Laure can hear nothing. No footfalls, no knocks. Madame Manec whisks a broom across the landing 1 floor up. Etienne hands her the book. She can hear him unplug a radio, then tangle himself in its cords. "Uncle?" she says again. But he's leaving his study, floundering downstairs. Are they in danger? And she follows him to the kitchen, where she can hear him labouring to slide the kitchen table out of the way. He pulls up a ring in the centre of the floor. Beneath a hatch waits a square hole, out of which washes a damp, frightening smell. 1 step down. Hurry now. Is this a cellar? What has her uncle seen? She has set 1 foot on the top rung of a ladder when the blocky shoes of Madame Manec come clomping into the kitchen. "Really, Master Etienne, please!" Etienne's voice from below. "I heard something. Someone." "You are frightening her. It's nothing, Marie-Laure. Come now." Marie-Laure backs out. Below her great-uncle whispers nursery rhymes to himself. "I can sit with him for a bit, madame. Maybe we could read some more of our book, uncle?" The cellar, she gathers, is merely a dank hole in the ground. They sit a while on a rolled carpet with the trapdoor open and listen to Madame Manec hum as she makes tea in the kitchen above them. Etienne trembles lightly beside her. "Did you know," says Marie-Laure, "that the chance of being hit by lightning is 1 in 1 million? Dr. Giffard taught me that." "In 1 year, or in 1 lifetime?" "I'm not sure." "You should have asked." Again those quick, pursed exhalations, as though his whole body urges him to flee. "What happens if you go outside, uncle?" "I get uneasy." His voice is almost inaudible. "But what makes you uneasy?" "Being outside." "What part?" "Big spaces." "Not all spaces are big. Your street's not that big, is it?" "Not as big as the streets you're used to." "You like eggs and figs and tomatoes. They were in our lunch. They grow outside." He laughs softly. "Of course they do." "Don't you miss the world?" He is quiet. So is she. Both ride spirals of memory. "I have the whole world here," he says, and taps the cover of Darwin. "And in my radios, right at my fingertips." Her uncle seems almost a child, monastic in the modesty of his needs, and wholly independent of any sort of temporal obligations. And yet she can tell he's visited by fears so immense, so multiple, that she can almost feel the terror pulsing inside him, as though some beast breathes all the time at the window panes of his mind. "Could you read some more, please?" she asks. And Etienne opens the book and whispers, "Delight itself is a weak term to express the feelings of a naturalist who, for the first time, has wandered by himself into a Brazilian forest." After a few paragraphs, Marie-Laure says without preamble, "Tell me about that bedroom upstairs, across from the one I sleep in." He stops, again his quick, nervous breaths. "There's a little door at the back of it," she says, "but it's locked. What's through there?" He's silent for long enough that she worries she's upset him, but then he stands, and his knees crack like twigs. "Are you getting one of your headaches, uncle?" "Come with me." They wind all the way up the stairs. On the 6th-floor landing they turn left, and he pushes open the door to what was once her grandfather's room. She's already run her hands over its contents many times. A wooden oar nailed to a wall, a window dressed with long curtains, single bed, model ship on a shelf. At the back stands a wardrobe so large she cannot reach its top, nor stretch her arms wide enough to touch both sides at once. These are his things. Etienne unlatches the little door beside the wardrobe. Go on. She gropes through. Dry, confined heat. Mice scuttle. Her fingers find a ladder. It leads to the garret. It's not high. 7 rungs. At the top she stands. She has the sense of a long slope-walled space pressed beneath the gable of the roof. The peak of the ceiling is just taller than she is. Etienne climbs up behind her and takes her hand. Her feet find cables on the floor. They snake between dusty boxes, overwhelm a sawhorse. He leads her through a thicket of them to what feels like an upholstered piano bench at the far end and helps her sit. This is the attic. That's the chimney in front of us. Put your hands on the table. There you are. Metal boxes cover the tabletop. Tubes, coils, switches, meters, at least one gramophone. This whole part of the attic, she realizes, is some sort of machine. The sun bakes the slates above their heads. Etienne secures a headset over Marie-Laure's ears. Through the headphones, she can hear him turn a crank, switch on something, and then, as if positioned directly in the centre of her head, a piano plays a sweet, simple song. The song fades, and a staticky voice says, "Consider a single piece glowing in your family's stove. See it, children? That chunk of coal was once a green plant, a fern or reed that lived 1 million years ago, or maybe 2 million, or maybe 100 million. After a little while, the voice gives way to the piano again. Her uncle pulls off the headset. As a boy, he says, my brother was good at everything. But his voice was what people commented on most. The nuns at St. Vincent's wanted to build choirs around it. We had a dream together, Henri and I, to make recordings and sell them. He had the voice, and I had the brains. And back then, everyone wanted gramophones, and hardly anyone was making programs for children. So we contacted a recording company in Paris, and they expressed interest, and I wrote 10 different scripts about science, and Henri rehearsed them. And finally we started recording. Your father was just a boy, but he would come around to listen. It was one of the happiest times of my life. Then there was the war. We became signalmen. Our job, mine and your grandfather's, was to knit telegraph wires from command positions at the rear to field officers at the front. Most nights the enemy would shoot pistol flares called very lights over the trenches, short-lived stars suspended in the air from parachutes, meant to illuminate possible targets for snipers. Every soldier within reach of the glare would freeze while it lasted. Some hours, 80 or 90 of these flares would go off, one after another, and the night would turn stark and strange in that magnesium glow. It would be so quiet. The only sound, the fizzling of the flares. And then you'd hear the whistle of a sniper's bullet streak out of the darkness and bury itself in the mud. We would stay as close together as we could. But I'd become paralyzed sometimes. I could not move any part of my body, not even my fingers, not even my eyelids. Henri would stay right beside me and whisper those scripts, the ones we recorded. Sometimes all night, over and over, as though weaving some kind of protective screen around us, until morning came. But he died, and I did not. This, she realizes, is the basis of his fear, all fear, that a light you're powerless to stop will turn on you and usher a bullet to its mark. Who built all of this, Uncle? This machine?
I did. After the war. Took me years.
How does it work?
It's a radio transmitter. This switch here. He guides her hand to it. Powers up the microphone. And this one runs the phonograph. Here's the pre-modulation amplifier. And these are the vacuum tubes, and these are the coils. The antenna telescopes up along the chimney, 12 meters. Can you feel the lever? Think of energy as a wave, and the transmitter is sending out smooth cycles of those waves. Your voice creates a disruption in those cycles. She stops listening. It's dusty and confusing and mesmerizing all at once. How old must all this be? 10 years? 20?
What did you transmit?
The recordings of my brother. The gramophone company in Paris wasn't interested anymore. But every night, I played the 10 recordings we'd made, until most of them were worn out. And his song.
The piano.
Debussy's Clair de Lune.
He touches a metal cylinder with a sphere stuck on top.
I just tuck the microphone into the bell of the gramophone, and voila.
She leans over the microphone, says, "Hello out there."
He laughs his feathery laugh.
"Did it ever reach any children?" she asks.
I don't know.
How far can it transmit, Uncle?
Far.
To England?
Easily.
To Paris?
Yes, but I wasn't trying to reach England or Paris. I thought that if I made the broadcast powerful enough, my brother would hear me. That I could bring him some peace, protect him as he had always protected me.
You'd play your brother's own voice to him after he died?
And Debussy.
Did he ever talk back?
The attic ticks. What ghosts sidle along the walls right now, trying to overhear? She can almost taste her great-uncle's fright in the air. No, he says. He never did.
To my dear sister Jutta. Some of the boys whisper that Dr. Hauptmann is connected to very powerful ministers. He won't answer, blacked out. But he wants me to assist him all the time. I go to his workshop in the evenings, and he sets me to work on circuits for a radio he's testing. Trigonometry, too. He says to be as creative as I can. He says, creativity fuels the Reich. He has this big upper-class man, they call him the Giant, stand over me with a stopwatch to test how fast I can calculate. Triangles, triangles, triangles. I probably do 50 calculations a night. They don't tell me why. You would not believe the copper wire here. They have... blanked out. Everyone gets out of the way when the Giant comes through. Dr. Hauptmann says we can do anything, build anything. He says the Führer has collected scientists to help him control the weather. He says the Führer will develop a rocket that can reach Japan. He says the Führer will build a city on the moon. To my dear sister Jutta. Today in field exercises, the Commandant told us about Rainer Schicker. He was a young corporal, and his captain needed someone to go behind enemy lines to map their defences. The captain asked for volunteers, and Rainer Schicker was the only one who stood up. But the next day Rainer Schicker got caught, the very next day. The Poles captured him and tortured him with electricity. They gave him so much electricity that his brain liquefied, said the Commandant. But before they did, Rainer Schicker said something amazing. He said, "I only regret that I have but one life to lose for my country." Everyone says there's a great test coming, a test harder than all the other tests. Frederick says that story about Rainer Schicker is blacked out. Just being around the Giant, his name is Frank Volkheimer, means the other boys treat me with respect. I come up only to his waist, practically. He seems a man, not a boy. He possesses the loyalty of Rainer Schicker. In his hands and heart and bones. Please tell Frau Elena I'm eating lots here, but that no one makes flour cakes like hers. Or at all, really. Tell little Siegfried to look lively. I think of you every day. Sieg Heil. To my dear sister Jutta. Yesterday was Sunday, and for field exercises we went into the forest. Most hunters are at the front, so the woods are full of marten and deer. The other boys sat in the blinds and talked about magnificent victories and how soon we'll cross the channel and destroy the... Blacked out. And Dr. Hauptmann's dogs came back with 3 rabbits, 1 for each, but Frederick, he came back with about 1,000 berries in his shirt, and his sleeves were ripped from the brambles, and his binocular bag was torn open, and I said, "You're going to catch hell." And he looked down at his clothes, like he'd never seen them before. Frederick knows all the birds just by hearing them. Above the lake, we heard skylarks and lapwings and plovers, and a harrier hen, and probably 10 others I've forgotten. You'd like Frederick, I think. He sees what other people don't. Hope your cough is better, and Frau Elena's too. Sieg Heil. Perfumer. His name is Claude Levitte, but everyone calls him Big Claude. For a decade he's run a parfumery on the Rue Vauberel, a straggling business that prospers only when the cod are being salted and the stones of the town itself begin to stink. But new opportunities have arrived, and Big Claude is not one to miss an opportunity. He's paying farmers near Cancale to butcher lambs and rabbits. Claude buckles the meat into his wife's matching vinyl suitcases and carries them himself by train to Paris. It's easy. Some weeks he can make as much as 500 francs. Supply and demand. There's always paperwork, of course. Some official up the chain catches a whiff and wants a percentage. It takes a mind like Claude's to navigate the complexities of the business. Today, he's overheating. Sweat trickles down his back and sides. Saint-Malo roasts. October is here, and bright cold winds ought to pour off the ocean. Leaves ought to tumble down the alleys. But the wind has come and gone, as if deciding it did not like the changes here. All afternoon, Claude hunkers inside his shop above the hundreds of little bottles of florals and orientals and fougères in his vitrine, pinks and carmines and baby blues, and no one enters. And an oscillating electric fan blows across his face to the left, then to the right. And he does not read or move at all except to periodically reach a hand beneath his stool and grab a handful of biscuits from a round tin and stuff them into his mouth. Around 4 p.m., a small company of German soldiers strolls up the Rue Vauberel. They're lean, salmon-faced, and earnest. They have serious eyes. They carry their weapons barrel down, slinging them over their shoulders like clarinets. They laugh to one another, and seem touched underneath their helmets with a beneficent gold. Claude understands that he ought to resent them, but he admires their competence and manners, the clean efficiency with which they move. They all seem to be going somewhere, and never doubt that it's the right place to be going, something his own country has lacked. The soldiers turn down the Rue Saint-Philippe and are gone. Claude's fingers trace ovals across the top of his vitrine. Upstairs his wife runs a vacuum cleaner. He can hear it coursing round and round. He's nearly asleep when he sees the Parisian who's been living 3 doors down exit the house of Etienne Leblanc, a thin, beak-nosed man who skulks outside the telegraph office, whittling little wooden boxes. The Parisian walks in the same direction as the German soldiers, placing the heel of one foot against the toe of the other. He reaches the end of the street, scribbles something on a pad, turns 180 degrees and walks back. When he reaches the end of the block, he stares up at the Segers house and makes several more notes. Glancing up, glancing down, measuring, biting the eraser of his pencil as though uneasy. Big Claude goes to the window. This, too, could be an opportunity. Occupation authorities will want to know that a stranger is pacing off distances and making drawings of houses. They will want to know what he looks like. Who is sponsoring this activity? Who has sanctioned it? This is good. This is excellent. Time of the ostriches. Still, they do not return to Paris. Still, she does not go outside. Marie-Laure counts every day she's been shut up in Etienne's house. 120. 121. She thinks of the transmitter in the attic, how it sent her grandfather's voice flying over the sea. Consider a single piece glowing in your family's stove. Sailing like Darwin from Plymouth Sound to Cape Verde, to Patagonia to the Falkland Islands, over waves, across borders. Once you're done with the model, she asks her father, does that mean I can go out? His sandpaper does not stop. The stories Madame Manec's visitors bring into the kitchen are terrifying and difficult to believe. Parisian cousins nobody's heard from in decades now write letters begging for capons, hams, hens. The dentist is selling wine through the mail. The perfumer is slaughtering lambs and carrying them in suitcases on the train to Paris, where he sells the meat for an enormous profit. In Saint-Malo, people are fined for locking their doors, for keeping doves, for hoarding meat. Truffles disappear. Sparkling wine disappears. No eye contact, no chatter in doorways, no sunbathing, no singing, no lovers strolling the ramparts in the evenings. Such rules are not written down, but they may as well be. Icy winds whirl in from the Atlantic, and Etienne barricades himself inside his brother's old room, and Marie-Laure endures the slow rain of hours by running her fingers over his seashells down in his study, ordering them by size, by species, by morphology, checking and rechecking their order, trying to make sure she's not missorted a single one. Surely she could go out for half an hour on the arm of her father? And yet, each time her father refuses. Her voice echoes up from a chamber of her memory. They'll probably take the blind girls before they take the gimps. Make them do things. Outside the city walls, a few military boats cruise to and fro, and the flax is bundled and shipped, and woven into rope or cables or parachute cord, and airborne gulls drop oysters or mussels or clams, and the sudden clatter on the roof makes Marie-Laure bolt upright in bed. The mayor announces a new tax, and some of Madame Manec's friends mutter that he sold them out, that they need an homme à poigne. But others ask what the mayor's supposed to do. It becomes known as the time of the ostriches. Do we have our heads in the sand, madame, or do they? Maybe everybody does, she murmurs. Madame Manec has taken to falling asleep at the table beside Marie-Laure. It takes her a long time to carry meals the 5 flights to Etienne's room, wheezing the whole way. Most mornings, Madame is baking before anyone's awake. At mid-morning she goes out into the city, cigarette in her mouth, to bring cakes or pots of stew to the sick or the stranded. And upstairs, Marie-Laure's father works on the model, sanding, nailing, cutting, measuring, each day working more frenetically than the last, as if against some deadline, known only to him. Weakest. The warrant officer, in charge of field exercises, is the commandant, an overzealous schoolmaster named Bastien, with an expansive walk and a round belly and a coat quivering with war medals. His face is scarred from smallpox, and his shoulders look as though they've been hewn from soft clay. He wears hobnail jackboots every second of every day, and the cadets joke that he kicked his way out of the womb with them. Bastien demands that they memorize maps, study the angle of the sun, cut their own belts from cowhide. Every afternoon, whatever the weather, he stands in a field, bawling state-sown dicta. Prosperity depends on ferocity. The only things that keep your precious grandmothers in their tea and cookies are the fists at the end of your arms. An antique pistol dangles from his belt, The most eager cadets look at him with shining eyes. To Werner, he looks capable of severe and chronic violence. "The corpse is a body," he explains, twirling a length of rubber hose so that its tip whirs inches from a boy's nose. "No different from a man's body. Just as we ask you to each drive the weakness from your own bodies, so you must also learn to drive the weaknesses from the corpse." One October afternoon, Bastien plucks a pigeon-toed boy from the line. "You'll be first. Who are you?" "Becker, sir." "Becker. Tell us, Becker, who is the weakest member of this group?" Werner quails. He is smaller than every cadet in his year. He tries to expand his chest, stand as tall as he can. Becker's gaze rakes across the rows. "Him, sir?" Werner exhales. Becker has chosen a boy far to Werner's right, one of the few boys with black hair, Ernst somebody. A safe enough choice. Ernst is in fact a slow runner, a boy who's yet to grow into his horsey legs. Bastien calls Ernst forward. The boy's bottom lip trembles as he turns to face the group. "Getting all weepy won't help," says Bastien, and gestures vaguely to the far end of the field where a line of trees cuts across the weeds. "You'll have a 10-second head start. Make it to me before they make it to you. Got it?" Ernst neither nods nor shakes his head. Bastien feigns frustration. "When I raise my left hand, you run. When I raise my right hand, the rest of you fools run." Off Bastien waddles, rubber hose around his neck, pistol swinging at his side. 60 boys wait, breathing. Werner thinks of Jutta with her opalescent hair and quick eyes and blunt manners. She would never be mistaken for the weakest. Ernst somebody is shaking everywhere now, all the way down to his wrists and ankles. When Bastien's maybe 200 yards away, he turns and raises his left hand. Ernst runs with his arms nearly straight and his legs wide and unhinged. Bastien counts down from 10. 3, yells his faraway voice. 2, 1. At 0, his right arm goes up and the group unleashes. The dark-haired boy is at least 50 yards in front of them, but immediately the pack begins to gain. Hurrying, scampering, running hard, 59 14-year-olds chase one. Werner keeps to the centre of the group as it strings out, his heart beating in dark confusion, wondering where Frederick is, why they're chasing this boy, and what they're supposed to do if they catch him. Except, in some atavistic part of his brain, he knows exactly what they'll do. A few outrunners are exceptionally fast. They gain on the lone figure. Ernst's limbs pump furiously, but he clearly is not accustomed to sprinting, and he loses steam. The grass waves. The trees are transected by sunlight. The pack draws closer, and Werner feels annoyed. Why couldn't Ernst be faster? Why hasn't he practiced? How did he make it through the entrance exams? The fastest cadet is lunging for the back of the boy's shirt. He almost has him. Black-haired Ernst is going to be caught, and Werner wonders if some part of him wants it to happen. But the boy makes it to the commandant a split second before the others come pounding past. Mandatory surrender. Marie-Laure has to badger her father 3 times before he'll read the notice aloud. Members of the population must relinquish all radio receivers now in their possession. Radio sets are to be delivered to 27 Rue de Chartres before tomorrow noon. Anyone failing to carry out this order will be arrested as a saboteur. No one says anything for a moment, and inside Marie-Laure, an old anxiety lumbers to its feet. Is he in your grandfather's old room? Says Madame Manec. Tomorrow noon. Half the house, thinks Marie-Laure, is taken up by wireless receivers and the parts that go into them. Madame Manec raps on the door to Henri's room and receives no reply. In the afternoon they box up the equipment in Etienne's study. Madame and Papa unplugging radios and lowering them into crates. Marie-Laure sitting on the Davenport listening to the sets go off one by one. The old Radiola 5, a GMR Titan, a GMR Orphée, a Delco 32-volt farm radio that Etienne had shipped all the way from the United States in 1922. Her father wraps the largest in cardboard and uses an ancient wheeled dolly to thump it down the stairs. Marie-Laure sits with her fingers going numb in her lap and thinks of the machine in the attic, its cables and switches, a transmitter built to talk to ghosts. Does it qualify as a radio receiver? Should she mention it? Do Papa and Madame Manec know? They seem not to. In the evening, fog moves into the city, trailing a cold, fishy smell, and they eat potatoes and carrots in the kitchen, and Madame Manec leaves a dish outside Henri's door and taps, but the door does not open, and the food remains untouched.
"What," asked Marie-Laure, "will they do with the radios?"
"Send them to Germany," says Papa.
"Or pitch them in the sea,"
says Madame Manec.
"Come, child, drink your tea. It's not the end of the world. I'll put an extra blanket on your bed tonight."
In the morning, Etienne remains shut inside his brother's room. If he knows what is happening in his house, Marie-Laure cannot tell. At 10 a.m., her father starts wheeling loads to the Rue de Chartres. 1 trip, 2 trips, 3. And when he comes back and loads the dolly with the last radio, Etienne still has not appeared. Marie-Laure holds Madame Manec's hand as she listens to the gate clang shut, to the cart's axle bounce as her father pushes it down the Rue Vauberel, and to the silence that reinstalls itself after he's gone. Museum. Sergeant Major Reinhold von Rumpel wakes early. He upholsters himself in his uniform, pockets his loop and tweezers, rolls up his white gloves. By 6 a.m. he's in the hotel lobby in full dress, polish on his shoes, pistol case snapped shut. The hotel keeper brings him bread and cheese in a basket made from dark wicker, covered nicely with a cotton napkin. Everything ship-shape. There is great pleasure in being out in the city before the sun is up, street lights glowing, the hum of a Parisian day commencing. As he walks up the Rue Cuvier and turns into the Jardin des Plantes, the trees look misty and significant, parasols held up just for him. He likes being early. At the entrance to the Grand Gallery, 2 night warders stiffen. They glance at the stripes on his collar patch and sleeves. The cords in their throats tighten. A small man in black flannel comes down the staircase, apologising in German. He says he's the assistant director. He did not expect the sergeant major for another hour. "We can speak French," says von Rumpel. Behind him scurries a second man with eggshell skin and an evident terror of eye contact. "We would be honoured to show you the collection, Sergeant Major," breathes the assistant director. "This is the mineralogist, Professor Hublin." Hublin blinks twice, gives the impression of a penned animal. The pair of warders watch from the end of the corridor. "May I take your basket?" "It's no trouble." The gallery of mineralogy is so long, von Rumpel can hardly see the end of it. In sections, display case after display case sits vacant. Little shapes on their felted shelves marking the silhouettes of whatever's been removed. Von Rumpel strolls with his basket on his arm, forgetting to do anything but look. What treasures they left behind. A gorgeous set of yellow topaz crystals on a grey matrix. A grey-pink hunk of beryl, like a crystallized brain. A violet column of tourmaline from Madagascar that looks so rich he cannot resist the urge to stroke it. Bornonite. Apatite on muscovite. Natural zircon in a spray of colours, dozens more minerals he cannot name. These men, he thinks, probably handle more gemstones in a week than he has seen in his lifetime. Each piece is registered in huge organisational folios that have taken centuries to amass. The pallid Hublin shows him pages. Louis XVIII began the collection as a cabinet of medicines, jade for kidneys, clay for the stomach, and so on. There were already 200,000 entries in the catalogue by 1850, a priceless mineral heritage. Every now and then von Rumpel pulls his notebook from his pocket and makes a notation. He takes his time. When they reach the end, the assistant director laces his fingers across his belt. "We hope you are impressed, Sergeant Major. You enjoyed your tour?" "Very much." The electric lights in the ceiling are far apart, and the silence in the huge space is oppressive. "But," he says, enunciating very slowly, "what about the collections that are not on public display?" The assistant director and the mineralogist exchange a glance. "You have seen everything we can show you, Sergeant Major." Von Rumpel keeps his voice polite, civilized. Paris is not Poland, after all. Waves must be made carefully. Things cannot simply be seized. What did his father used to say? "See obstacles as opportunities, Reinhold. See obstacles as inspirations." "Is there somewhere," he says, "we can talk?" The assistant director's office occupies a dusty third-floor corner that overlooks the gardens, walnut-panelled, underheated, decorated with pinned butterflies and beetles in alternating frames. On the wall behind his half-ton desk hangs the only image, a charcoal portrait of the French biologist Jean-Baptiste Lamarck. The assistant director sits behind the desk, and von Rumpel sits in front, with his basket between his feet. The mineralogist stands. A long-necked secretary brings tea. Hublin says, "We are always acquiring, yes? All across the world, industrialization endangers mineral deposits. We collect as many types of minerals as exist. To a curator, none is superior to any other." Von Rumpel laughs. He appreciates that they're trying to play the game. But don't they understand that the winner has already been determined? He sets down his cup of tea and says, "I would like to see your most protected specimens. I am most specifically interested in a specimen I believe you have only recently brought out from your vaults." The assistant director sweeps his left hand through his hair and releases a blizzard of dandruff. "Sergeant Major, the minerals you've seen have aided discoveries in electrochemistry, in the fundamental laws of mathematical crystallography. The role of a national museum is to operate above the whims and fashions of collectors, to safeguard for future generations the—" Von Rumpel smiles. "I will wait." "You misunderstand us, monsieur. You have seen everything we can show you." "I will wait to see what you cannot show me." The assistant director peers into his tea. The mineralogist shifts from foot to foot. He appears to be wrestling with an interior fury. "I am quite gifted at waiting," von Rumpel says in French. "It is my one great skill. I was never much good at athletics or mathematics, but even as a boy I possessed unnatural patience. I would wait with my mother while she got her hair styled. I would sit in the chair and wait for hours. No magazines, no toys, not even swinging my legs back and forth. All the mothers were very impressed." Both Frenchmen fidget. Beyond the door of the office, what ears listen? "Please sit, if you'd like," von Rumpel says to Hublin, and pats the chair next to him. But Hublin does not sit. Time passes. Von Rumpel swallows the last of his tea and sets the cup very carefully on the edge of the assistant director's desk. Somewhere, an electric fan whirs to life, runs a while, and shuts down. Hublin says, It's not clear what we're waiting for, Sergeant Major. I'm waiting for you to be truthful. If I might...
Stay,
says von Drumple. Sit.
I'm sure if one of you were to call out instructions, the mademoiselle who looks like a giraffe will hear. Will she not?
The assistant director crosses and recrosses his legs. By now it is past noon.
Perhaps you would like to see the skeletons, tries the assistant director. The Hall of Man is quite spectacular, and our zoological collection is beyond... I would like to see the minerals you do not reveal to the public. One in particular.
Hublin's throat splotches pink and white. He does not take a seat. The assistant director seems resigned to an impasse and pulls a thick, perfect-bound stack of paper from a drawer and begins to read. Hublin shifts as if to leave, but von Drumple merely says, "Please, stay until we have resolved this." Waiting, thinks von Drumple, is a kind of war. You simply tell yourself that you must not lose. The assistant director's telephone rings, and he reaches to pick it up, but von Drumple holds up a hand, and the phone rings 10 or 11 times and then falls quiet. What might be a full half-hour passes, Hublin staring at his shoelaces, the assistant director making occasional notes in his manuscript with a silver pen, von Drumple remaining completely motionless. And then there's a distant tapping on the door.
"Gentlemen," comes the voice. Von Drumple calls, "We are fine, thank you."
The assistant director says,
"I have other matters to attend to, Sergeant Major."
Von Drumple does not raise his voice. "You will wait here. Both of you. You will wait here with me until I see what I have come to see, and then we will all go back to our important jobs." The mineralogist's chin trembles. The fan starts again, then dies. A 5-minute timer, guesses von Drumple. He waits for it to start and die one more time. Then he lifts his basket into his lap. He points to the chair. His voice is gentle. "Sit, Professor. You will be more comfortable." Hublin does not sit. 2 o'clock out in the city, and bells toll in 100 churches. Walkers down on the paths, the last of autumn's leaves spiralling to earth. Von Drumple unrolls the napkin across his lap, lifts out the cheese. He breaks the bread slowly, sending a rich cascade of crust onto his napkin. As he chews, he can almost hear their guts rumbling. He offers them nothing. When he finishes, he wipes the corners of his mouth.
"You read me wrong, messieurs. I'm not an animal. I am not here to raise your collections. They belong to all of Europe, to all of humanity, do they not? I am here only for something small, something smaller than the bone of your kneecaps." He looks at the mineralogist as he says it, who looks away, crimson. The assistant director says, "This is absurd, Sergeant Major." Von Drumple folds his napkin and places it back in the basket and sets the basket on the ground. He licks the tip of his finger and picks the crumbs off his tunic, one by one. Then he looks directly at the assistant director. "The Lycée Charlemagne. Is that right? On the Rue Charlemagne?" The skin around the assistant director's eyes stretches. "Where your daughter goes to school." Von Drumple turns in his chair. "And the College Stanislas, isn't it, Dr. Hublin? Where your twin sons attend, on the Rue Notre-Dame-des-Champs? Wouldn't those handsome boys be preparing to walk home right now?" Hublin sets his hands on the back of the empty chair beside him, and his knuckles become very white. "One with a violin, and the other a viola. Am I correct? Crossing all those
busy streets. That's a long walk for 10-year-old boys. The assistant director sitting very upright. Von Rumpel says, "I know it is not here, messieurs. Not even the lowest janitor would be so stupid as to leave the diamond here. But I would like to see where you've kept it. I would like to know what sort of place you believe is safe enough." Neither of the Frenchmen says anything. The assistant director resumes looking at his manuscript, though it's clear to von Rumpel that he is no longer reading. At 4 o'clock the secretary raps on the door, and again von Rumpel sends her away. He practices concentrating only on blinking. Pulse in his neck. Tock, 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 tock. Others, he thinks, would do this with less finesse. Others would use scanners, explosives, pistol barrels, muscle. Von Rumpel uses the cheapest of materials. Only minutes, only hours. 5 bells. The light leaches out of the gardens. "Sergeant Major, please," says the assistant director, his hands flat on his desk, looking up now. "It is very late. I must relieve myself." "Feel free." Von Rumpel gestures with one hand at a metal trash can beside the desk. The mineralogist wrinkles his face. Again the phone rings. Hublin chews his cuticles. Pain shows in the assistant director's face. The fan whirs. Out in the gardens, the daylight unwinds from the trees, and still von Rumpel waits. "Your colleague," he says to the mineralogist. "He's a logical man, isn't he? He doubts the legends, but you seem more fiery. You don't want to believe. You tell yourself not to believe. But you do believe." He shakes his head. "You've held the diamond. You've felt its power." "Oh, this is ridiculous," says Hublin. His eyes roll like a frightened colt's. "This is not civilized behaviour. Are our children safe, Sergeant Major? I demand that you let us determine if our children are safe." A man of science. And yet you believe the myths. You believe in the might of reason, but you also believe in fairy tales, goddesses, and curses. The assistant director inhales sharply. "Enough," he says. "Enough." Von Rumpel's pulse soars. Has it already happened? So easily? He could wait 2 more days, 3, while ranks of men broke against him like waves. "Are our children safe, Sergeant Major?" "If you wish them to be." "May I use the telephone?" Von Rumpel nods. The assistant director reaches for the handset, says Sylvie into it, listens a while, then sets it down. The woman enters with a ring of keys. From a drawer inside the assistant director's desk, she produces another key on a chain, simple, elegant, long-shafted. A small locked door at the back of the main floor gallery. It takes 2 keys to open it, and the assistant director seems inexperienced with the lock. They lead von Rumpel down a corkscrewing stone staircase. At the bottom, the assistant director unlocks a second gate. They wind through warrens of hallways, past a warder who drops his newspaper and sits ramrod straight as they pass. In an unassuming storeroom, filled with drop cloths and pallets and crates, behind a sheet of plywood, the mineralogist reveals a simple combination safe that the assistant director opens rather easily. No alarms, only the one guard. Inside the safe is a second, far more interesting box. It's heavy enough that it requires both the assistant director and the mineralogist to lift it out. Elegant, its joinery invisible. No brand name, no combination dial. It is presumably hollow, but with no discernible hinges, no nails, no attachment points. It looks like a solid block of highly polished wood. Custom work. The mineralogist fits a key into a tiny, almost invisible hole on the bottom. When it turns, 2 more tiny keyholes open on the opposite side. The assistant director inserts matching keys into those holes. They unlock what looks like 5 different shafts. 3 overlapping cylinder locks, each dependent on the next. "Ingenious," whispers von Rumpel. The entire box falls gently open. Inside sits a small felt bag. He says, "Open it." The mineralogist looks at the assistant director. The assistant director picks up the bag and unties its throat and upends a wrapped bundle into his palm. With a single finger, he nudges apart the folds. Inside lies a blue stone, as big as a pigeon's egg. The wardrobe. Townspeople who violate blackout are fined or rounded up for questioning, though Madame Manec reports that at the Hôtel Dieu, lamps burn all night long, and German officers go stumbling in and out at every hour, tucking in shirts and adjusting trousers. Marie-Laure keeps herself awake, waiting to hear her uncle stir. Finally, she hears the door across the hall tick open and feet brush the boards. She imagines a storybook mouse creeping out from its hole. She climbs out of bed, trying not to wake her father, and crosses into the hall. "Uncle," she whispers. "Don't be afraid." Marie-Laure? His very smell, like that of coming winter, a tomb, the heavy inertia of time. "Are you well?" "Better." They stand on the landing. "There was a notice," says Marie-Laure. "Madame has left it on your desk." "A notice?" "Your radios." He descends to the 5th floor. She can hear him sputtering, fingers travelling across his newly empty shelves. Old friends gone. She prepares for shouts of anger, but catches half-hyperventilated nursery rhymes instead. "À la salade, je suis malade, au céleri, je suis guéri." She takes his elbow, helps him to the Davenport. He's still murmuring, trying to talk himself off some innermost ledge, and she can feel fear pumping off him, virulent, toxic. It reminds her of fumes billowing off the vats of formalin in the Department of Zoology. Rain taps at the window panes. Etienne's voice comes from a long way off. "All of them?" "Not the radio in the attic. I did not mention it. Does Madame Manec know about it?" "We have never spoken of it." "Is it hidden, Uncle? Could someone see it if the house was searched?" "Who would search the house?" A silence follows. He says, "We could still turn it in. Say we overlooked it." "The deadline was yesterday at noon." "They might understand." "Uncle, do you really believe they will understand that you have overlooked a transmitter that can reach England?" More agitated breaths. The wheeling of the night on its silent trunnions. "Help me," he says. He finds an automobile jack in a 3rd-floor room, and together they go up to the 6th floor and shut the door of her grandfather's room and kneel beside the massive wardrobe without risking the light of a single candle. He slides the jack under the wardrobe and cranks up the left side. Under its feet, he slips folded rags. Then he jacks up the other side and does the same. "Now, Marie-Laure, put your hands here and push." With a thrill, she understands. They're going to park the wardrobe in front of the little door leading to the attic. "All your might. Ready? 1, 2, 3. The huge wardrobe slides an inch. The heavy mirrored doors knock lightly as it glides. She feels as if they're pushing a house across ice. "My father," says Etienne, panting, "used to say, Christ himself could not have carried this wardrobe up here, that they must have built the house around it. Another now. Ready?" They push, rest, push, rest. Eventually, the wardrobe settles in front of the little door, and the entrance to the attic is walled off. Etienne jacks up each foot again, pulls out the rags, and sinks to the floor, breathing hard, and Marie-Laure sits beside him. Before dawn rolls across the city, they are asleep. Blackbirds. Roll call, breakfast, phrenology, rifle training, drills. Black-haired Ernst leaves the school 5 days after he's chosen as the weakest in Bastien's exercise. 2 others leave the following week. 60 becomes 57. Every evening Werner works in Dr. Hauptmann's lab, alternately plugging numbers into triangulation formulas or engineering. Hauptmann wants him to improve the efficiency and power of a directional radio transceiver he's designing. It needs to be quickly returned to transmit on multiple frequencies, the little doctor says, and it needs to be able to measure the angle of the transmissions it receives. Can Werner manage this? He reconfigures nearly everything in the design. Some nights, Hauptmann grows talkative, explaining the role of a solenoid or resistor in great detail, even classifying a spider hanging from a rafter, or enthusing about gatherings of scientists in Berlin where practically every conversation, he says, seems to unveil some new possibility. Relativity, quantum mechanics. On such nights he seems happy enough talking about whatever Werner asks. Yet the very next night, Hauptmann's manner will be frighteningly closed. He invites no questions and supervises Werner's work in silence. The Dr. Hauptmann might have ties so far up that the telephone on his desk connects him with men 100 miles away who could probably wag a finger and send a dozen Messerschmitts streaming up from an airfield to strafe some city, intoxicates Werner. We live in exceptional times. He wonders if Jutta has forgiven him. Her letters consist mostly of banalities. We are busy. Frau Elena says hello. Or else arrive in his bunk room so full of censor marks that their meaning has disintegrated. Does she grieve over his absence? Or has she calcified her feelings, protected herself, as he is learning to do? Volkheimer, like Hauptmann, seems full of contradictions. To the other boys, the giant is a brute, an instrument of pure strength, and yet sometimes, when Hauptmann is away in Berlin, Volkheimer will disappear into the doctor's office and return with a Grundig tube radio and hook up the shortwave antenna and fill the lab with classical music. Mozart, Bach, even the Italian Vivaldi. The more sentimental, the better. The huge boy will lean back in a chair so that it makes squeaking protestations beneath his bulk and let his eyelids slip to half-mast. Why always triangles? What is the purpose of the transceiver they're building? What 2 points does Hauptmann know, and why does he need to know the third? It's only numbers, cadet, Hauptmann says, a favourite maxim. Pure math. You have to accustom yourself to thinking that way. Werner tries out various theories on Frederick, but Frederick, he's learning, moves about as if in the grip of a dream, his trousers too big around the waist, the hems already falling out. His eyes are both intense and vague. He hardly seems to realise when he misses targets in marksmanship. Most nights Frederick murmurs to himself before falling asleep. Bits of poems, the habits of geese, bats he's heard swooping past the windows. Birds. Always birds. Now, Arctic turns. Werner, they fly from the South Pole to the North Pole, true navigators of the globe. Probably the most migratory creatures ever to live. 70,000 kilometres a year. A metallic wintry light settles over the stables and vineyard and rifle range, and songbirds streak over the hills, great scattershot nets of passerines on their way south. A migratory throughway running right over the spires of the school. Once in a while a flock descends into one of the huge lindens on the grounds and seethes beneath its leaves. Some of the senior boys, 16 and 17-year-olds, cadets who are allowed freer access to ammunition, develop a fondness for firing volleys into the trees to see how many birds they can hit. The tree looks uninhabited and calm. Then someone fires, and its crown shatters in all directions, 100 birds exploding into flight in a half-second, shrieking as though the whole tree has flown apart. In the dormitory window one night, Frederick rests his forehead against the glass. I hate them. I hate them for that. The dinner bell rings and everyone trots off, Frederick coming in last with his taffy-coloured hair and wounded eyes, bootlaces trailing. Werner washes Frederick's mess tin for him. He shares homework answers, shoe polish, sweets from Dr. Hauptmann. They run next to each other during field exercises. A brass pin weighs lightly on each of their lapels. 114 hobnailed boots spark against pebbles on the trail. The castle with its towers and battlements looms below them like some misty vision of foregone glory. Werner's blood gallops through his ventricles, his thoughts on Hauptmann's transceiver, on solder, fuses, batteries, antennas. His boot and Frederick's touch the ground at the exact same moment. SSG-35 A NA513 NLWUX. Duplicate of telephone telegram. 10 December 1940. M. Daniel Leblanc, Saint-Malo, France. Equal return to Paris end of month. Equal travel securely. Equal. Bath. One final burst of frenetic gluing and sanding, and Marie-Laure's father has completed the model of Saint-Malo. It is unpainted, imperfect, striped with a half-dozen different types of wood and missing details. But it's complete enough for his daughter to use, if she must. The irregular polygon of the island framed by ramparts, each of its 865 buildings in place. He feels ragged. For weeks logic has been failing him. The stone the museum has asked him to protect is not real. If it were, the museum would have sent men already to collect it. Why then, when he puts a magnifying glass to it, do its depths reveal tiny daggers of flames? Why does he hear footfalls behind him when there are none? And why does he find himself entertaining the brainless notion that the stone he carries in the linen sachet in his pocket has brought him misfortune, has put Marie-Laure in danger, may indeed have precipitated the whole invasion of France? Idiotic. Ludicrous. He has tried every test he can think of without involving another soul. Tried folding it between pieces of felt and striking it with a hammer. It did not shatter. Tried scratching it with a halved pebble of quartz. It did not scratch. Tried holding it to candle flame, drowning it, boiling it. He's hidden the jewel under the mattress, in his tool case, in his shoe. For several hours one night, he tucked it into Madame Manec's geraniums in a window flower box. Then convinced himself the geraniums were wilting and dug the stone out. This afternoon a familiar face looms in the train station, maybe 4 or 5 back in the queue. He's seen this man before. Pudgy, sweating, multi-chinned. They lock eyes. The man's gaze slides away. Etienne's neighbour, the perfumer. Weeks ago, while taking measurements for the model, the locksmith saw this same man atop the ramparts, pointing a camera out to sea. Not a man to trust, Madame Manec said. But he's just a man, waiting in line to buy a ticket. Logic, the principles of validity. Every lock has its key. For more than 2 weeks, the director's telegram has echoed in his head. Such a maddeningly ambiguous choice for that final directive. Travel securely. Does it mean to bring the stone or leave it behind? Bring Marie-Laure or leave her behind? Travel by train or by some other, theoretically more secure means? And what if, the locksmith considers, the telegram was not sent from the director at all? Round and round the questions run. When it's his turn at the window, He buys a ticket for a single passenger on the morning train to Rennes, and then on to Paris, and walks the narrow, sunless streets back to the Rue Vauberel. He will go do this, and then it will be over. Back to work. Staff the key-pound, lock things away. In a week he will ride unburdened back to Brittany and collect Marie-Laure. For supper, Madame Manec serves stew and baguettes. Afterward he leads Marie-Laure up the rickety flights of stairs to the third-floor bath. He fills the big iron tub and turns his back as she undresses. "Use as much soap as you'd like," he says. "I bought extra." The train ticket remains folded in his pocket, like a betrayal. She lets him wash her hair. Over and over, Marie-Laure trawls her fingers through the suds as though trying to gauge their weight. There's always been a sliver of panic in him, deeply buried when it comes to his daughter. A fear that he's no good as a father, that he's doing everything wrong, that he never quite understood the rules. All those Parisian mothers pushing buggies through the Jardin des Plantes, or holding up cardigans in department stores. It seemed to him that those women nodded to each other as they passed, as though each possessed some secret knowledge that he did not. How did you ever know for certain that you're doing the right thing? There is pride, too, though. Pride that he's done it alone, that his daughter is so curious, so resilient. There's the humility of being a father to someone so powerful, as if he were only a narrow conduit for another, greater thing. That's how it feels right now, he thinks, kneeling beside her, rinsing her hair, as though his love for his daughter will outstrip the limits of his body. The walls could fall away, even the whole city, and the brightness of that feeling would not wane. The drain moans. The cluttered house crowds in close. Marie turns up her wet face. "You're leaving, aren't you?" He is glad, just now, that she cannot see him. "Madame told me about the telegram." "I won't be long, Marie. A week, 10 days at most." "When?" "Tomorrow. Before you wake." She leans over her knees. Her back is long and white, and split by the knobs of her vertebrae. She used to fall asleep holding his index finger in her fist. She used to sprawl with her books beneath the key-pound bench and move her hands like spiders across the pages. "Am I to stay here?" "With Madame and Etienne." He hands her a towel and helps her climb onto the tile and waits outside while she puts on her nightgown. Then he walks her up to the 6th floor and into their little room, though he knows she does not need to be guided. And he sits on the edge of the bed, and she kneels beside the model and sets 3 fingers on the steeple of the cathedral. He finds the hairbrush, does not bother turning on the lamp. 10 days, Papa." "At most." The walls creak. The window between the curtains is black. The town prepares to sleep. Somewhere out there, German U-boats glide above underwater canyons, and 30-foot squid ferry their huge eyes through the cold dark. Have we ever spent a night apart? No. His gaze flits through the unlit room. The stone in his pocket seems almost to pulse. If he manages to sleep tonight, what will he dream? "Can I go out while you're gone, Papa?" "Once I get back." "I promise." As tenderly as he can, he draws the brush through the damp strands of his daughter's hair. Between strokes, they can hear the sea wind rattle the window. Marie-Laure's hands whisper across the houses as she recites the names of the streets. Rue des Caudières, Rue Jacques Cartier, Rue Vauberel. He says, "You'll know them all in a week." Marie-Laure's fingers rove to the outer ramparts, the sea beyond. 10 days, she says. At most. Weakest, number 2. December sucks the light from the castle. The sun hardly clears the horizon before sinking away. Snow falls once, twice, then stays locked over the lawns. Has Werner ever seen snow this white? snow that was not fouled immediately with ash and coal dust. The only emissaries from the outside world are the occasional songbird who lands in the lindens beyond the quadrangle, blown astray by distant storm or battle or both, and 2 callow-faced corporals who come into the refectory every week or so, always after the prayer, always just as the boys have placed the first morsel of dinner in their mouths, to pass beneath the blazonry and stop behind a cadet and whisper in his ear that his father has been killed in action. Other nights the prefect yells, "Achtung!" and the boys stand at their benches, and Bastien, the commandant, waddles in. The boys look down at their food in silence while Bastien walks the rows, trailing a single index finger across their backs. Homesick? We mustn't trouble ourselves over our homes. In the end we all come home to the Führer. What other home matters? No other, shout the boys. Every afternoon, no matter the weather, the commandant blows his whistle, and the 14-year-olds trot outside, and he looms over them with his coat stretched across his belly and his medals chiming and the rubber hose twirling. There are 2 kinds of death, he says, the clouds of his breath plunging out into the cold. You can fight like a lion, or you can go as easy as lifting a hair from a cup of milk. The nothings, the nobodies, they die easy. He sweeps his eyes along the ranks and swings his hose and widens his eyes dramatically. How will you boys die? One windy afternoon, he pulls Helmut Rödel out of line. Helmut is a small, unpromising child from the south who keeps his hands balled in fists nearly all his waking hours. And who is it, Rödel? In your opinion? Who is the weakest member of the corps? The commandant twirls the hose. Helmut Rödel takes no time. Him, sir. Werner feels something heavy fall through him. Rödel is pointing directly at Frederick. Bastien calls Frederick forward. If fear darkens his friend's face, Werner cannot see it. Frederick looks distracted, almost philosophical. Bastien drapes his hose around his neck and trudges across the field, snow to his shins, taking his time, until he's little more than a dark lump at the far edge. Werner tries to make eye contact with Frederick, but his eyes are a mile away. The commandant raises his right arm and yells, 10, and the wind frays the word across the long expanse. Frederick blinks several times, as he often does when addressed in class, waiting for his internal life to catch up with his external one. 9! Run! Hisses Werner. Frederick's a decent runner, faster than Werner. But the commandant seems to count quickly this afternoon, and Frederick's head start has been abbreviated, and the snow hampers him, and he cannot be over 20 yards away when Bastien raises his left arm. The boys explode into movement. Werner runs with the others, trying to stay in the back of the pack, their rifles beating in syncopation against their backs. Already the fastest of the boys seems to be running faster than usual, as though tired of being outrun. Frederick runs hard, but the fastest boys are greyhounds, harvested from all over the nation for their speed and eagerness to obey, and they seem to Werner to be running more fervently, more conclusively than they have before. They're impatient to find out what will happen if someone is caught. Frederick is 15 strides from Bastien when they haul him down. The group coalesces around the front runners as Frederick and his pursuers get to their feet, all of them pasted with snow. Bastien strides up. The cadets encircle their instructor, chests heaving, many with their hands on their knees. The breath of the boys pulses out before them in a collective fleeting cloud that's stripped away quickly by the wind. Frederick stands in the middle, panting and blinking his long eyelashes. It usually does not take so long, says Bastien mildly, almost as if to himself, for the first to be caught. Frederick squints at the sky. Bastien says, Cadet, are you the weakest? I don't know, sir. You don't know? A pause. Into Bastian's face flows an undercurrent of antagonism. "Look at me when you speak." "Some people are weak in some ways, sir. Others in other ways." The Commandant's lips thin and his eyes narrow, and an expression of slow and intense malice rises in his face, as though a cloud has drifted away, and for a moment Bastian's true, deformed character has come glaring through. He pulls the hose from around his neck and hands it to Riddle. Riddle blinks up at his bulk. "Go on, then," prods Bastian. In some other context, he might be encouraging a reluctant boy to step into cold water. "Do him some good." Riddle looks down at the hose, black, 3 feet long, stiff in the cold. What might be several seconds pass, though they feel to Werner like hours, and the wind tears through the frosted grass, sending sapphires and wisps of snow sirening off across the white, and a sudden nostalgia for Solverine rolls through him in a wave. Boyhood afternoons, wandering the soot-stained warrens, towing his little sister in the wagon, muck in the alleys, the hoarse shouts of work crews, the boys in their dormitories sleeping head to toe while their coats and trousers hang from hooks along the walls. Frau Elena's midnight passage among the beds like an angel murmuring, "I know it's cold, but I'm right beside you, see? Jutta, close your eyes." Riddle steps forward and swings the hose and smacks Frederick with it across the shoulder. Frederick takes a step backward. The wind slashes across the field. Bastian says, "Again." Everything becomes soaked in a hideous and wondrous slowness. Riddle rears back and strikes. This time he catches Frederick on the jaw. Werner forces his mind to keep sending up images of home, the laundry, Frau Elena's overworked pink fingers, dogs in the alleys, steam blowing from stacks. Every part of him wants to scream. Is this not wrong? But here, it is right. It takes such a long time. Frederick withstands a third blow. "Again," commands Bastian. On the fourth, Frederick throws up his arms and the hose smacks against his forearms, and he stumbles. Riddle swings again, and Bastian says, "In your shining example, Christ lead the way ever and always." And the whole afternoon turns sideways, torn open. Werner watches the scene recede as though observing it from the far end of the tunnel. A small white field, a group of boys, bare trees, a toy castle, none of it any more real than Frau Elena's stories about her Alsatian childhood, or Jutta's drawings of Paris. 6 more times he hears Riddle swing, and the hose whistle, and the strangely dead smack of the rubber striking Frederick's hands, shoulders, and face. Frederick can walk for hours in the woods, can identify warblers 50 yards away by simply hearing their song. Frederick hardly ever thinks of himself. Frederick is stronger than he is in every imaginable way. Werner opens his mouth, but closes it again. He drowns. He shuts his eyes, his mind. At some point, the beating stops. Frederick is face down in the snow. "Sir?" says Riddle, panting. Bastian takes back the length of hose from Riddle and drapes it around his neck, and reaches underneath his belly to hitch up his belt. Werner kneels beside Frederick and turns him onto his side. Blood is running from his nose, or eye, or ear, maybe all 3. One of his eyes is already swollen shut. The other remains open. His attention, Werner realizes, is on the sky, tracing something up there. Werner risks a glance upward. A single hawk riding the wind. Bastian says, "Up." Werner stands. Frederick does not move. Bastian says, "Up." More quietly this time. And Frederick gets to her knee. He stands, wobbling. His cheek is gashed and leaks tendrils of blood. Splotches of moisture show on his back from where the snow has melted into his shirt. Werner gives Frederick his arm. "Cadet, are you the weakest?" Frederick does not look at the Commandant. "No, sir." Hawk still gyring up there. The portly Commandant chews on a thought for a moment. Then his clear voice rings out, flying above the company, urging them into a run. 57 cadets cross the grounds and jog up the snowy path into the forest. Frederick runs in his place beside Werner, his left eye swelling, twin networks of blood peeling back across his cheeks, his collar wet and brown. The branches seethe and clatter. All 57 boys sing in unison. "We shall march onwards, even if everything crashes down in pieces. For today the nation hears us, and tomorrow the whole world." Winter in the forests of Old Saxony. Werner does not risk another glance towards his friend. He quick-steps through the cold, an unloaded 5-round rifle over his shoulder. He's almost 15 years old. The arrest of the locksmith. They seize him outside of Vitré, hours from Paris. 2 policemen in plain clothes bundle him off a train, while a dozen passengers stare. He's questioned in a van, and again in an ice-cold mezzanine office decorated with poorly executed watercolours of ocean-going steamers. The first interrogators are French. An hour later, they become German. They brandish his notebook and tool case. They hold up his key ring and count 7 different skeleton keys. What do these unlock, they want to know. And how do you employ these tiny files and saws? What about this notebook full of architectural measurements? A model for my daughter. Keys for the museum where I work. Please. They frog-march him to a cell. The door's lock and hinges are so big and antiquarian, they must be Louis XIV. Maybe Napoleon. An hour now, the director or his people will show up and explain everything. Certainly, this will happen. In the morning, the Germans run him through a second, more laconic spell of questioning, while a typist clatters away in the corner. They seem to be accusing him of plotting to destroy the Château de Saint-Malo, though why they might believe this is not clear. Their French is barely adequate, and they seem more interested in their questions than his answers. They deny access to paper, to linens, to a telephone. They have photographs of him. He yearns for cigarettes. He lies face up on the floor and imagines himself kissing Marie-Laure once on each eye while she sleeps. 2 days after his arrest, he's driven to a holding pen a few miles outside Strasbourg. Through fence slats, he watches a column of uniformed schoolgirls walk double file in the winter sunshine. Guards bring pre-packaged sandwiches, hard cheese, sufficient water. In the pen, maybe 30 others sleep on straw laid atop frozen mud. Mostly French, but some Belgians, 4 Flemings, 2 Walloons. All have been accused of crimes they speak of only with reticence, anxious about what traps might lurk within any question he puts to them. At night, they trade rumours in whispers. "We will only be in Germany for a few months," someone says, and the word goes twisting down the line. "Merely to help with spring planting while their men are at war. Then they'll send us home." Each man thinks this is impossible, and then it might be true. Just a few months, then home. No officially appointed lawyer, no military tribunal. Marie-Laure's father spends 3 days shivering in the holding pen. No rescue arrives from the museum. No limousine from the director grinds up the lane. They will not let him write letters. When he demands to use a telephone, the guards don't bother to laugh. "Do you know the last time we used a telephone?" Every hour is a prayer for Marie-Laure. Every breath. On the 4th day, all the prisoners are piled onto a cattle truck and driven east. "We are close to Germany," the men whisper. They can glimpse it on the far side of the river. Low clumps of naked trees bracketed by snow-dusted fields. Black rows of vineyards. 4 disconnected strands of grey smoke melt into a white sky. The locksmith squints. Germany? It looks no different from this side of the river. It may as well be the edge of a cliff. 4. 8th August, 1944. The Fort of La Cité. Sergeant Major von Rumpel climbs a ladder in the dark. He can feel the lymph nodes on either side of his neck, compressing his esophagus and trachea. His weight like a rag on the rungs. The two gunners inside the periscope turret watch from beneath the rims of their helmets, not offering help, not saluting. The turret is crowned with a steel dome and is used primarily to range larger guns positioned farther below. It offers views of the sea to the west, the cliffs below, all strung with entangling wire, and directly across the water, a half-mile away, the burning city of Saint-Malo. Artillery has stopped for the moment, and the pre-dawn fires inside the walls take on a steady middle life, an adulthood. The western edge of the city has become a holocaust of crimson and carmine from which rise multiple towers of smoke. The largest has curdled into a pillar, like the cloud of tephra and ash, and steam that billows atop an erupting volcano. From afar, the smoke appears strangely solid, as though carved from luminous wood. All along its perimeter, sparks rise and ash falls, and administrative documents flutter. Utility plans, purchase orders, tax records. With binoculars, von Rumpel watches what might be bats go flaming and careening out over the ramparts. A geyser of sparks erupts deep within a house. An electrical transformer, or hoarded fuel, or maybe a delayed action bomb, and it looks to him as if lightning lashes the town from within. One of the gunners makes unimaginative comments about the smoke. A dead horse he can see at the base of the walls, the intensity of certain quadrants of fire, as though they're noblemen in grandstands viewing fortress warfare in the years of the Crusaders. Von Rumpel tugs his collar against the bulges in his throat, tries to swallow. The moon sets and the eastern sky lightens, the hem of night pulling away, taking stars with it one by one until only 2 are left. Vega, maybe. Or Venus. He never learned. Church spire is gone, says the second gunner. A day ago, above the zigzag rooftops, the cathedral spire pointed straight up, higher than everything else. Not this morning. Soon the sun is above the horizon, and the orange of flames gives way to the black of smoke, rising along the western walls and blowing like a call across the citadel. Finally, for a few seconds, the smoke parts long enough for von Rumpel to peer into the serrated maze of the city and pick out what he's looking for. The upper section of a tall house with a broad chimney, 2 windows visible, the glass out, 1 shutter hanging, 3 in place. Number 4, Rue Vauberel, still intact. Seconds pass. Smoke veils it again. A single airplane tracks across the deepening blue, incredibly high. Von Rumpel retreats down the long ladder into the tunnels of the fort below, trying not to limp, not to think of the bulges in his groin. In the underground commissary, men sit against the walls spooning oatmeal from their upturned helmets. The electric lights cast them in alternating pools of glare and shadow. Von Rumpel sits on an ammunition box and eats cheese from a tube. The colonel in charge of defending Saint-Malo has made speeches to these men, speeches about valour, about how any hour the Hermann Goering division will break the American line at Avranches, how reinforcements will pour in from Italy and possibly Belgium, tanks and Stukas, truckloads of 50mm mortars, how the people of Berlin believe in them like a nun believes in God, how no one will abandon his post, and if he does, he'll be executed as a deserter. But von Rumpel is thinking now of the vine inside of him. A black vine that has grown branches through his legs and arms, gnawing his abdomen from the inside. Here in this peninsular fortress just outside Saint-Malo, cut off from the retreating lines, it seems only a matter of time until Canadians and Brits, and the bright American eyes of the 83rd Division will be swarming the city, scouring the homes for marauding Huns, doing whatever it is they do when they take prisoners. Only a matter of time until the black vine chokes off his heart. "What?" says a soldier beside him. Von Rumpel sniffs. "I do not think I said anything." The soldier squints back into the oatmeal in his helmet. Von Rumpel squeezes out the last of the vile, salty cheese and drops the empty tube between his feet. The house is still there. His army still holds the city. For a few hours the fires will burn, and then the Germans will swarm like ants back to their positions and fight for another day. He will wait. Wait and wait and wait. And when the smoke clears, he will go in. Atelier de Réparation. Bernd, the engineer, squirms in pain, grinding his face into the back of the golden armchair. Something wrong with his leg, and something worse with his chest. The radio is hopeless. The power cable has been severed, and the lead to the above-ground antenna is lost, and Werner would not be surprised if the selector panel's broken. In the weakening amber of Folkheimer's field light, he stares at one crushed plug after another. The bombing seems to have destroyed the hearing in his left ear. His right, as far as he can tell, is gradually coming back. Beyond the ringing, he begins to hear. Ticking of fires as they cool, groaning of the hotel above, strange, miscellaneous dripping. And Folkheimer, as he hacks intermittently, insanely, at the rubble blocking the stairwell. Folkheimer's technique apparently is this. He crouches beneath the buckled ceiling, panting, holding a piece of twisted rebar in one hand. He switches on his flashlight and scans the packed stairwell for anything he might drag out of it, memorizing positions. Then he switches off the light to preserve its battery and goes at his task in the darkness. When the light comes back on, the mess of the stairwell looks the same. An impacted welter of metal and brickwork and timber, so thick that it's hard to believe 20 men could get through. "Please," Folkheimer says. Whether he knows he is saying it aloud or not, Werner cannot say, but Werner hears it in his right ear, like a distant prayer. "Please, please," as though everything in the war to this point was tolerable to 21-year-old Frank Folkheimer, but not this final injustice. The fires above ought to have sucked the last oxygen out of this hole by now. They all should have asphyxiated. Debts paid, accounts settled, and yet they breathe. The 3 splintered beams in the ceiling hold up God knows what load. 10 tons of carbonized hotel, and the corpses of 8 anti-aircraft men, and untold unexploded ordnance. Maybe Werner for his 10,000 small betrayals, and Bernd for his innumerable crimes, and Folkheimer for being the instrument, the executor of the orders, the blade of the Reich. Maybe the 3 of them have some greater price to pay, some final sentence to be handed down. First a corsair's cellar, built to safeguard gold, weapons, and eccentric's beekeeping equipment. Then a wine cellar. Then a handyman's nook. Atelier de Réparation, thinks Werner. A chamber in which to make reparations. As appropriate a place as any. Certainly there would be people in the world who believe these 3 have reparations to make. 2 cans. When Marie-Laure wakes, the little model house is pinned beneath her chest, and she's sweating through her great-uncle's coat. Is it dawn? She climbs the ladder and presses her ear to the trapdoor. No more sirens. Maybe the house burned to the ground while she slept. Or else she slept through the last hours of the war and the city has been liberated. There could be people in the streets, volunteers, gendarmes, fire brigades, even Americans. She should go up through the trapdoor and walk out the front door onto the Rue Vaborel. But what if Germany has held the city?
What if Germans are right now marching from house to house, shooting whomever they please? She will wait. At any moment Etienne could be making his way toward her, fighting with his last breath to reach her. Or he's crouched somewhere, cradling his head, seeing demons. Or he is dead. She tells herself to save the bread, but she's famished, and the loaf is getting stale, and before she knows it, she has finished it. If only she'd brought her novel down with her. Marie-Laure roves the cellar in her stocking feet. Here's a rolled rug, its hollow filled with what smell like wood shavings. Mice. Here's a crate that contains old papers. Antique lamp. Madame Manec's canning supplies. And here, at the back of a shelf near the ceiling, 2 small miracles. Full cans. Hardly any food remains in the entire kitchen, only cornmeal and a sheaf of lavender and 2 or 3 bottles of skunked Beaujolais. But down here in the cellar, 2 heavy cans. Peas, beans, corn kernels maybe. Not oil, she prays. Aren't oil cans smaller? When she shakes them, they offer no clues. Marie-Laure tries to calculate the chances that one might contain Madame Manec's peaches, the white peaches from Languedoc that she'd buy by the crate and peel and quarter and boil with sugar. The whole kitchen would fill with their smell and colour, Marie-Laure's fingers sticky with them, a kind of rapture. 2 cans Etienne missed. But to raise one's hope is to risk their falling further. Peas, or beans, these would be more than welcome. She deposits 1 can in each pocket of her uncle's coat, and checks again for the little house in the pocket of her dress, and sits on a trunk, and clasps her cane in both hands, and tries not to think about her bladder. Once, when she was 8 or 9, her father took her to the Pantheon in Paris to describe Foucault's pendulum. Its bob, he said, was a golden sphere shaped like a child's top. It swung from a wire that was 67 metres long. Because its trajectory changed over time, he explained, it proved beyond all doubt that the earth rotated. But what Marie-Laure remembered, standing at the rail as it whistled past, was her father saying that Foucault's pendulum would never stop. It would keep swinging, she understood. After she and her father left the Pantheon, after she had fallen asleep that night, after she'd forgotten about it and lived her entire life and died. Now it is as if she can hear the pendulum in the air in front of her, that huge golden bob, as wide across as a barrel, swinging on and on, never stopping, grooving and re-grooving its inhuman truth into the floor. Number 4, Rue Vauberel. Ashes. Ashes. Snow in August. The shelling resumed sporadically after breakfast, and now around 6 p.m. has ceased. A machine gun fires somewhere, a sound like a chain of beads passing through fingers. Sergeant Major von Rumpel carries a canteen, a half-dozen ampules of morphine, and his field pistol. Over the sea wall, over the causeway toward the huge smouldering bulwark of Saint-Malo. Out in the harbour, the jetty's been shattered in multiple places. A half-submerged fishing boat drifts stern up. Inside the old city, mountains of stone blocks, sacks, shutters, branches, iron grillwork, and chimney pots fill the Rue de Dinan. Smashed flower boxes and charred window frames and shattered glass. Some buildings still smoke, and though von Rumpel keeps a damp handkerchief pressed over his mouth and nose, he has to stop several times to gather his breath. Here a dead horse starting to bloat. Here a chair upholstered in striped green velvet. Here the torn shreds of a canopy proclaim a brasserie. Curtains swing idly from broken windows in the strange, flickering light. They unnerve him. Swallows fly to and fro, looking for lost nests, and someone very far away might be screaming. Or it might be the wind. The blasts have stripped many shop signs off their brackets,
and the gibbets hang forsaken. A schnauzer trots after him, whining. No one shouts down from a window to warn him away from mines. Indeed, in 4 blocks he sees only one soul. A woman outside what was, the day before, the movie house. Dustpan in one hand, broom nowhere to be seen. She looks up at him, dazed. Through an open door behind her, rows of seats have crumpled beneath great slabs of ceiling. Beyond them, the screen stands unblemished, not even stained by smoke. "Show's not till 8, she says, in her Breton French. And he nods as he limps past. On the Rue Vauberel, vast quantities of slate tiles have slid off roofs and detonated in the streets. Scraps of burnt paper float overhead. No gulls. Even if the house has caught fire, he thinks, the diamond will be there. He will pluck it from the ashes like a warm egg. But the tall, slender house remains nearly unscathed. 11 windows on the facade, most of the glass out. Blue window frames, old granite of greys and tans. 4 of its 6 flower boxes hang on. The mandated list of occupants clings to its front door. Monsieur Etienne Leblanc, age 63. Mademoiselle Marie-Laure Leblanc, age 16. All the dangers he is willing to endure, for the Reich, for himself. No one stops him, no shells come whistling in. Sometimes the eye of a hurricane is the safest place to be.